an empty booth over here. I can
Yeah. What happens if you make a mistake?
Okay, so if you make a mistake, come with me.
Alright. I'll help you.
Okay.
Go ahead and stop here and write spoilers. Great big letter on both sides of your ballot. And then hold it. And go ahead and drop it in the envelope here.
And there's one seat available there. There's also
Go ahead and come with me.
on the other side. Oh, okay. I'll do that.
There you go. Yep.
No, oh, that's right.
Thank you.
Double-sided ballot with both sides, and there's an empty booth right there. Sides, and if you wouldn't mind waiting over there, so then
Okay, we're gonna do our kick roller kicker. Loading on your stomach, blowing bubbles, roll free. Roller. Loading on your okay. Have Bill go first. Okay. Again, good job. Make sure. Good floating position. Get your control and put your head to the side of the Okay, and again. Get your controllers, good floating position. One, yep. I know, but you don't want to. Hey, Liz. Fire your dogs up. Two legs. Go. Get your controllers. Go. Two blow bubble. Super bubble. There you go. Okay, Jackie, there you go.
Thank you.
Controllers, eyes
I
down.
love this. You know what we found out today?
Blow bubble.
Someone. Yeah. And so we come. I go with that school there. You go to that school? Yeah. We're not close to each other. Like, sister, I know this. I have one.
Tyler, everybody. Go.
Is everybody at the school? No. That's my friend.
Okay, it's kind of like driving on the road. That end, when we get to that end, we decide to come back up. Same side or same side?
You actually get money. Yeah. So, probably gonna put it on YouTube.
Big circles, big rainbows.
Please leave the pens in the marking stations. Go right over here on the back side. Alright, you can go right in the middle over there. pens in the marking stations.
Thanks so much.
But definitely change your address.
Yeah, December.
Get in line though. Oh yeah, you gotta go back. Yeah, thank you. Apologies.
I just PCS back about 2 months ago. Yeah, I'd be back in the same house.
Wait, that's back in 24?
No, that's 20, this is 4.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay. There.
I'll take that green card with me, thank you. Don't have a box with you. Outside, and you can use
If you want to go
that.
Yeah, I graduated here.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you. Over here?
The first year. Yeah.
No, okay. Okay.
Oh, I should have did that.
Is there any?
Ready, Master Ballman? All right, go ahead and slide it right on in there. I know it's got red light, turns green again, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Slide it in, top up, doesn't matter. Any side, doesn't matter. You're welcome. The green light on top is going to turn red while it's scanning your ballot through. When it goes back to green, you're good to go. Yep, absolutely. Anyway, up or down, doesn't matter. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, I can go do the polls are closing in 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's why they didn't give me a green card previously, so they told me to come back here and give me a green card before I can vote. Should check the
You ready to cast your ballot, sir? Right here.
Yeah.
You take your ballot out of the folder, you'll slide it right into the machine. Any way up or down, doesn't matter. Back to green way. Turn back to green, but
Oh, 20, sorry, 20.
15 minutes, one ballot per minute.
you ready to pass this out?
Already got that.
Do they do this all the time? This is my first year to Moines in Virginia, so. Just
15 over there.
Okay.
Did you shut the doors?
No, it's 15 minutes.
Thank you very much.
I yelled, polls are closing in 15 minutes.
I was online last night, just so you know.
Ready to cast your ballot? What's that red light? I don't remember. Thank you. Doesn't matter which way it's facing. Ready to cast your ballot? Yes, I am. All right, step right on up. You can slide the ballot in either way, doesn't matter. Thank you very much. Thank you. Too many people have been walking out with this. Hi. So absconding with a pen or a folder and you don't get a sticker. All right. Whatever's easiest for you. Fair enough. It's happened. It's only slightly problematic if you take that one out, though. It's okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and help you get your ballot scanned. Walk right on up to the machine. You'll take your ballot out of your folder, slide it in.
Does it matter which way it goes?
Pick this up. Once that red light turns back to green, you are good to go. Or we're going to have to count an entire thing for one ballot.
Yes.
We'd have to be 8 ballots before we have to open another pack. Yeah. Fingers crossed, people. We're either going to have to count an entire pack for one ballot, or we'll be okay. Perish the thought. Don't even think about it. It's the principle of the thing, yeah.
Okay, but is there something that I can do to fix it, like, so that it doesn't happen again?
Well, you know, hopefully this is how it's going to get fixed. The office is gonna, I'll write a little bit.
What is the ballot box say?
So it's not.
No, the, sorry, the time.
6:55, where else do I?
I think that's slightly fast, though, because I've got 6:54:46.
when it's this tight, you kind of figure you better come out. And I guess a lot of other people are thinking the same thing.
I encourage everybody I know to get out and vote. It's very important.
I think that we have a lot of work to do.
Well, we're kind of pumped up. I can't wait to get out and vote.
Both sides have gone way too far, and the middle ground is where we need to be.
Voices of voters across the country. Good evening. Tonight, the 116th Congress hangs in the balance. Will Democrats take the House? Can Republicans pick up Senate seats? Will there be a blue wave rippling across the nation? Or did President Trump's base energize with his closing message of immigration and nationalism? We'll follow it all as votes come in and races are called. Welcome to Election Night Live here at the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey.
And I'm Eugene Scott. Throughout the night, we'll have expansive coverage. We'll talk with reporters and columnists, both here at the Post and across the country, who have been covering key races all year long.
And our newsroom is at the ready. You're looking at what we call the Hub. This is our nerve center where editors and reporters are keeping watch over results as the polls close.
We'll be here live throughout the night with news and analysis, watching the hottest races and tracking the balance of power, and telling you what it all means.
Now, a bit about our coverage tonight. First, we want to welcome our viewers on the Washington Post and hundreds of local newspapers. We're also streaming tonight on YouTube for all our viewers around the world. And you can find us featured in Snapchat as well. Also, a special hello to those watching on Twitch, where editor Gene Park is in chat looking for your questions, which we'll try to answer on air.
Now, you may notice at the bottom of the screen, there's a rolling results bar. As polls close and precincts around the country begin reporting, key results will update in real time. From governors to Senate to House races. We'll also alert you to the major race calls as they happen. And our colleague Philip Bump will join us throughout the night breaking down the latest results.
But first, we should mention that polls have already closed in a number of states. Take a look at this. Voting has ended in parts of Florida and Kentucky, and in Georgia, Indiana, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Now, Florida and Virginia are two of the states where our reporters are on the ground following the action. They're at campaign rallies and watch parties, talking to voters and supporters, and they'll be bringing us breaking news throughout the night.
Here's a quick look at what to expect.
Could the U.S. Senate race get any closer in the battleground state of Florida? The shifting demographics in this state could change everything. We're live in Orlando.
If there is a blue wave tonight, early indications will come in Virginia, where several Republican congressional districts could flip. We'll be live in Dulles.
But in Missouri, Senate Democrats are just trying to hold on. Claire McCaskill is fighting for a third term in a state where President Trump remains popular. We're live in St. Louis.
Here in Texas, Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke hopes to make history and upset the incumbent Republican Senator Ted Cruz. We're live at the ballpark in downtown El Paso.
By the end of the night on Tuesday, Arizona will have elected its first woman to the Senate. And for the first time in 20 years, that senator could be a Democrat. We're live in Scottsdale.
California used to be home to once reliably red congressional districts. That may be changing. We're live from Costa Mesa, California.
We'll check in with our reporters shortly, but we'll also be joined this evening and all night long by guests on our set, members of the Post's award-winning politics team. With us now, James Hohmann, national political correspondent and author of the Daily 202 newsletter. Welcome. And Karen Tumulty, opinions columnist covering national politics. Karen, thank you for being here. James, you have been traveling around the country. What are we not feeling and hearing here in Washington that the rest of the country is talking about?
Just how energized both sides are. I think Democrats might be more energized, but everywhere you go, a lot of Republicans are pretty worked up about this election. I think a few months ago there was a lot of ambivalence among conservatives. They're also feeling like the country's at stake. You have Democrats who have been activated for a long time, since basically the day Donald Trump was elected. They've been chomping at the bit to go vote. So I think that's why you're seeing reports of polling places running out of ballots in Democratic areas and also Republican areas around the country.
I mean, you're confirming what a lot of congressional leaders have said, political leaders. People are on our side are excited, but it's interesting to finally see it coming to fruition as people go to the polls. Karen, is this a referendum on President Trump? Are there other things that people are also caring about and thinking about as they head to the polls?
Absolutely, it's a referendum on Donald Trump. Midterm elections always are a referendum on the president's performance, but in Donald Trump's case, it seems like that this has been sort of almost on steroids, which is not to say people don't care about issues. I've been really amazed to watch the emergence of health care as, you know, the top of voter concerns. But in many ways, that is also sort of framed as almost a reaction to Donald Trump and Republican control.
Karen, is there an issue that you think voters are thinking about when they head to the polls that the media perhaps hasn't paid as much attention to?
Well, I was in Arizona over the weekend, and one of the things I was surprised by was hearing, you know, a small businessman talk with great passion about Donald Trump's tariff policy. The fact is people react to issues that affect them, and so it really does vary wherever you are.
Yeah. I want to take a look at the House toss-up races. Of course, every House race is up for election. That happens every 2 years. There are about 60 or 70 that are thought to be in play, and these are the toss-up races. So this is where we'll be focusing a lot of our attention. There could be some surprises throughout the night, of course, James. But you've been hitting some of these districts. You've hit a lot of them. What are you going to be watching here on the East Coast as we head west as early indicators of the night?
Yeah, so Virginia is one of those super interesting states. It's a state used to be Republican Barack Obama, first president, Democrat since LBJ to win it. There's 4 potential Democratic pickup opportunities in Virginia, and they're each sort of different districts. So I think we'll get a very early sense of how big, if there is a wave, the Democratic wave is. So in the Northern Virginia suburbs, Barbara Comstock, she's vulnerable. She's probably going to lose. But then you go further south, the guy who beat Eric Cantor a few years ago, Dave Brat, that's a solidly Trump district. Trump won it by double digits, but Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat there, former CIA clandestine officer, she's run a very, very strong campaign. If Abigail Spanberger is winning that race, that is an early indicator that there's going to be a wave. And then you sort of have 2 other districts that are maybe in different ways kind of reflect different demographics. One toward Charlottesville, University of Virginia campus area. If Democrats are winning there, I think you're going to see a lot of pickups as the night goes on. So I think Virginia is a good early gauge.
Awesome, awesome. A lot to pay attention to there. Let's check in with Philip Bump, seeing what he's watching.
Thanks, Eugene. Yeah, the thing I want to focus on before we get into the results, you can see we already have some results in Indiana, 4% reporting. Ignore anything less than 50% at this point. Nothing to see here, really. We don't have enough information to know what's going on. But what I do want to talk about is the votes that have already been cast nationally. We've already seen tens of millions of people already vote in this year's elections. How? Early voting. The state of Florida, for example. We've already seen 5.2 million people cast their ballots in Florida before voting even started today. We'll come back to that. The state of Texas, another good example. State of Texas, 4.8 million people have already voted, which is more than voted in the entirety of the 2014 midterm elections. Early voting seeing a huge surge, but what does it mean? Let's go back to Florida. You may remember in 2016, what we saw in Florida was that Hillary Clinton was dominating in the early voting. Party representation suggested Hillary Clinton was doing very well in that state, and then she lost it. Early voting, it's hard to know what to make of these things. It's hard to know what to make of this data. The only way we're going to be able to tell is once all the votes are counted at the end of this night. Back to you guys.
All right, Philip Bump, great, thank you. So we've mentioned that our Post reporters are in battleground states across the country. We're going to head to Virginia in just a few moments. But first, one of the Senate's closely watched races is in Florida. The Republican governor, Rick Scott, is taking on incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson, and it has been a tight race.
It has been a tight race. And so let's check in with the Post's Rhonda Colvin, who's at Senator Nelson's camp tonight with the latest. Rhonda?
Thanks, Eugene and Libby. Yes, we are here right now at Senator Bill Nelson's watch party. A lot of people are starting to fill in. Supporters seem energized. They want this to turn out to be a victory party for them at the end of this evening. But it's a tight race. This is one race where everyone's watching. The Democrats want Nelson to hold on to it. He's the 18-year senator for this state, but he's up against the state's governor. So it's a tight race. It's been too close to call in recent weeks. So we're watching that throughout the night. But there are some other things that we're watching here in Florida as well. Number one, there was a potentially historic governor's race between Andrew Gillum and Ron DeSantis. That's another very, very close race that's too close to call right now. But a lot of people around the nation are watching that because of the history factor that could happen. There's also an uptick in voter registration among young people. Some people are calling that the Parkland effect after the students who mobilized around gun control last year and up through the fall, getting people registered to vote and getting young people energized about this election. So we might see those numbers affect the results here in Florida. Another thing is a possible Hurricane Maria effect. You remember last year, Hurricane Maria devastated Puerto Rico. Many Puerto Ricans moved to Florida, and they have settled in certain pockets around the state and changed demographics. So that also may be in play tonight as well. So we're going to keep talking to people around this party tonight, and we'll get back to you later in the evening. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much, Rhonda.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. A big local race we're keeping an eye on right now. It's tonight. It's Virginia's 10th House District, where incumbent Republican Barbara Comstock is fighting to keep her seat against Democratic challenger Jennifer Wexton.
When we just heard about a moment ago from James. Well, we have the Post's Emily Heil live in Dulles at the Wexton Watch Party, just about 40 minutes outside D.C., but sometimes it feels like a different world, really, Emily. How's the race playing out there?
Well, hey, Libby. Hey, Eugene. Well, Donald Trump's name is not on the ticket here, but of course his presence has loomed large over this race, where Democratic challenger Jennifer Wexton has been trying to tie her opponent, Republican incumbent Barbara Comstock, to the president, who's unpopular in key parts of this increasingly blue district. So this congressional seat has been in Republican hands for almost 40 years, but the district went blue in 2016 for Hillary Clinton and again in 2017 for Democratic Governor Ralph Northam. Let's have a listen to this clip from a Wexton campaign ad.
Barbara Comstock might as well be Barbara Trumpstock. Donald Trump is against expanding Medicaid in Virginia, against protections for pre-existing conditions, and he sabotaged the healthcare market, hiking insurance rates up to 64% in Virginia. Barbara Trumpstock agrees, voting with Trump 98% of the time.
Comstock has really been taking pains to try to create daylight between herself and the president. She's been highlighting her independence. She doesn't even mention her party affiliation in her political ads. But is it enough? Has she created enough space? Or will that label we just heard, Trumpstock, stick? We'll find out later tonight. Meanwhile, we're here at the Wexton Watch Party, where a lot of volunteers are just starting to trickle in. The doors just opened. The bars are open. People here have reason to celebrate. They think they're feeling pretty optimistic. Wexton's been ahead in the polls, but of course, people here know that it's coming down to turnout, and no one is ready to count their chickens before they hatch. We'll have more from the room. Meanwhile, back to you guys in the studio.
Great. Thanks so much, Emily. I want to bring you back into the conversation, Karen, and talk about the House. How crucial is it for Democrats to win the House tonight? In terms of everything from proving to their constituents, yes, your vote matters. Yes, you may be a first-time voter and you are making a difference in America. How much does it depend on Democrats being able to stop Donald Trump if he is the guy who's not on the ticket, but might as well be?
Well, I think if they fail to do this, that the consequences for the Democratic Party would be absolutely dire, especially given the expectations, especially given the activism in their base, the intensity in their base. If the Democrats do pick up the House, the fact is that they can stop a lot of things legislatively, although don't forget that if they pick up the House, a lot of the reasons they will have this majority will be Democrats coming from conservative districts. So we're not talking about launching, a big vote for launching impeachment or anything like that. But they can stop things. The other thing that they will have is subpoena power. And the Republicans, while they were running things, really expanded the number of committee chairmen who have the power to send out subpoenas on their own without agreement from the minority, without taking a vote in the committee. And I think that is the thing that the Trump administration may be most worried about from a Democratic House.
President Trump's tried to have it both ways, James. Like, is this a referendum on me? Is it Republican congressional leadership fault if we lose the House? What do voters think?
Well, I think, Libby, you're going to see, assuming that the outcome is what Karen and everyone is talking about, which is Democrats win the House, Republicans maybe expand their Senate majority 1 or 2 seats. You're going to see the president say this is a mixed verdict. You've already seen some surrogates like Kellyanne Conway trying to make that case today. I don't think that that's true. I think it's a nature of the map. I think this is a rejection of the president. This is, in some ways, it's just history. The president's party always loses seats during the first midterm elections, but the president is more underwater. His approval rating is worse than Barack Obama's was in 2010 and worse than Bill Clinton's was in 1994 when their parties lost quite a lot of seats and their majorities in the House.
We just saw a map of Senate toss-ups a moment ago. I want to talk about this a little bit because a couple of these states from Cook Political Report just moved into the toss-up column like in the last 24 hours, New Jersey and Texas. You can see there the other states that we're watching as like the big toss-up places. What we all know is that, in the House, Republicans are playing defense, but in the Senate, Democrats are playing defense, Karen and Eugene. I mean, Democrats are in more of a tough box here in the Senate.
Absolutely. I mean, the Democrats really cannot afford to lose any seats. And so if they can hold on, that's actually, a good night in so many ways. But the hope is that they'll gain some for them. But it's not looking like they will based off of what we have seen very recently.
Are you surprised to see a state like New Jersey in the toss-up category? That may, of course, be because of the history of the Democratic senator who sits there.
Exactly. If New Jersey and Texas moving into these categories, it's partially a reflection of the political climate. It is also a measure of the two particular Democrats who are running.
Sure.
Beto O'Rourke has proven himself to be an extraordinary talent in a state that hasn't elected a Democrat to any statewide office since 1994. And it's Bob Menendez's ethical problems that have gotten him into this situation in one of the bluest states in the country.
All right. Well, one of the big questions of the night is this going to be the Year of the Woman? And one thing we do know for sure, it's the Year of the Woman candidate because there are a record number of them running.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Post's Hannah Jewell joins us now to share a unique way to tell that story.
That's right, Libby and Eugene. There are record numbers of women running for House, Senate, and governor this year. They've been inspired by the women's movement, by President Trump himself, and the Me Too movement, of course. But many people might not realize how far the U.S. lags behind a lot of the world in terms of the overall percentage of women it has in its legislative branch. So tonight, as well as talking to reporters and analysts about specific candidates and races, we're going to be looking at the bigger picture of women in American politics. And with me to tell this story in a unique way is the wonderful Amy King from The Lily. Amy, how are you going to be telling this story tonight?
Hi, Hannah. Yeah, so at The Lily, our mission is to elevate stories critical to the lives of women. So to tell tonight's story, we decided to commission a mural.
That sounds very creative and patriotic. Yes. I know that we have a sneak peek at what this mural looks like. The artist has been working away all night, I think, all day perhaps. So let's take a look at that. So this is huge. This is actually so much bigger than I even imagined it was going to be. Not that I thought you were going to make a mural that was like 2 feet wide.
It's big.
But will you tell me a little bit about this and what the feathers themselves represent?
Yeah, so there are 184 feathers, and each one represents a non-incumbent woman running for Congress or a governor's seat. And as the night goes on, we'll fill in a feather for each time one of those women wins.
And what will this look like at the end of the night?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I suppose it can equally show how far women have come and how much further they have to go. And this is an actual mural that's being painted live in a DC hotel, so it's going to be there for a while. This mural lives on, no matter what happens tonight.
Yes, that's right. We hope people come out and take photos and share.
Can I be the first person to take a selfie in front of it? Okay, let's do this. Let's go back
do
to you, Libby. We're busy in here being millennials.
All right, we're not allowed to have any selfies here on set until the night is officially over and the House and Senate have both been called. But this question of the Year of the Woman is so relevant right now. And Karen, of course, you remember the Year of the Woman in the 90s, and the Anita Hill hearings happened when she testified against Clarence Thomas. It led to this huge surge of women running, but huge is a relative term because we look back on that history and it seems like so few seats were really taken. Do you see this as one of the relevant storylines of this election?
Absolutely, and I've been so impressed as I've traveled the country by a lot of these women candidates who I've met in 1992, and particularly, women running for the Senate. That really was the big story. These were all women who were professional politicians. They'd been on their city council or their school board or whatever. What I've been struck by as I've traveled the country is how many women are coming at politics from completely different walks of life. They're veterans, they're former CIA agents, they're teachers. They're people who essentially woke up practically the morning after the 2016 election as born-again activists. And women have also really been the face of the resistance movement, again, starting the day after the inauguration with the huge women's march.
James, is gender factoring into people's vote in terms of wanting to see women represent them. Some of these districts that you've been traveling to, how much are people talking about that?
Yeah, it's big. So I just got back from New Mexico, and there are 2 women. Whoever wins in this big southern New Mexico district, which is a toss-up, is going to be the first woman, first Latina woman to represent the district on both sides, and that's certainly part of it. The Democrat, a 33-year-old named Xochitl Torres-Small, she was actually a Senate staffer, and she said she went home to practice water rights law. She's only 33 years old. After Steve Pierce, the longtime white man who's 70 years old, announced his retirement from the seat, she said she was making a list of candidates who would be good to run for the House in this pretty red district. And she was making a list, and she was like, "Why not me?
What about me?
Why shouldn't I run?" And she told that story very authentically. And so she said, she told a moving story when I interviewed her over the weekend about sort of growing up as a Latina daughter of immigrants and sort of not feeling represented. And actually, when I was with her at a Get Out the Vote rally in Las Cruces, New Mexico, a young man came up to her and said, I'm canvassing for you because the whole time I've grown up, even in New Mexico, I've never felt represented. Wow. And I feel represented by you. And so that I think you're seeing a lot of that.
Also a woman.
Exactly. And then that was a man who was coming up to her. So that this is, it's complicated. There's a historic gender gap for sure, and the gender gap is cutting both ways. It's really a titanic on the female side, and there's also sort of a very large male gender gap too. And we saw it especially in stark relief after the Brett Kavanaugh hearings. So just how big those 2 gender gaps are, because one can offset the other, will be one of the big things to watch tonight.
Indeed, indeed. Now, pivoting from New Mexico to nearby Arizona, it's going to be the year of the woman no matter who wins, because both of the candidates are women. Republican Martha McSally and Democrat Kyrsten Sinema. This fight to replace retiring Senator Jeff Flake has been one of the toughest in the country.
And the Post's Jesse Messner-Hage has been tracking the race and joins us tonight from McSally's event in Scottsdale, Arizona. Jesse, why is this race so important to watch?
Well, Libby, the moment that Jeff Flake announced that he wasn't running for re-election, the race to replace him became one of the most closely watched in the nation because it's a race that could determine which party controls the Senate. It's a seat that the Democrats must have if they have any hope of flipping the chamber. And for the first time in a long time, they actually have a shot here in Arizona. Keep in mind, this is a party that hasn't won a statewide race in 10 years. They haven't won a Senate race in 20 years. But their candidate this time around, Kyrsten Sinema, has Democrats feeling guardedly optimistic. She's a 3-term member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and she's run a smart, cautious campaign for Senate. Most of her ads don't even mention that she's a Democrat. Rather, they stress her credentials as a centrist, as a bipartisan problem solver. And that's a message that resonates here in Arizona. But her opponent is formidable. That's the Republican, Martha McSally. We're at her watch party here in Scottsdale. We'll be here all evening bringing you updates on the race. And McSally is a decorated Air Force veteran. She was the first woman to fly in combat for the U.S. Like Sinema, she's a member of the House. And like Sinema, she has a reputation as a political moderate. And yet her Senate campaign has not been one of moderation. Rather, she's tried to fire up the GOP base to appeal to the most conservative Arizonans with the message that if you don't vote for me, the Senate could be lost to the Democrats. Here's what she told the Washington Post earlier this year. Take a listen.
We have the opportunity to grow the Senate majority for Republicans, but if there's any chance that the Senate majority would flip, it really goes through Arizona. And so I'm the firewall to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'm going to make sure that we keep this seat and that there's absolutely no chance that Chuck Schumer and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are in charge in the Senate.
Now, this race is truly a toss-up. Almost all the polling has been within the margin of error, and the night is still young out west. There's still a couple hours left of voting. The only thing we can say for sure is what you said at the top. By the end of the night, Arizona will have elected its first woman to the Senate. Libby, Eugene?
Thanks so much. Meanwhile, in Texas, the Senate race was supposed to be a shoo-in, basically, for Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, but he has faced a tough challenger in Congressman Beto O'Rourke. O'Rourke's grassroots campaign has pulled in supporters and dollars from all over the country, and Democrats may learn a lot from this run.
Indeed. Lee Powell has been following O'Rourke's campaign for months. He joins us now from his watch party in El Paso. Lee, why is there so much excitement about this campaign?
Well, Libby and Eugene, good evening from Southwest University Park here in downtown El Paso, home of the El Paso Chihuahuas, the AAA affiliate of the San Diego Padres. The factor here speaks to that excitement you mentioned. Beto O'Rourke is expecting a big crowd here tonight, so he needed one of the biggest venues in all of the city. Now, I've been following this race since April, traveling around Texas with O'Rourke, who's 47 years old and a three-term congressman from here in El Paso. I've also spent some time with the incumbent, Republican Senator Ted Cruz. In big cities and small towns, O'Rourke has drawn crowds. People that I talk to say they like his enthusiasm, his energy, and his hopeful message. He vowed to visit all 254 counties in Texas, which he did, usually driving himself. We caught up with him driving into West Texas. Take a look.
No one in Texas probably knew who I was a year ago, but Amy and I knew that we had to do everything within our power to make sure that we make this a better place and that we meet the challenge. You know, walls or Muslim bans or press as the enemy of the people or just, you know, diminishing any dignity left in national service and public life. We had to be part of the solution. And what's great about this is it's clear that it's not going to be about any one person. It's not going to be about me. I don't alone have what it takes. It's not going to be about any party, you know. I don't know if there are enough Democrats to do this. It's got to be about people.
When I come back to you next, Libby and Eugene, we'll take a look at the incumbent, Republican Senator Ted Cruz. For now, back to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Lee. Karen, I want to talk about Arizona. You were just there. And it's so fascinating. These women are trying to run to the center in ways, but of course, McSally wants to also align herself with President Trump when it works for her.
It's interesting. These two women are in many ways so similar. They're both hyper-competitive triathletes. Both of them have voting records that kind of put them on the moderate ends of their party, but they are both women who have remade themselves for the sake of sort of political expediency. Kristen Sinema used to be the spokeswoman for the Green Party. Right. Now she is running as the most bipartisan member of the House. And we talked about Martha McSally, who had really been sort of a moderate both in voting record and tone, who's now hewing to President Trump. And I think Arizona is worth watching because it is really ground zero for testing this message that President Trump has chosen for the end of his campaign. He's not talking about the economy. He has gone hard line immigration, doing what he can to sort of stir up racism and xenophobia and fear. Arizona is going to be the best test of whether that was a smart thing to do politically, because Arizona has also been ground zero for anti-immigrant feelings in this country.
I agree. You know, I covered politics in Arizona, and the economy is also a big issue there, but he decided to focus on immigration, which is a really interesting pivot. One thing I want to pay attention to, assuming that Sinema wins, it'd be interesting to see how many Republican votes she got with this message going down the center.
Yeah, I want to get a sense from you, James, of how the closing messages are resonating with voters. Is President Trump's attempts at getting a closing message out really hitting voters? And are Republicans frustrated? Are they talking to you about wanting to hear more about the economy from him?
Well, so I've been on the road a lot. I mean, I call the DC type strategists. The DC operative types think it's a disaster, that this is terrible, that this is costing them a bunch of House seats, including in the suburbs of Minneapolis and Chicago and Dallas and Houston, and could potentially cost them in Arizona. But I'll tell you, in the country, Trump's message does break through with his base. The goal is to gin up the base. Trump thinks he has better political instincts than his consultants. He thinks his victory in 2016 validated that. And I have gone to a lot of the states with the key Senate races, and that people will just repeat the president's messaging on immigration verbatim. And I think a lot of times in DC, sometimes especially the most odious of that messaging, we don't want to believe is breaking through, but it is. And I was in North Carolina this weekend before this past one at an early voting location in a Republican area, and I was just really struck by how many people were using the almost exact phraseology that you would have seen a couple days earlier in President Trump's tweets. And it does just show he's using the bully pulpit of the presidency In many ways, he's bypassing the media filter. In other ways, the media is amplifying his message. But there's no doubt it has broken through. I think the question is, did it activate Democrats as much as it did Republicans? And we'll find out tonight.
Absolutely. And I know we've seen a lot of fact-checking because of some of the problems in his message. But many of his supporters have come out and said that doesn't matter to them because they care most about his idea and his commitment to being on their side. We'll see if that translated into votes.
I want to remind you that, of course, we have this crawl bar on the bottom of our screen, so we're watching these results roll in. But as Philip Bump cautioned us to do, be aware of how many precincts are reporting, because if it's just a small percentage of precincts, you can't read too much into it yet until we go back to Phil and get that breakdown of just what parts of the state have sort of weighed in and what votes have already been counted right now. Well, you're watching Election Night Live here at The Washington Post. Please stay with us. We're coming up on 7:30 Eastern Time, and quite soon a few more states are closing their polls. Let's look at North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. 7:30 p.m. poll closing time. While the results are trickling in, we'd like to take a moment to catch us up on some of the key races and results so far that we're seeing come in. Take a look at Indiana, the Senate race there. Mike Braun and Joe Donnelly. Okay, only 10% of precincts reporting, so don't hold your breath either way quite yet, but this is a big must-save for Democrats. Joe Donnelly defending this seat. That's Indiana Senate at this point tonight. We'll keep watching it. Let's look at some House races. Okay, Florida, very interesting race, 26th district. We do see some precincts reporting. Carlos Curbelo is defending this seat. He's a Republican, but Debbie Mucarsel Powell is really taking a slice out of this. This could be a tight race to watch, don't you think, James? Then Virginia, the 7th district, very close to our own backyard, the Richmond area and down south. Dave Bratt, Abigail Spanberger. Dave Bratt was able to primary Eric Cantor just a few years ago, but now he's facing this big challenge from a CIA analyst. This has been a very tough and nasty race. Could be a big bellwether for the country. And Kentucky's 6th district, let's take a look at this one. About 42% of precincts reporting Amy McGrath with a lead right now over Andy Barr. Amy McGrath is a fighter pilot. She broke barriers as the first female F-18 fighter pilot. She's taking on Andy Barr. She's gotten a lot of outside money, but this is a big Trump district. So we'll see what will happen here.
Awesome. Let's see right now what Philip Bump is telling us, who's tracking so many of those races so closely. Philip?
Yes, Eugene. So I want to start very quickly with that Kentucky race that was just mentioned. This is what it looks like right now. Again, only 42% reporting, but compare how it voted in 2016. Bright, solid red. Donald Trump won by 15 percentage points. This is one of the races, this House district in Kentucky, one of the races that's going to determine what the makeup of the House looks like in next January. But the big question on everyone's mind should be, when are we actually going to know who won the House? When are we going to actually know who won the Senate? The last results come in Alaska at 1 a.m. Eastern. Now, there is a race, a House race in Alaska between Don Young and Elise Galvin. Young is the longest-serving member of the House. He's actually in a tougher-than-expected race. But the odds are good we're not going to know who won the House, who won the Senate, even once polls close in Alaska. Why not? Because of our old friends in the state of California. California, notoriously slow at counting ballots. In 2016, 2 weeks after the election ended, there were still more than 2 million ballots remaining to be counted. That actually ended up being why Donald Trump lost the popular vote so badly to Hillary Clinton, as those votes kept trickling in from California. But even then, even once all those ballots are counted in California, we might not know who won. Why? Because of Mississippi. Now, Mississippi has 2 Senate races today, one of which is a special election involving Cindy Hyde-Smith and Chris McDaniel. The odds are, at this point in time, that this is going to go to a runoff, that neither Hyde-Smith nor McDaniel will get to the 50% margin they need in order to win. So that means we're going to have to wait another couple weeks for another election in Mississippi to see who actually wins that race. This is sort of deja vu for McDaniel, who won the initial vote in Mississippi in 2014, then lost the runoff. But while that will probably still be a Republican seat, the makeup of the House, the makeup of the Senate, we're probably not going to know for weeks and weeks to come, giving you all an opportunity to stick with the Washington Post for all of your coverage. coverage. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Philip Bump. What House races are you watching, James, that could be potential bellwethers? We just talked about the Kentucky race. It's sort of unusual, though, because it does have this big outside interest. Amy McGrath has become a big character, one of these women who said, look, I'm going to own who I am. I'm going to show you what I'm all about and run on that. But it is Trump country.
It is Trump country, and I think that there's several different paths for Democrats to pick up the 23 seats. So after the 2016 election, everyone said, wow, there are 24 Republican-held House districts that Hillary Clinton just carried. That's where the fight for the majority is going to be. Democrats are poised, probably going to pick up several of those, but they're also going to compete in a lot of places like Kentucky. One that I'm watching closely is upstate New York, where I was last week, and there's a state assemblyman named Anthony Brindisi. It's like the Utica area, not Syracuse, next to Syracuse. And there's a Republican incumbent there, Claudia Tenney, who kind of struggled to win in 2016, but she way underperformed Trump. Trump won that district by more than 15 percentage points. It's a traditionally kind of ancestrally Democratic district, and the polls all show it tied. Both sides think it's tied. President Trump went there, and President Trump is still sort of, his approval rating is 10% higher than the Republicans' approval rating. So that's a race where can he pull her across the finish line? And also, it's one where we saw literally more campaign ads run in that House district than any other in the country, according to the Wesleyan Media Project. And so, do those move the needle at all? If you spend $10 million trying to link someone to Nancy Pelosi and Nancy Pelosi's unpopular, does that stick?
But Anthony Brindisi has said, hey, I'm not a Pelosi supporter.
Right.
I mean, so there's a real message in a cauldron here, Karen. Healthcare is a big issue in that district, a lot of healthcare ads being run. But Brindisi is fascinating because, as James has reported, he is like a white guy who has deep roots in the community, moderate, running on a moderate platform. Is that the kind of district that might end up being a bellwether for suburban parts of the country?
Yes, and it also reflects the fact that Democratic primary voters have been pretty pragmatic this election season. I think they have voted their heads in some places and not their passions. So, we see a lot of attention to an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the super left candidate, but she was running in a district that was going to be Democratic no matter what. In these places and we saw it starting with Connor Lamb in the special election, in these places where they are true swing districts, the Democrats by and large have a bunch of very pragmatic, moderate candidates running.
Well, a district I'm looking at where the Republicans have generally had a stronghold that could change is actually Georgia 6, where Lucy McBath is running, who was one of the mothers of the movement, lost one of her sons to gun violence, and has been spending the entire election proving to voters that she can talk about more than gun violence. And this race is closer than I think a lot of people thought it was going to be.
And this is a really important district because the nation was focused on this one House race in a special election. Karen Handel ended up winning Tell us, James, how does the focus on that district compare to right now?
Well, it's funny just because there are 435 House races up. I made 6 trips to the Atlanta suburbs north of Atlanta last year, and what's funny is
that was that special election where she barely won against John Ossoff,
and that was the most expensive House race ever. What's interesting though is that Karen Handel, you're right about Lucy. Karen Handel is running a completely different campaign than she did a year ago. So back then, this is one of the if you look at Republican-held seats, this was Tom Price's old seat. He resigned to become HHS secretary. It has one of the highest percentage of college-educated voters of any congressional district in America. Top 10. It's affluent Atlanta suburbs. So last year, when this special election was happening, Karen Handel tied herself closely to the president. Trump campaigned for her during the NRA meeting in Atlanta. Mike Pence went multiple times. This year, she's not running. All her commercials are saying, "I'm an independent voice for Georgia. I stand up to the president," and it shows how much political fortunes have shifted. That in some ways, the places like the Atlanta suburbs have caught up to, I think the national mood about Donald Trump. And we'll see. The fact that Karen Handel is running the race that she is suggests that she does think she's vulnerable. Also, right next door to Georgia 6, another Atlanta suburban district that has gotten way less attention, represented by Robert Woodall. He hasn't run a campaign commercial at all. He sort of is someone that national Republicans are always banging their head against the wall, being like, why isn't this guy working harder? Why isn't he trying to raise more money? He thought he was safe, and now in the final weeks, he's not safe. The polls have shown the race has tightened, so that's one to watch too.
And it'll be fascinating to see how the Georgia governor's governor's race may
Right.
influence voters. So
Right.
if people who are motivated to come out for Stacey Abrams also vote for Lucy McBath. We'll be watching Georgia tonight. Well, our reporters, of course, are checking out the results in critical races across the country, including Senate races in Florida, Missouri, and Texas. And we'll head to Missouri and Texas in just a moment. But first, let's go back to the Post's Rhonda Colvin in Orlando for more on the Senate race between Governor Rick Scott and Senator Bill Nelson. Rhonda?
Thanks, Libby. Yes, as you can see, the room has filled up since the last time you checked in with us. A lot of screaming, a lot of energetic cheers right now. A few people have taken the stage, and they're getting the crowd revved up, although I think the crowd has already been revved up when they came in. They're very excited. They think they're really going to carry this race for Nelson. We can't say enough how close this race has been. In recent polling, the men have only been separated by about 1 point each for the last few weeks, with Nelson with a slight lead. But, you know, that's between the margin of error, so anything really could happen at the end of tonight. We went around the state and the city of Orlando for this weekend talking to voters, asking them, you know, why are you supporting Scott? Why are you supporting Nelson? There are two very familiar candidates in this state. And we spoke to one Scott supporter who said, you know, all politics is local, and it boiled down to those kitchen table issues as to why he was swayed to vote for Scott. Let's take a listen.
We just think the state has been on the proper economy and everything. And I've always been able to keep a job and everything, and that's important for the family, you know. So we just decided to stay with Rick Scott as he's moving up the ladder. I think he's done a good job governing the state, so that's what we think.
Also, people who voted for Scott talked about his performance as governor during the hurricanes, most recently Hurricane Michael. So we are still here at this campaign party. We will be giving you more information through the night as we find out. And back to you in the studio, Libby and Eugene.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Now, as the nation watches to see if the balance of power tips in the Senate, Missouri may be an opportunity for Republicans to pick up a seat.
That's where Democrat Claire McCaskill has been in a fierce fight with GOP challenger Josh Hawley. And the Post's John Gerberg is in St. Louis at the McCaskill Watch Party. So, John, what do Missouri voters want from these candidates?
Thanks, Libby. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we're here at McCaskill's Watch Party, just waiting for supporters to show up now. And I mean, the biggest factor in this race, actually, I mean, when you look at both candidates, this is one of the most vulnerable seats that the Democrats are trying to defend right now. And that's mainly because President Trump remains incredibly popular here in Missouri. I mean, he won in 2016 by almost 20 percentage points, but even now he has an approval rating of over 50%. And that's the name that's on everybody's mind here. And I mean, it's not a surprise that Josh Hawley, the Republican, would hitch essentially his entire campaign to this presidency and to President Trump himself. But even Claire McCaskill, the Democratic incumbent, has been going on the campaign trail talking about the president like this.
I vote 50% of the time with the president. 50% of the time. I voted for 2/3 of his judicial nominees. I voted for more than half of his cabinet members. He has signed into law 38 pieces of my legislation. Clearly, we agree on some things.
And I have to tell you guys, I've been driving around Missouri for the past week. I've talked to dozens and dozens of voters, and the name on the tip of everybody's tongue, it's not Claire McCaskill or Josh Hawley. It's President Trump. I mean, he is an animating force, both for and against in Missouri. He's been to Missouri 7 times this election cycle, just twice in the past week. So he's motivating people both to the polls, and he's motivating how they're voting. So we'll be here tonight to see how that plays out in the polls. Guys?
Thanks, John. Well, when Ted Cruz ran for the Texas Senate seat 6 years ago, he won by a wide margin, but this time it looks a lot more challenging.
It is more challenging. Beyonce endorsed him this year. Not him, but his opponent. The Post's Lee Powell has been following this race for months. He joins us from El Paso. Lee?
Well, Libby and Eugene, Ted Cruz is a favorite of conservative Republicans for his stands on immigration, abortion, and gun control. He's 47 years old and is serving out his first term in the Senate. In 2016, he ran for president. Now, the big surprise here in Texas, in Ruby Red, Texas, is that we have a real race here. The Democrat Beto O'Rourke has raised more money than Ted Cruz, but Cruz has been ahead in the polls. And if you do the math, Cruz probably has the advantage because there are just more Republicans than Democrats here in the state. And that matters because Republicans vote, and they vote where it's important, in those fast-growing suburbs around the big cities. We're talking Houston, Dallas, and Fort Worth. On the campaign trail, Ted Cruz said that he's as tough as Texas. That was his slogan throughout this campaign, and it brought cheers to his fervent crowd wherever he went. Take a look.
You know, right now, there's a great battle waging in Washington between two very different visions for America. There's some who embrace a big government liberal vision of higher taxes, more regulation, more Obamacare, more debt, more government, less freedom. There's some who think the most important thing government can do is provide sanctuary cities and open borders and welcome people to violate our laws. But you know what? That ain't Texas.
Cruz has told supporters that this is a race of contrasts. The divide between him and Beto O'Rourke could not be more stark. They debated twice and agreed on just about nothing. Libby and Eugene, back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee. James, I want you to weigh in on some of these Senate races here.
Yeah, I think that we're seeing a real national realignment underway. That I think the fact that in an environment where the president is as unpopular as he is nationally, Republicans could pick up a Senate seat or two. We've been talking about the most interesting Senate races and hearing great reporting from the ground, but the fact that you could see such a split result does speak to the geographic polarization in our country. A state like Missouri, Claire McCaskill could outperform Hillary Clinton by 10 points and still lose. Yeah. And a state like North Dakota, which we haven't mentioned yet, Heidi Heitkamp widely expected to lose tonight, and it's a state the president carried by more than 25 points. And it shows that it's harder and harder for people to split their tickets. There's actually a historical trend where there are fewer divided Senate delegation states than any time since the early 1960s, when the Deep South was solidly Republican. And Missouri is a very good test of that, where Claire McCaskill is running about as effective a campaign as you can as a Democratic incumbent. She's positioning herself for that state, and it just may not be enough because I think Trump has sort of hastened this broader realignment that you see a lot of people who would have voted for Bill Clinton without thinking twice in the 90s, who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and tonight are going to vote for Josh Hawley.
There are going to be some key Senate races we're watching on the East Coast that'll give us a sense really of the Democrats' prospects of taking control of the Senate. Of course, New Jersey, as we mentioned. We're also watching the big Indiana race as we move west. Florida, very important. And really, as we start to see even those three, Democrats' hopes could be rising or they could already be shattered. So we should be finding out results as the night goes on the early end of things on the East Coast, moving west. Governors are going to be really crucial, Karen, for everything from gerrymandering to local laws and legislation to how the country may be changing. What are you watching in the governor's races?
Well, there are 36 of them this year. A dozen of those are considered toss-ups now. And of those dozen, 10 of them are in states currently held by the Republicans. 8 of them are in states that Donald Trump won, including this big swath of the upper Midwest, which has been so crucial. If Democrats pick up a lot of those seats, I think it is a potentially, in some ways, a realignment that is potentially more significant even than what we see in Washington.
Why?
In part because of what you mentioned. These governors in a lot of places have veto power over reapportionment. They drive policy, but also at a moment where the Democratic Party is trying to figure out its path forward. Some of these governors elected tonight, especially if it's a charismatic figure like Andrew Gillum in Florida or Gretchen Whitmer, who looks now very likely to win in Michigan. These are the kinds of people who will become national figures in their party, and a lot of them will very quickly start getting talked about as presidential candidates.
Yeah, definitely. When I look at these gubernatorial races and you talk about realignments, one of the things I'm thinking about most is the South. and what could happen if Stacey Abrams takes Georgia and if Andrew Gillum takes Florida, and what that means for the Democratic Party and what they will prioritize moving forward, considering that a large percentage of the Democratic supporters are black voters who live in the South.
And you just look at like the Republican class of 2009, 2010. That brought us Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, Scott Walker, just one after another of these people who suddenly became some of the most important voices of their party.
Even as we watch Republicans try to find the boogeyman in the Democratic ranks, who are they going after, right? Is it Nancy Pelosi? Who are the faces? They don't have a lot of those governors to go after. I mean, there isn't that group of Democrats who would love to be the target in some ways of Republicans' attacks because it does elevate their personality and their presence on the national stage, Karen. So I want to mention Georgia briefly because this could be a historic moment for that state, but the winner there has to get more than 50% of the vote. And so even though this could be a very tight race, we may not know by tonight, James, who's actually won.
Yeah, so the Libertarian in the 2014 governor's race got like 2.4%. They've been polling 2%. And if both sides are under 50, it goes to December, just like Mississippi. And
not all states are like this, of
not all
course. This is a
states are
Georgia
like
thing.
This is very specific to Georgia. And the question is, what does that do people not support the Libertarian because this race has gotten so much more attention than previous governor's races?
Oprah Winfrey to
Will
President Obama
Ferrell.
going to that state. Well, we're of course also closely watching what happens in the House tonight. We have an exclusive poll of battleground House districts.
Let's dig into those numbers with the Post's Hannah Jewell, who's joined by our polling director, Scott Clement.
Thanks, guys. I'm so lucky to be here with Scott Clement, the most wanted man in the newsroom, not for any crimes, just because you are the knower of things, the polling director of the Post, and you have some exclusive data, I believe, in your notebook of wonders. What do we know about the electorate so far?
Indeed. So we surveyed voters in 69 of the most competitive battleground districts across the country. And we asked them what they were thinking on Election Day, how they were feeling about their vote, and how they felt about the country. And really see, a contrast of different things. The most common emotion that people felt was that they were hopeful. But number 2 was angry, and number 3 was anxious. So there was a wide range of emotions. I mean, getting down to soup and nuts, you see really different feelings about the economy as well as the direction of the country.
Yeah, I'm really struck by this difference between, 54% of people that you surveyed in battleground districts think the country's on the wrong track, and 79% think the state of the economy is positive. So it's not the economy stupid. Is that the theme?
That's exactly right. If you think about economy and mood of the direction, they often are on the same train track. They are going the same direction. But this year, we've seen that frustrations among Democrats, particularly with Donald Trump, have really caused them to not feel as optimistic about the country overall, even though the vast majority believe that the economy is doing well.
So many people might think, I have a job and I have a salary I'm fine with, the economy is going well, I feel secure, but there's a lot of other issues on my mind. And what are the top issues that the voters that you've surveyed are talking about?
That's right. So you can see, coming back to President Trump and healthcare top the list of issues that voters say are the first or second most important in their vote. They're closely followed by immigration as well as the economy. Further down the list, you see a variety of others, including Nancy Pelosi at the bottom, though she played a big role in some advertisements.
She was the #1 celebrity of Republican attack ads, wasn't she? Was, if you vote for the Democrat in this district, you're getting Nancy Pelosi. But it seems that people don't care that much about that after all.
They didn't after all. It might have swayed a few voters here and there, but the big issues that were debated all year really shone out with Trump and healthcare and economy and immigration.
All our favorites. So I'll let you get back to the newsroom before your editor comes in and tackles me. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Hannah. So we've been talking tonight about how if Democrats are going to build momentum to take over the House, it needs to start in our own backyard in Virginia.
Indeed, several Republican districts could be in jeopardy. The Post's Emily Heil joins us from Dulles for more on those races. Emily?
Hey, Libby. Hey, Eugene. Well, this ballroom is erupting right now. cheers all around. CNN is now projecting this race for Jennifer Wexton. So everyone here very excited, lots of screaming. In fact, I can barely hear you guys. I talked to some supporters earlier who were feeling confident. They were feeling good about things. Wexton was, of course, ahead in the polls. But until this race is called, I think a lot of people are holding off. They're a little bit worried. They're thinking about where they were in 2016 when they were also feeling really confident about another Democratic candidate, Hillary Clinton. And I think we all remember how that night ended. So a lot of cheers here. I think a lot of pent-up energy, people feeling who were feeling confident but couldn't really count those chickens until they hatched. Also big cheers in this ballroom for Senator Tim Kaine. He's, of course, on the ballot again tonight. He's coasting to re-election over Republican Corey Stewart. Corey Stewart is a conservative Republican who rode the support of Trump supporters to win his primary, but really proved to be a problematic candidate in the statewide race. For Republicans particularly, he was problematic. He had ties to several white supremacists. He blamed half the violence in Charlottesville on counter-protesters who were there protesting Nazis. That didn't sit well with Virginia voters. So big cheers in this ballroom here for both of those candidates. We're going to have more, here from the ballroom as the celebration continues. Back to you guys.
Awesome. We're going to check back in with you later. But for now, we got to remember that voters are casting ballots for all 435 House seats.
They all matter, right?
They all matter. But some matter more than others. Some are more complicated than others. Many are safely Republican, many are safely Democrat, but about 30 are true toss-ups.
Some of those races that are under the microscope are in California. Now, many tend to think of California as one big blue state, but swaths of Southern California have been solidly Republican for a long time. That could be changing. The Post's Dalton Bennett is live with us in Costa Mesa at the viewing party for Congressman Dana Rohrabacher. So, Dalton, tell us more about this race between him and Democrat Harley Rouda.
That's right, Eugene and Libby. Right now we're at Scotch Moynihan, an Irish bar in Costa Mesa, California, at the election headquarters of Dana Rohrabacher. Rohrabacher is a 30-year incumbent that has long roots, and serious roots here in the district. He's also known for his unusual connections to Russia and at times controversial statements surrounding gay marriage and climate change. Now, his Democratic challenger is Harley Rouda, a real estate investor and a former Republican that hopes that his moderate credentials will be enough to flip this changing district. We'll be here all night speaking with supporters of Congressman Rohrabacher and just as election results come in. Back to you in the studio.
Dalton Bennett, thanks so much. I think Dalton got the lucky moment of the night because he's stationed at the bar in California. So I do want to point out we have a race call for Virginia. The Senate race there has been called for Tim Kaine as the winner. Very relevant, obviously, to local viewers. No surprise, however, as Emily laid out for us so well, going against Corey Stewart, Tim Kaine, safely Democratic seat. He has retained that. We all, of course, know his name nationally because he ran for vice president just a short time ago. So that's our first official race call of the night. We'll be bringing you more as things go on. I want to mention Dana Rohrabacher because people think of him, if you've heard his name, because he's very pro-Putin.
Right.
And he's this California surfer guy with kids.
You would think Putin would just fix this election for him.
Like pro-Putin. So I want to ask you about some of these people who have risen to national prominence, some for good, some for bad, that are now having to go back to their home districts and deal with potential fallout. I'm thinking everyone from Duncan Hunter, to even a Devin Nunes type, who seems to be in a safer position, obviously, in California. Talk to us about some of those races.
Yeah, it's a great point, and those guys have been able to raise a lot of money. Not Duncan Hunter. In two cases you have
because he's under indictment.
Because in two cases you have sitting Republican congressmen who are up for re-election tonight who were under indictment. Duncan Hunter for misusing federal taxpayer resources, and Chris Collins in the Buffalo area of New York for insider trading. Both deny wrongdoing, but Devin Nunes. That's a race that might have actually been somewhat competitive in a normal environment because Nunes was had remained a generic Republican, but because he's so close with the president, because he's the face of sort of the opposing the Russia investigation, trying to undermine Mueller, he's been able to raise a lot of money from Republicans, and because it's a Trump district, he is able to nationalize that race, and he's well positioned to get re-election, even though in some ways he's not even running a campaign. He's not doing events in the district. People who've tried to go to his district offices have found them closed during the day. But he has successfully taken advantage of his notoriety to help his reelection campaign.
Something I want to ask you about is how this all matters for 2020 and President Trump's reelection prospects. James, you've written about how there are some key states, places like Florida, that how they go tonight might really matter for President Trump's future. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, and so in the Midwest, I think that the blue wall was places that Trump won that Democrats had carried every election since 1992. So Trump was able to pick off Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, kind of this line of states. And you do have, it matters in a state like Michigan and Wisconsin. The state Democratic parties have been decimated because of the moves that the Republican governors have made against unions. And so union power is very weakened. And because they've been out of power for so long, the state Democratic Party apparatus is also weakened. And so if you elect a Tony Evers in Wisconsin or a Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, you're able to rebuild some of those state party infrastructures, which will help in a presidential environment.
And one more, as long as we're talking Michigan, there's a little anomaly, historic something going on in Michigan tonight as well, and that the entire Democratic ticket of statewide offices in Michigan is women. This is the first time I think this has ever happened. Gretchen Whitmer did pick a man for her running mate, but up and down all the statewide offices, the Democrats nominated women.
I also think what would be really interesting, what this could communicate to Donald Trump in 2020, as you know, we just saw Corey Stewart take an L, is that you cannot campaign the way that Trump has in the future if you want to be effective. That's a huge message I think a lot of Republicans will get tonight if they aren't successful. I think this whole idea that appealing to Trumpism is going to be an effective campaign strategy could be disproven if there's a loss.
But Karen, is America both sending and receiving a mixed message here about what works in Trump speak?
You know, I think so. And it's what's interesting is the message that the Republican Party is going to get. If tonight is a huge repudiation of Donald Trump, are these members of Congress on the Republican, are they going to be as scared of him? Are they going to be as scared of a random tweet? Or are they going to feel like they have to sort of go back to a lot of the principles that they have essentially abandoned?
What would be a huge
Donald
repudiation?
Trump?
Big blowout in the House, and
well, if
Republicans keep the Senate, is that still a win for Democrats?
Well, it depends. I think if both houses went, that would, I think, basically change the Republican Party's calculus of its relationship with Donald Trump.
Karen Tumulty, thank you so much. James Hohmann, thank you. We know you have to write your newsletter for tomorrow morning, which means you're getting up at what time?
I probably won't go to sleep.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so watch for the Daily 202 tomorrow morning. Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you, Eugene. And stay with us for continued live coverage. You're watching Election Night live from the Washington Post. With me all night is Eugene Scott. I'm Libby Casey. It's 8 o'clock Eastern Time, and a large number of states are now closing their polls. That includes Maryland, Delaware, Tennessee, as well as a number of other states that we're watching closely. Polls in Missouri, for example, are now closed.
Indeed, and the panhandle of Florida is now closing, and most of the polls in eastern Texas have closed as well. But polls in Houston are staying open an extra hour.
And as we will do every half hour, we'd like to take a moment to catch up on some of the key races and results so far. So here's what we're seeing. Virginia's 2nd House District, a fascinating race to watch. This pits two Navy veterans against each other. We'll be watching to see if Democrat Elaine Luria can overcome Scott Taylor. Right now, we've got about a quarter of precincts reporting. Moving on to Virginia's 10th district. Of course, this is one where we have our Emily Heil stationed. Jennifer Wexton is beating Barbara Comstock. Barbara Comstock, the incumbent there. This could be a big pickup for Democrats in a district that is leaning Democratic. And Florida, we're watching the Senate battle here. Bill Nelson trying to keep his seat from the outgoing governor, Rick Scott. We can see there 38% of precincts reporting Bill Nelson does have a lead. And of course, we've already called Virginia, not a surprise for Tim Kaine in the Senate. There are, 35 Senate seats up for grabs, Eugene, but we're really watching under 10 to be that toss-up race to see what happens there.
Indeed, it's going to tell us a lot. And right now, to tell us a bit, let's send it back upstairs to Philip Bump, who's keeping track of several of these close races.
Yes, thank you, Eugene. So I want to start very quickly talking about the Virginia race that just got called for Tim Kaine in the Senate. Look at these counties right in here, okay? Watch as I switch between the results from tonight and the results from 2016. Notice how many of them go from red in 2016 to blue in 2018. Those are the kind of flips that the Democrats want to see nationally. And not only do they want to see it nationally in places like Virginia, where they're already expecting to win, but they really want to see it in places like Iowa, right? So if we look at the map of Iowa in 2016, keep an eye on this section right here and watch what happens when we compare that to 2012. All that blue in Iowa became red in 2016. There we go. That is the same thing that happened in states like Michigan, that at the end of the day were states that were critical to President Trump winning the presidency. If we look at Michigan, in 2016, you see all this red, particularly here in the middle of the state. When we go to 2012, a lot more blue. Democrats are going to have to see a lot of counties do that switch from red back to blue that Donald Trump used to propel him to the presidency. The Democrats want to see that in a lot of House races, Senate races, and governor's races tonight. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Philip Bump. We're now joined by Jacqueline Alemany, author of the Post Power Up morning newsletter. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having
also,
me.
Dan Baltz, our chief correspondent covering national politics, the presidency, and Congress. And of course, I'm here with Eugene Scott. Okay, Dan, I just heard you say a wow. What do you?
I'm looking at Kentucky 6, where Amy McGrath is running against Andy Barr. It is 20 votes apart. Amy McGrath. 101-340 to 101-320. That race, she had a bigger lead than that 15 minutes ago.
Just a little bit ago.
And that has suddenly closed. So I don't know where the new vote came in, but it was obviously better for Barr than her.
We can take a look at those numbers right now. Okay, lesson to be learned here, Dan, about when to call a race and how this all filters in. Talk to us about lessons learned over the years as we watch these precincts come in to keep our perspective until we see a fuller picture.
Well, I could talk about the night of 2000 when I was doing the lead-all for the paper that night, and it looked as though that race was being called for George W. Bush. And so I was rewriting the top of the story to say Bush appears to have been elected president based on what happened in Florida. That story was on the press, ready to go. And somebody noticed, I think it was a combination of Steve Call, who was our managing editor, and Marilee Schwartz, who was then our political editor, both noticed that Florida had suddenly tightened and was up for grabs. And Len Downey pulled that off the press. I still have the plate of that. What would have been a terrible mistake on our part. There's no advantage to calling races ahead of the moment. You can look at these numbers and you can kind of make hunches, and some of them we'll see tonight. They'll be pretty easy to call, but a lot of these, they'll move up and down and up and down, and I think we just have to, we have to wait until there is as much vote as possible to be able to know.
Jackie, Power Up. I'm a reader now. You just started this recently, but you dived right in. One of the headlines today was like, Trump is making a last-minute pitch to women. Is it too late? What is that message that he's trying to convey? I saw he had Kellyanne Conway on stage with him a little bit, Ivanka Trump, Melania Trump missing from the campaign circuit.
This fall in Africa, I guess.
Right, but how is President Trump trying to make that last-minute pitch?
Well, so I don't think that the president himself was actually rhetorically making that pitch, but it was more of a last-minute presentation put forth by him with his daughter, who has made very limited appearances with friends or people that she's called friends that she's worked with on the GOP tax bill, and she's campaigned so for Dean Heller, Claudia Tenney, and Kim Reynolds. Just a handful, then Kellyanne Conway and Sarah Huckabee Sanders all appeared on stage with the president, which really was the first time this happened the entire campaign cycle. And, simultaneously, he had also admitted that he could have taken a much softer tone after 2 years of nonstop inflammatory rhetoric, which all of those signs sort of pointed to him, maybe the light going off and realizing that he does have a serious problem here, although the numbers have been problematic for a month now. When I talked with the White House's political shop earlier in October, they dismissed the 27-point gender gap. So
we'll know more as the night goes on, how much that really matters. I have to let you know we have a race called Jennifer Wexton. The Washington Post says that Jennifer Wexton is the projected winner of Virginia's 10th House District, defeating Barbara Comstock, the incumbent. For more on this, let's go to Emily Heil, who's at the Wexton Watch Party. Let's check in with Emily now and see if she has more to tell us. Emily.
Yes, well, this Wexton Watch Party is turning into a Wexton Victory Party. Folks behind me, very excited, obviously still glued to these screens because this race isn't the only one they're watching tonight. They're watching neighboring districts. They're watching national races. So, you know, people here are still very interested in these returns coming in, but they're pretty excited about their candidate. Now, I've been told by Wexton spokesman that we're just waiting for Barbara Comstock to call, and then Jennifer Wexton will be out making her speech to this group of volunteers and supporters who I think will be very curious to hear from her. So Jennifer Wexton making a little bit of history tonight. And there we have it. Big cheer. Big cheers in the room. So this seat, which has been held by Republicans for almost 40 years, now in Democratic hands, and folks here are loving it. Back to you guys in the studio. I'll have more.
Thanks so much, Emily Heil at the Wexton Watch Party. Jackie, I want to return to you. Other parts of these early districts that have closed that you'll be watching, like are there specific states you're watching, either for Senate races or for House races, that you think might be bellwethers or indicators of the rest of the night?
Yeah, well, the two races I know that GOP operatives and the White House are watching closely are the Andy Barr, Amy McGrath race that Dan just mentioned, which is neck and neck, 20 votes apart at the moment, and then the Virginia races. Although I did have an operative tell me this morning that they had assumed Comstock would lose. And so, but if there were any more losses outside of Comstock in traditionally Republican strongholds, that would potentially be problematic. But someone used an analogy that I loved this morning about the Andy Barr race, which is that they're viewing it as the first round of the NCAA tournament. So if they lose, they're out of the tournament. If they win, they move on to the next round.
Appropriate for Kentucky, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's all basketball in Kentucky.
What states are you watching? What districts are you watching, Dan?
Well, I think like everybody, I'm watching both races in Florida, the Georgia gubernatorial race. I'm interested in governor's races because I think, they get kind of washed away in a year like this when there's so much focus on the House and Senate, and yet I think they're very important. It's an opportunity for Democrats to begin to regain ground that they lost over the last 8 years. I'm watching Wisconsin in particular, where Scott Walker is running for a third term, but actually running for the fourth time. And that race has been a toss-up race for some time, so I'm watching that one. In terms of the House races, I mean, we're watching the ones we've talked about. These Virginia races outside of the Comstock Wexner race, I think that everybody assumed that Comstock was going to lose this race. There are several other suburban districts that are somewhat in this profile where Republicans have very little hope of holding them. But it's as you go farther out into districts that are a little less suburban, a little bit more rural, where the battle's really going to be joined, and that's going to determine whether the degree to which there is a Democratic majority. I think everybody believes that by the time we get through the night, there will be a Democratic majority in the House, but how much is that going to turn out to be? And, as we were in 2016, we could end up being surprised.
You mentioned Florida and how key it is, both for the Senate race and the governor's race.
Indeed. The Post Rhonda Coven is in Orlando right now and can tell us more about why those races are so significant. Rhonda?
That's right, Eugene. These races are significant. Of course, we're here at Bill Nelson's watch party, but we're also watching that race that has caught the nation's eye. That's the race between Andrew Gillum, the Tallahassee mayor, and Ron DeSantis, a former congressman for Florida. That matchup could potentially be historic, as if Gillum is elected, he would be the first black governor in the state of Florida. And also, depending on how that gubernatorial race plays out in Georgia, he could be the only black governor in all 50 states right now. So a lot of people are watching that history factor through the night. And there's also another factor, though, with that race, and it's the fact that it's a microcosm, perhaps, of our nation's politics right now. On one side, you have DeSantis, who is a Trump supporter. He's very vocal about how he likes the president, how he likes his policies, and how he will make sure that he enforces them here in Florida. Trump was just here campaigning for him just a few days ago, calls him his friend. So for DeSantis, he's very much a Republican. On the other end, you have Gillum, who is very much a Democratic darling right now. He has had pretty much everybody of the who's who of national Democrats come and campaign from around the state. He's had Bernie Sanders, Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Obama. So a lot of people believe that he's created an energy for the Democrats and perhaps also brought some energy to the Nelson camp as well. So we'll bring you more more as the night goes on. And back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. In Missouri, polls just closed, and not only has the Senate race gotten national attention, Eugene, but money has poured in from around the country, and it ended up being one of the most expensive this year.
Absolutely. And for more on this, let's go to John Gerberg, who's at Claire McCaskill's watch party in St. Louis. John?
Thanks, Eugene. Yeah, I mean, if you want to know how important this race is nationally, just look at the money. I mean, outside groups outside of Missouri have spent over $70 million on this race here in Missouri. That's according to the Center for Responsive Politics, and that's the second highest in the nation. And what does all that money actually add up to? Attack ads everywhere. I mean, if anywhere in Missouri you turn on the TV and all you see is wall-to-wall political campaign ads that are often really harsh and really biting. And, you know, driving around this state, talking to voters, the one thing I heard from Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike was that people are fed up with this. There was a disgust with the level of the rhetoric and the way this race had kind of taken shape. And just take Judy Williams, a former school teacher I met in Central Missouri, and here's how she put it to me.
I am so sick and tired of all the negative crap, and I'm sick of McCaskill, and I'm sick of Hawley, and I'm done with it. I don't want to hear any more about it. I'll be glad when it's over, period.
What are you so sick of?
I just said, all the negative crap going on.
How much do you think that has to do with, there's one of the highest rates of outside money being spent on this?
And that's another thing that's wrong. They ought to have a limit on contributions, and they ought to have term limits on the people, too. Goodbye.
And I'll tell you, Eugene, you know, despite her dismay at the rhetoric of the campaign, I did ask Judy Williams as she was walking away if she was still going to show up to the polls today on Tuesday, and she looked at me like I was crazy, and she said, of course.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've talked to a lot of voters who are turning out, who voted early, but they really have been really pissed off with just how negative this whole campaign has been. Not just the actual ideas, but some of these ads we saw in Arizona, these robocalls just got really ugly and nasty, and it affects morale.
But does it affect votes? I mean, ultimately, how does that weigh if Judy, who's pretty darn had it, right? She's still going to go out and vote, though.
Yeah.
So, Jackie, what does that mean for closing messages?
I was just thinking about this earlier today because another race I know everyone's watching, but I think sort of overlooking the significance of is the Beto-Ted Cruz race. Just for turnout reasons, I think if the race is a lot tighter than people suspect, if Beto does happen to win, that'll be because probably there's been a large minority and youth voter turnout. But then also because I think, Beto has sort of maintained and eschewed this partisan rancor. I think it's an easy contrast against Ted Cruz, who has really engaged in a lot of negative attacks. But that has been really attractive to voters on the ground, I know.
Is there danger in tone just turning people off, Dan, in a way that makes them stay home?
I don't think we see any evidence that people are staying home this year. I mean, I think quite the contrary. And people hate the tone of politics today. People, no matter whether they like Donald Trump or don't like Donald Trump, don't like the tone that Donald Trump takes. You talk to Republicans who are Trump supporters, and one of the things they almost all agree on is they wish his Twitter feed was taken away from him and he couldn't do what he does on Twitter. But that doesn't change the fact that in a divided country, which we are today, that people see real stakes in these elections. And both sides have done everything they possibly can to kind of stoke that sense of what's at stake in this election. I mean, the president has talked about it in extreme terms, but Democrats talk about it also, that something has to change. And I think that that's what we're seeing in this election. I mean, we're likely to see the highest turnout we've ever seen in a midterm election. And that is saying something given all of the negativity that we've been through.
As we've watched the closing arguments and we watch people try to seal the deal with voters, I'd love to get a sense from you of what happens tomorrow, regardless of who wins, in terms of Democrats being able to fulfill their promises, Republicans being able to, they're talking about health care as an issue. Republicans are running now and saying, no, I'll protect your pre-existing conditions. Can both sides deliver on their promises to voters?
Well, I would not expect great changes in the ability of Washington to deal with some of these problems. Depending on what the makeup of the House is, the president will have a choice to make as to whether he works with the Democrats or not. If the Democrats are in the majority, they will have to make a decision about how they want to proceed. Do they want to put forth an agenda even if it can't make it through the Senate and get to the president's desk and get a signature? Do they want to get something done with the president? How do they do that? But I think no matter how this election turns out, or almost how it turns out, we're going to be still a very divided country.
Although Nancy Pelosi on NewsHour shortly before this programming started did signal that she was open to finally doing an infrastructure deal. So perhaps the White House's infrastructure week will finally come to fruition.
You've been saying Groundhog Day, infrastructure week over and over again. Well, one place we're checking in with tonight, of course, is Texas, which Jackie mentioned a few moments ago. And the Post's Lee Powell has spent a lot of time the last few months driving to political events in the state, meeting with voters. Lee, great to see you. This is not just a high-profile Texas Senate race that's worth talking about. Tell us about some of the House races you're watching.
Well, that's right, Libby and Eugene. Beto O'Rourke, Ted Cruz may be on the tip of everyone's tongue here, but there are other races to look at. Let's take a look at Congress. I mean, the Texas congressional delegation here is massive, 36 members, but we're watching 3 districts in particular where Democrats think they can beat those Republicans incumbents, because these are areas where Hillary Clinton won in 2016. We're going to go to some graphics to take a look at these districts. First, we go to Houston and the 7th congressional district, where 9-term incumbent John Culberson faces attorney Lizzie Fletcher. It's a district with lots of population growth that's becoming more diverse every year, but both candidates are downplaying party ties. Fletcher wasn't around when Nancy Pelosi made a campaign stop, and Culberson wasn't even in the arena when President Trump came to Houston campaigning for Senator Ted Cruz. Next to Dallas and the 32nd congressional district, House veteran Pete Sessions has a strong challenge here from Democrat Colin Allred, a civil rights lawyer and former NFL linebacker for the Tennessee Titans. This district is highly educated, taking in a swath of Dallas and its suburbs that's seen big increases in Hispanic and Asian populations. Hillary Clinton narrowly won here in 2016. Finally, in the 23rd congressional district, Republican incumbent Will Hurd faces Gina Ortiz-Jones, an Iraq War veteran. This district is huge, spread across 2 time zones of sparsely populated West Texas and 820 miles of the Texas-Mexico border. Driving across the district, well, it takes 10 hours. Hurd is touting his efforts at bipartisanship, notably live streaming a cross-country road trip to Washington with Beto O'Rourke, who, of course, is now running for Senate. Now, Libby and Eugene, here's the thing. People tell me that even if Beto O'Rourke loses the race for Senate, the energy, the enthusiasm he brought from his campaign could, in fact, help these Democrats in Congress running further down the ballot. Well, how? By driving up turnout. Back to you.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. So, Jacqueline, when you look at these races in Texas, some of these House races, what do you think it will communicate if the delegation from Texas actually does end up being more blue than it has in the past?
I think what it communicates is that the president's messaging, his nonstop messaging on the caravan, his anti-immigrant rhetoric, is not sitting as well as you would necessarily suspect. You know, a lot of his claims the past few weeks have been proven largely false about crime and immigration on the border. Some of those towns and some of those districts are actually some of the safest districts in the country, contrary to what the president would like voters to believe. I think what it also means is that finally, perhaps Democrats have been able to turn out Latinos, which have been a pretty elusive group in past elections, along with young people.
But Jackie and Eugene, if the opposite happens, if Republicans are able to hold on to those districts, is that an affirmation of President Trump's style and message, or is it more complicated than that?
I definitely think it is a bit more complicated because Texas is complicated, right? It's this incredibly conservative state, people think, but with huge college towns and urban areas,
you have Houston's one of the most diverse places in the country.
Absolutely, including with immigrants and refugees, right? And then we talk about the Latino voters who everyone thinks are much more likely to go Democrat, which they are, but they're very often socially conservative in Texas. So whatever happens there, I think either party shouldn't see it as a mandate, but perhaps the beginning of a conversation about what these voters actually want. What do you think?
And just to add to that, actually, I do know there was also some tensions between, the president campaigned for Ted Cruz at the last minute, I think last week it was, and I know that there was tensions between the Cruz campaign and the Trump White House about whether or not the president was going to go down there and whether or not he'd actually be helped, right? Because there is a bit of a difference between Cruz Republicans and Trump Republicans at the end of the day as well.
Dan, the president, if he retains the Senate with his party, if he retains the House, will of course say that this is a mandate on not only my policies, but the way I do things, my style of doing business. Will Republicans see it the same way?
Well, the president will, in some way or another, find a silver lining almost no matter what happens in this election. He is not one to admit mistakes, and he is not one to admit that he's taken a loss. If the Senate ends up in Democratic hands, there's no other way to look at it than that this is, in one way or another, a repudiation.
As President Obama would call it, a shellacking.
A shellacking, or as President Bush called it, a thumping, or, you can pick your adjective. And if the president does a press conference on Wednesday, we'll see what he says about it. We've never had a midterm election that I can recall that has been this much a referendum on the incumbent. All midterms are, in fact, a referendum on the president. But this one more so because of the way he has governed for the past 2 years, because of the divisions within the country, because of the energy on both sides that has been tapped by these various campaigns. So, almost any way you cut it, this election revolves around Donald Trump. And, we will all interpret the results and make personal judgments and political judgments, and the president will do the same. But I think Republicans, if there is a big setback, will begin to reevaluate what it means to have him as president, but also to have a Republican base that is as devoted to the president as they are.
Well, regardless of what happens in these races overnight here, the midterms have already made history in the amount of money being spent to try to influence the outcome. Let's go now to Hannah Jewell with a look at the staggering amount of money behind the fight for the Senate. Hannah?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Anu Narayanswamy, who tracks all this incredible amount of money being spent on these midterm elections. As a person with a net worth of about $85, I've been very personally staggered by these figures. Is this the most expensive midterm race of all time?
Yeah. Yes, it is. It is the most expensive midterms, and every election has become like that. It's become the most expensive race. In 2016, the presidential race was the most expensive, and now this is the most expensive midterm, and it's only going upwards.
So is this just going to keep going forever? Is there an upper limit of the amount of money that can possibly be spent on, negative ads?
Well, that's the whole point of Citizens United. There is no upper limit. People, corporations, or anybody who wants to influence an election can spend as much money as they want or can.
So what has been the most expensive race, or what are the most expensive races of this term, of this midterm?
Some of the most competitive Senate races are the most expensive. So I think the most expensive right now is the Florida Senate race, followed by Missouri, and then by Texas. And each one of these races is a little different. In Florida, for example, a lot of the money is coming from the candidate.
That's right, they're spending millions of dollars on themselves.
Correct.
So that's going to be a particularly stinging feeling for whoever loses there.
Probably. I mean, in that race, Rick Scott, who is just independently wealthy, has spent a ton of money, millions and millions, on getting himself elected.
And you don't get that money back if you lose, do
no,
you?
You don't. It's all gone. And what's happening in Missouri is a lot of the super PACs and big outside groups, including the Democratic and Republican Party committees, are spending a ton of money. And in Texas, it's a little different. In the Beto race, Beto versus Cruz race, we're seeing a lot of small money donors. And what that means is that people who are writing checks or going online and contributing to Beto's campaign, they are spending less than $200 each time they're giving. But it amounts to a lot of money.
This is the thing that you see Beto particularly, boast about a little as candidates who get a lot of small donations do, as Obama did in 2008. So we'll see how effective those small donations were.
Yeah, that's yet to be seen in the Texas race.
Thank you so much for being with us. Maybe we'll check in with you again. Back to you guys for now.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Okay, what's a win for Democrats tonight? What's a win for Republicans? Dan, this may sound obvious, but I want to hear you talk about where the winners and losers might lie?
Well, a win for the Democrats is to win the majority in the House of Representatives and probably to win it by more than a couple of seats. I mean, I think that going into today, a lot of Democratic strategists had kind of boosted their expectations from the 30 to 35 seat pickup to 35 to 40 seat pickup, but with 35 kind of being the agreed upon, expectation. If they fall well short of that, there will be disappointment, even if they do have the majority.
Can I hold you there 1 minute before we go to Republicans? Just to say we do have a race call in a House district in Florida. Donna Shalala winning this race over Maria Elvira Salazar. Salazar is a well-known, longtime TV journalist. Was touting her roots in Florida, but Donna Shalala, a former staffer from the President Clinton years, Dan, has taken this seat and won that district that was held by Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, so it was a GOP seat. It's now turned blue, Dan.
And not just a staffer. I mean, she was a cabinet secretary.
Did I say staffer? She was the secretary of HHS. Yeah.
And I guess would be the oldest House freshman at age 77, I believe it is. That race has been leaning in her direction all along, but the Democrats will, be quite happy to have that on the board.
So you were saying that pickups in the House of significant numbers is a win for Democrats. Even if they lose the Senate, is that still a winning night?
Well, if they lose the Senate, that will be a win for the Republicans. Although I think everybody knows that the map for the Republicans in the Senate is extremely favorable. This map, somebody said this is the best map for a political party since popular vote for Senate began back in the early part of this last century. And Democrats have been in a very, very difficult position. So winning the net of the number of seats that they have to win to get the majority has been difficult all along. And I think that a couple of things have happened that have made that more difficult. One was the Kavanaugh confirmation fight, which began to put energy into the Republican base. And the second is the president's relentless campaign schedule over the last 2 weeks of this election. We've never seen a president campaign as vigorously and as energetically as President Trump. So I think to the extent that they pull out some of these very, very tight races, they will be indebted to the president for that.
And Jackie, a win for Republicans in the Senate could mean a pickup of seats. And how many seats you are ahead in the Senate, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, is a big deal. I mean, just having a little more of a safety net would be a successful night for Republicans.
Yeah, and I think either way, it's so hard to define a win and a loss because the president is going to spin this and twist this, at his whim. And I think if Republicans do lose the House, you're going to see the president still spin it as a win. And try to just talk up, and then if Republicans lose the House but win the Senate, all you're going to hear from the president.
Focus will be from President Trump.
Exactly. So either way, for this president, it's going to be a win.
Sure.
Are you watching winners and losers tonight, Eugene, in that same way?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's really important, though, to see what the basis of each party are saying. I think whoever wins should listen to the people who got them the win and figure out what it is that they want. So.
All right. Well, stay with us. You're watching live election night coverage here at The Washington Post. It's now 8:30 Eastern Time, and polls are closing in one more state. That would be Arkansas. Among the races there, voters will be deciding whether to re-elect Asa Hutchinson as governor. He is favored strongly over Democrat Jared Henderson. As we want to do every half hour, we'll take a moment to catch you up on some of the key races and results so far. So let's check in with West Virginia, one of these early states we're watching. Just 2% of precincts reporting there, but if we can look back at that West Virginia graphic, you can see Joe Manchin is ahead of Patrick Morrisey at this point. 2% though reporting, so keep your powder dry, West Virginia. This is early, and so we'll see where that goes. Florida's 27th district, this has been called for Donna Shalala, the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, under Bill Clinton, taking that House seat in Florida. Going on now to our next seat tonight. We're watching this Florida governor's race. 60% of precincts reporting. You can see there neck and neck. Ron DeSantis with a slight lead. the Trump-loving Republican over Andrew Gillum, the Democrat. And in Georgia, we're just getting some initial numbers in here. Brian Kemp with an early lead over Stacey Abrams, but once again, these are very early numbers. Key thing about this race, you have to get 50% or more, essentially over 50%, to take home that governorship tonight. Otherwise, it will go into a runoff. And let's look at Pennsylvania, one of the many districts in Pennsylvania we'll be watching tonight, George Scott and Scott Perry. This is going to be a fascinating race to watch. It is considered one of those Pennsylvania toss-ups. The defendant in this race, the Republican Scott Perry, is a Freedom Caucus member, so very conservative. But his opponent, George Scott, is a retired Army officer and pastor and seen as a political outsider. We'll watch to see where races like this one go. Now let's send it back up to Phil Bump, who's keeping track of several of these close races. Hi, Philip.
Why, hello, Libby. So let's talk about Florida. Florida, obviously, a state that a lot of people are paying a lot of attention to. Big governor's race, big senatorial race. Right now, 71% reporting from the governor's race in Florida. Republican Ron DeSantis has a slight lead, very slight lead, half a percentage point over Andrew Gillum. But there are optimistic signs for both camps if we look at the map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the vote circles. These little circles all indicate how many votes have been cast in each county. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to circle a few counties here. One by Tampa, one just north of Miami, just north of Orlando, up here by Jacksonville. Now, when I look at what happened in 2016, all of those counties were red counties in 2016. They all went for Donald Trump. If you remember, Florida in 2016, Donald Trump narrowly won, 1.3 percentage points. He won the state of Florida just by a little tiny bit. But all of these counties went from red to blue. And not only that, the size of the circles, if you compare them, not much smaller, meaning that a lot of votes have come in all of these places. That's the good news for the Gillum camp. However, if we look at two other things, I'm going to circle again, Tallahassee, and then up here in the Panhandle, sort of a different story. We know there's a lot of votes left to come in the Panhandle. The Panhandle closes later than the rest of the state. It's a much more conservative part of the state. And you can see, when I go back to 2018, these little red circles are much smaller. There's still more votes to come in the Panhandle. But Tallahassee is where Andrew Gillum, he's the mayor of Tallahassee. This is a place where he should be doing well. If you look, Hillary Clinton had 60.5% of the vote. Gillum has 62.8% of the vote. He's not doing as well there as you might expect. So this is there's good news on both sides for these candidates. Still a close race, still a lot to come in. But what we want to look at is how things have changed. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Philip. We're now joined here in the studio by White House reporter Seungmin Kim. Seungmin, thanks so much for being here. And also Dave Weigel, a national reporter covering politics. Great to have you. And of course, as always, Eugene Scott. Okay, Dave Weigel, what are you seeing so far? Eugene and I have been tethered to this desk, but you've been able to watch the numbers and see what's emerging.
To a desk not very far away.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. You have more screens, though, than we do.
It looks a lot like 2016. Marginally, since Hillary Clinton's on the ballot, Democrats are outperforming her. Republicans are performing about where Donald Trump was last time. So you're seeing an advantage for Democrats, but not a massive one. If you check Twitter, which hopefully you're being saved from now by being in this studio, there's a lot of panic right now, I think, because people are waiting for some big race they didn't expect to break, or they're waiting for Florida to be a more obvious Democratic victory than it was. Instead, you're seeing Democrats doing very well in the suburbs, probably on the edge of what they need to win the House, around 30 seats, which is what we thought coming into tonight. But people got kind of giddy in the last 2 days.
Republicans got a little giddy too, though. I feel like recently. Talk about a Republican enthusiasm and optimism coming into tonight.
Well, until tonight, Democrats had won a bunch of special elections, but there's still the idea that Donald Trump has a sort of animating power that no president has had to get his base out, and they were counting on that. When you looked at turnout rising, Republicans were encouraged by a lot of what they saw in turnout today in Florida. Again, they were encouraged by some what they saw in Arizona and California. Again, it was all cherry picking in the early vote, but none of it was the sort of collapse of base turnout that you saw in 2010 when Democrats lost everything. So you've got a president who's about as unpopular as Obama was in 2010, but not the same sleepiness from his base.
Seungmin, you've been on the campaign trail, I would call it. You've been out with President Trump, who of course is not on the ballot, but your dispatches from him going around the country have been so fascinating. Is there a different mood in the rallies than you're seeing in the rest of the country?
Well, I think we'll look at where President Trump has been going, especially in the last days of the campaign. It is not these House battlegrounds in suburban Virginia or Pennsylvania. It is the deep ruby red conservative territory, such as, well, let's look at where he was just yesterday. He closed out his 11-campaign, 6-day swing in states such as Missouri and Indiana, where there are very heavily contested Senate races. He won those states by double digits in 2016. He's still very much popular there. And the Republican candidates in those states have really tied themselves. They are clinging to Trump right now to essentially push them over the finish line. But I think there's really, those two states are the super close states that we're watching right now in the Senate.
I do want to mention Jennifer Wexton is speaking right now in Virginia. Let's take a listen to this.
Passion to this campaign, and that is why I stand before you tonight as your Congresswoman-elect. When we work together, we accomplish great things. Because we work together, we sent a message that we want a better nation. That we demand a better nation. A nation where we treat each other with dignity and with respect. Because we don't have to live in a nation where people are stripped of their health care. We don't have to live in a nation where our kids go to schools that are crumbling. We don't have to live in a nation where children are torn away from their parents at the border. And we don't have to live in a nation where people live in fear of being gunned down in synagogues, churches, workplaces, movie theaters, or anywhere in their communities. Our country is better than that. It has to be better than that. And it will be better than that. Americans deserve a nation where our children are safe, sick people get the health care they need, immigrants are welcome, schools are successful, and it's no longer easier to buy a gun than it is to vote. That is the America I believe in. That is the America you all worked for, and that is the America that Virginia 10 just voted for. But that does not mean that our work is done. We have so much still to do. And that takes us to the most important part, what comes next. It's no secret that our country and our communities are bitterly divided. Our politics are harsh and tribal. We know we cannot continue like this. We know that a house divided cannot stand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. So it's up to us now to begin the work of returning our nation to the core values that we know America stands for, to the belief that we are all created equal and we all have the right to the pursuit of happiness. This will only happen if, as we did in this campaign, we come together and we work together, not to win votes, but to win back the inclusion, compassion, civility, and dignity that make America the nation we all know and love. We have more hard work ahead
Jennifer
of us.
Wexton's victory speech in a Virginia House race. Democrats were optimistic they could take this race, but I think it's a real relief that they did win it. I'd like to thank the iPhone guy there in the front for moving his phone down so we could see Congresswoman-elect Wexton. Eugene, she's giving a message right now that she hopes has resonated with voters. Pull out the key pieces for us here.
Yeah, there are two key points that I took away because they've been so recent and so newsy. One, the immigration issue and the children at the border being locked in cages. People haven't been talking about that as much as they were maybe a couple months ago, but that's still not an issue that's been resolved, but still an issue that a lot of voters care about. And also, I was going to say also the shootings, the gun violence in the synagogue. This is still gun control is still very much an issue with these voters, and I felt like she really addressed that and promised that moving forward, that's something she would talk about.
And I was obviously struck by the first thing that came out of her mouth, which was the issue of health care. We've seen how disciplined Democrats have been over the issue of health care this entire cycle. I mean, sometimes Democrats get criticized for lacking a message, lacking an economic message, but you can't disagree that they've really been disciplined on this health care message, that Republicans would repeal the Affordable Care Act, that they would take away protections for pre-existing conditions. This has been a message that has worked for senators running for re-election in conservative states and also for these suburban districts as well.
What does the Wexton win mean for Democrats?
Oh, they were expecting it. I think Republicans spent a lot of money there because the internal polls for Comstock suggested something no one else saw, which was that you could still pull it out. So it suggests they are hitting those marks in the suburbs, but the areas that have big rural, the states and districts that have big rural pockets, those are not delivering at 2016 margins, but they're doing just enough. So that's that's a seat they can win if they take the House or not, the Wexton seat.
All right, not a guarantee of anything else happening tonight. Well, a lot of eyes are in Florida, as we've already been speaking about. We're getting an initial look at where voter enthusiasm might lie tonight. Of course, there's a key Senate seat up for grabs in Florida. And the Post's Rhonda Colvin is in Orlando with more on the issues that are galvanizing voters there. Rhonda?
You know, you all mentioned how Jennifer Wexton just talked about the issue of guns. The issue of guns is certainly at the forefront of Florida politics right now. Florida has been the site of a few mass shootings. There was the Pulse nightclub shooting, and then there was the shooting at the high school in Parkland, Florida. Out of that shooting, a movement was born. And if you remember back in March, there was a rally at a March on Washington where Parkland students promised that they would make guns an issue for this midterm election. David Hogg, one of the lead activists in that Parkland movement, he said this would be the time that voters could really speak to politicians about their feelings on guns. Let's take a listen.
Now, who here is going to vote in the 2018 election? If you listen real close, you can hear the people in power shaking. They've gotten used to being protective of their position, choosing the safety of inaction. Inaction is no longer safe, and to that we say, no more.
That was David Hogg of the Parkland student group, and they kept to their promise. They went around this state as well as the country, college campuses and other public places, registering people to vote so they would make an impact on this midterm election. So we will see later tonight and through the week if their movement actually did move the needle in this midterm election. Back to you in the studio.
So much, Rhonda. Okay, we just saw a Virginia House race go to Democrats. We also have a call for Republicans. Virginia's House 5 district, Denver Riggleman winning over Leslie Cockburn. This was a Republican-held seat, so it has remained Republican. Riggleman owns a distillery. He's former Air Force. Leslie Cockburn was well known locally as a former journalist and an activist. Can you tell us anything, Dave, about what this win might mean?
Well, yeah, that's what I was discussing before, where this is a district where it has Charlottesville, it has a couple other communities, but it has a rural vote that Democrats have not been able to really crack since 2008. They couldn't crack it tonight. And Coburn was a flawed nominee that Democrats thought. They didn't write her off at any point in this campaign, but they did not invest as much as they did in some other races until very late in the game. So she again, there's some people who were floating kind of if Democrats were picking up 40 seats, she was one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go now to Texas. We're still waiting for polls to close in the western half of the state. And as we've been talking about this evening, the Senate race there is one of the big surprises so far, really.
Yeah, absolutely. The Post's Lee Powell has been following this race for months and joins us from Beto O'Rourke's watch event.
Well, good evening again, Libby and Eugene from El Paso, from the baseball park where Beto O'Rourke is expected later tonight. You know, the challenge for Beto O'Rourke all along in this race has really been introducing Beto O'Rourke. Before he entered this race for the Senate, he really wasn't that well known across Texas. Now, part of the problem is the congressional delegation here is large, so it's hard to break out of the pack. The other challenges he's had is, quite frankly, where I'm standing, in El Paso, in his district. We're at the far western tip of Texas, in another time zone, compared to the rest of the state. And we're actually closer to San Diego, California than Houston, Texas, where we are right now. So El Paso, West Texas has always been kind of apart from Texas, not really in tune with the rest of the state just because of distance, really. The job of Ted Cruz in this race, the incumbent, well, he's had it easier because he's really done this before. He's run statewide, and he has the advantage that there are just more Republicans than Democrats here in the state. Still, it's been a memorable race of skateboards, Willie Nelson, and debate digs. Here's a look.
Beto O'Rourke is on a skateboard in a Whataburger parking lot. I don't know if it gets more Beto.
Get this working. Look at
that. Bernie Sanders believes in what he's fighting for. He believes in socialism. Now, I think what he's fighting for doesn't work, but I think you are absolutely sincere, like Bernie, that you believe in expanding government and higher taxes. And I commend you for fighting for what you believe in. As you noted, we disagree on the outcome, but you're fighting for the principles you believe in, and I respect that.
True to form.
Oh, true to form. That last debate, jab at the first debate in Dallas. For a long time on the campaign trail, Beto O'Rourke really didn't even mention Ted Cruz or even President Trump. But after that first debate in Dallas, the polls came open and started to show that gap widening between Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz, with Cruz taking the lead. You saw the tone on the campaign trail change with Beto O'Rourke. He did start to mention Ted Cruz and President Trump and really jab back at them who for all along the Democrats had been really going after O'Rourke for his positions, painting him as far left. And O'Rourke felt that he could stay silent no more and had to respond. Libby and Eugene, back to you.
Thanks so much. And you can get a sense there, the Beto O'Rourke, it's like the rock concert watch party compared to the ballrooms of hotels that a lot of us are used to for watch parties. Well, we have another race call to share with you. This is in Kentucky, the 6th House seat. Andy Barr is a projected winner there, defeating Amy McGrath. This was a closely watched race. A lot of money poured in. It is a Trump seat, but Amy McGrath had a charisma and personality that Democrats were hoping could push her to success here, Dave.
Yeah, and Republicans realized that after the primary in May. They spent millions and millions of dollars, the main Republican super PAC, the NRCC, bashing her for just kind of stuff she'd said on the trail as a first-time candidate. None of it a terrible gaffe, just things that sounded pretty liberal. So they portrayed her as a liberal who didn't really have roots in the district. That was the strategy, just to drive down her positives. She ended the election with in their polls, higher positives than Andy Barr. But this is another case where just the diehard conservative base in that district was enough to eke it out.
Sungmin, Amy McGrath, former fighter pilot, in fact, the first woman to ever fly F-18s in combat, showing us a woman can run on both being tough, being a family person. How surprised are you by this result? Were you watching this one closely?
Well, I mean, it's a Trump plus 15 district, so clearly Democrats were always going to be disadvantaged just by the makeup of the district. In the final days, they did really bring in the Republican cavalry. Paul Ryan was campaigning there last week. He was actually campaigning for Andy Barr the same day President Trump went after him on that birthright tweet when he was basically telling the speaker, get back to work, get back to campaigning. Well, Ryan was actually campaigning at the time. But Amy McGrath, I mean, she has run some of the best ads of the cycle, clearly a star recruit for Democrats. Had she defeated Andy Barr, she would have risen to the top of the list for potential challengers to Mitch McConnell himself when he's up for re-election in 2020. So clearly it's a big mental defeat for Democrats as well, and as a blow at a potential pickup opportunity.
All right. Well, the Washington Post has been studying an exclusive exit poll of 69 battleground House districts to see what issues are resonating with voters in the country's most competitive races. Our Hannah Jewell has the latest. Hannah.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Emily Guskin, polling analyst here at the Post, who has some special data about the VA-10 race.
Yeah, we did a poll in Virginia 10 with Schar School, and we found that among voters who said Trump was the biggest issue, Jennifer Wexton won 4-1 their vote.
So this is a thing when earlier in the night when we heard that Trump was the top issue along with healthcare, people could have read that as meaning either pro or anti-Trump people being inspired by him to vote. But at least in Virginia 10, it sounds like he was a motivator against Republicans.
For Wexton, that worked. We also found out that she won independents by about a 20-point margin, and she won the lion's share of her party, but also was able to gain some Republicans away from Comstock as well.
I want to take another look at the issues that were most important across the country or across these battleground districts that you surveyed. Let's take a look at those numbers, because were you surprised by Trump and healthcare beating out immigration perhaps, or is there anything about that that surprises you?
We saw that 4 in 10 people roughly said that healthcare and Trump were the biggest issues. Usually I'm used to, as a pollster, we always see economy as one of the biggest issues. And in this election, that hasn't been the case so far. We'll see as numbers are updated throughout the evening. But right now, we've seen Trump and healthcare as the biggest issues.
And we've also seen, as we spoke to earlier with Scott, that people's positive feelings about the economy doesn't necessarily mean they think the country's going in the right direction.
Right, we have a large majority of the population in these battleground districts saying that the economy is doing well, but also a small majority saying that the country's going in the wrong direction.
What else have you learned in your survey data?
We asked a question among just people who are voting for the Democratic candidate in these battleground districts, whether or not the House, if the Democrats win majority, should move ahead with impeachment, and about 6 in 10 said that they should.
Wow. But that only really means something if Democrats do win the House back tonight, and if they do so with a mandate, perhaps?
We'll see.
We don't know.
keep in tune all night, and we'll let you know what happens.
You and Scott are very good about not go at it into making vast predictions.
Well, we're pollsters, and we're not prognosticators.
You're serious people. All right, back to you guys for now.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Hannah. When you hear that, Seung-min, when they say that some of the top 3 issues for voters were Donald Trump, healthcare, and the economy, what's your reaction to that? I know you've been on the trail covering some of these Trump rallies. When you talk to voters, does that seem like what they've been caring about most?
Especially in these battleground House districts, certainly so. We know that midterms, particularly for a president, the first midterms of a presidency is usually a referendum on the president. And while and then President Trump has actually kind of made it about himself in recent days when he made this explicitly personal appeal on the final day of the campaign saying, look, in some sense, I am on the ballot, so make it for me, do it for me. Now it remains to be seen whether he will take the blame if Democrats win back the House tonight, and if he has to go back out there tomorrow. Remember, President Obama called it a shellacking in the 2010 midterms. President Trump is not the type to take kind of responsibility for kinds of political losses, but it's not those responses are not a surprise at all. It's a different world though from the Trump rallies, because we were discussing earlier, President Trump is not going to these suburban districts. He's going in this very comfortable territory where in this world that his rallies live in, the economy is great, the healthcare is great, Trump is great. So he's not, and through his rallies, he's not really getting an image of where the other part of the country is right now.
Yeah. And Dave, you've spent a lot of time talking to people on the other side of the country, outside of Trump world. When you look at the left, is Donald Trump really one of the main motivators for those voters as well?
Oh, he has, but in a different way than he was in 2016. I think what Democrats did after that election pretty quickly was decide that Hillary Clinton focused too much on what he did day to day as an outrage. Now, you still have that. You still have people organizing quick protests to things like the Muslim ban, to the child separation, et cetera. But Democratic campaigns decided to focus almost entirely on health care, to not be taken off message when he did something. In some of these suburbs, New Jersey, Virginia, where the things are rolling in now, when he acted on immigration, it was designed to help his base. Democrats kind of used it to say this is the kind of reckless presidency we need to put a check and balance on. So they were very, very on message in these places in a way that Hillary Clinton was not. Now, and people will point out she had detailed plans. She did, but she kind of swerved wherever Trump did in terms of attacking. Democrats didn't do that this year.
Indeed, indeed. So we're still hours away from polls closing on the West Coast. But we want to check in again with the Post Dalton, Bennett, who is, I believe, at the best location that you could be at in a moment like this. Dalton's keeping tabs on the race between incumbent Republican Dana Rohrabacher and Democrat Harley Ruda in California's 48th district. Dalton, what are you seeing when you talk to voters there?
Well, one of the big things that voters are talking about here is health care. Look, California is no different from the rest of the state. This is a huge and really important issue to a lot of voters. A lot of people that we've talked to today at their polling places are worried that if Republicans take back the House, that we could see another effort to take back to repeal the Obamacare, which gives protections for people with pre-existing conditions. Even the 30-year incumbent Dana Rohrabacher, the Republican, has recently cut an ad touting his credentials on health care. Here it is now.
Politicians argue a lot about health care, but for me, it's personal. When my daughter Annika was 8 years old, she was afflicted with leukemia. It was devastating to my family, but we got through it, and today she's doing great. So for her and all our families, we must protect America's healthcare system. That's why I'm taking on both parties and fighting for those with pre-existing conditions.
Now, Rohrabacher may tout his willingness to work across party lines, but his history when it comes to the Obamacare is that he's actually voted on numerous occasions to repeal it. Now, his opponent, Harvey Ruda, says that, look, he's all for reforming Obamacare to get insurance premiums down and advocates eventually transitioning to a Medicare for all solution. Now, obviously, this is a really tight race, and we'll see kind of what impact this will have on the election results later tonight once we start getting a better sense of how things are shifting. In the meantime, back to you guys in the studio.
Great, thanks so much, Dalton. I want to share another race call we've got in New Jersey. You just saw it on the bottom of your screen a moment ago. Robert Menendez projected to keep his seat in New Jersey. A real relief to Democrats. I'm going to wager, Dave, because Cook Political was inching this over towards the toss-up column and away from likely Democrat, leaning Democrat into the toss-up category. Yeah. And if Democrats had lost this one right out of the gate, it would have been a huge blow. Yeah, they did that for a good reason, because Democrats' own polling showed a period 2 weeks ago when Menendez, in their daily, not daily, but the repeated tracking, was only 2 points ahead in the state. So they rushed in, they spent around $9.5 million on TV ads linking Hugin, who is a six-figure Trump donor. Eight figures would be a lot. 8 figures would be a lot more than that. He spent 8 figures on his campaign. They just kept linking him to Trump. There was very helpful footage, as there was in the Comstock race, the two of them shaking hands. They just kind of peppered the airwaves with that. It was reminiscent of what you've seen in kind of some of the Obama midterms, where somebody was in good shape until a Democrat would be in good shape in a red state, but they kept linking to Obama. So it's not going to be a gigantic victory. You're still watching Democrats are still kind of watching and waiting the urban counties that are part of these swing House seats to see if he hurt them in any of those, because Republicans hoped he would. Sungmin, states that you're watching as we work our way west, not that the West is not very important, but East can be a determiner of whether or not Democrats have any shot of taking the Senate. What are you going to be watching? What are some, not just key states, but key things that could happen in these states, like Florida, like Indiana tonight? So Florida, I've been fascinated by the early returns because Bill Nelson does not blow away people as a great campaigner. There was a private grumbling from Democrats earlier this year about how hard he was working on the campaign trail, and Republicans were pretty confident that once Rick Scott formally got in the race, that he has this mass fortune, a record as 2 terms of governor of Florida, that he would be able to put away that race pretty easily. So the fact that it was still very close up until the end, that Nelson is hanging in there, is a major momentum boost for Democrats. But I think the 2 closest races all along, and I've been asking some Democratic sources about this today too, is Indiana and Missouri. And, Claire McCaskill and Joe Donnelly are battle-tested veterans. They have won tough races in these very conservative areas. But this year may be the year they get wiped out. Are you writing off North Dakota? I think both sides have acknowledged that Heidi Heitkamp has been significantly down in the polls, particularly the Kavanaugh hearings hurt her. That really revitalized Republican voters in North Dakota. And Kevin Cramer, the Republican challenger there, has had really, even when the sexual assault allegations were very much in the news against Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh, Cramer, stuck by Kavanaugh and stuck by the president, and that may ultimately be enough to get him over the finish line. All right, great. Thanks so much, Sungmin Kim, Dave Weigel. Don't go too far away, guys, okay? I know you're probably in here for the whole night, so Thank you so much. Eugene Scott, thank you as well. And for everybody watching, stay with us. A live look at the U.S. Capitol building. You're watching continued coverage of Election Night Live from the Washington Post. With me all night is Eugene Scott, and I'm Libby Casey. It's now 9 o'clock on the Eastern Coast. More polls are closing. More results are coming in. You can see the states closing there.
Absolutely. This would be New York State, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado, Louisiana, and New Mexico. All polls have now closed in Michigan and South Dakota. And here's where things start to get really interesting. Polls have closed in Arizona, and all polls have now closed in Texas.
And as we'd like to do every half hour, we'll take a moment now and catch us up on some of the key races and results so far. An important House race, Kentucky's 6th Andy Barr, the Republican, the projected winner, defeating Amy McGrath, who Democrats had hoped might be able to crack into this very Trump-heavy and Trump-fan district. Let's look at Ohio, the race for governor there, a big one to watch. With only 14% of precincts reporting, Mike DeWine is a little bit ahead right now over Richard Cordray, a name you may know nationally, of course, because he was the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We're watching to see how that race goes in Ohio tonight. Let's go now to Tennessee's Senate race. Marsha Blackburn, Congresswoman, battling Phil Bredesen, former governor. We can see there just a little bit, 6% of precincts reporting, so just a tiny indicator there right now. Blackburn ahead at this point. Another big one that we are watching. Republicans do hope to take this seat. And the Texas Senate race. Let's check in. Okay, 2% of precincts reporting. So don't read too much into this yet, but we are seeing Beto O'Rourke with a little bit of a lead over Ted Cruz, who of course is defending that seat. And in Indiana, the Senate race we're watching there is Joe Donnelly trying to keep it away from Republican Mike Braun. Half of districts reporting, wow, look at those numbers there, 53% so far going to Mike Braun. So we'll keep watching that. The New Jersey 7th House District, Leonard Lance trying to hold on to this seat from Tom Malinowski, who is another one of these former Obama staffers. We're seeing a number of those on the campaign trail this year, going from serving in Washington to trying to go back to their home districts to make a difference there. We'll watch to see how New Jersey shapes up tonight.
Absolutely. And so now we're going to send things right back to the Post Philip Bump, who's keeping track of several of these close races.
Yes, Eugene, hi, thanks. So I wanted to first talk about this Kentucky 6th District race, the one that got called in the last hour. Andy Barr holding onto the seat by a slim margin, 3 percentage points. And that's important because let's look at the results in 2016 in the same district. Donald Trump won this race by 15 percentage points. This was a big win for Donald Trump in this congressional district. This year, it's down to 3. What does this tell us? The Democrats were looking to figure out what the national margin was going to be, how much they were going to improve versus how Hillary Clinton did in 2016 against Trump. We saw all those special elections where the Democrats got so close to the Republicans and made up 10, 15 percentage points, but weren't able to get the victory. This looks a lot like a lot of those special elections. Yes, the Democrats did better, but no, the Democrats didn't actually pick up the seat. Why is that important? It's important when we consider a lot of the other races on the map. So let's look, for example, at Georgia, where the governor's race, still very early, only 19% reporting. But if you look at what the map looks like, there's a lot of places where Republican Brian Kemp is doing well. All of these counties have already closed. They are ones that all the results are in. And this is a map that right now looks good for Brian Kemp. If we take a step back out and look at the Senate, this Indiana Senate race, one that's been very closely watched. Joe Donnelly was leading in the polls at the end of this campaign. He's now trailing badly by 11 percentage points, 12 percentage points. It's likely that this thing is going to be settled fairly soon, and that's a pickup for the Republicans. But notice what happened when we compare that to 2016, right? This is still a closing by the Democrats. Donald Trump won by 20 points. Right now, with only 50% reporting, it's down to 11 points, but that doesn't do the Democrats any good. So let's look at the balance of power, how things are shaping up nationally in the House and the Senate. Let's see if our little screen wants to do our thing here. So right now, we don't have any definitive data, but if you look at the Senate, the key thing to remember about the Senate is that so many of those seats that are in play were the Democrats' seats. They were seats that were held by the Democrats. Losing that seat in Indiana is a big blow because they couldn't make up enough of that margin yet again. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Phil Rucker is one of our guests. We've got the two Phils here. Thank you. That was Philip Bump. Now Phil Rucker joins us, White House Bureau Chief. Thank you so much for coming into the studio. Karan Demirjian covers Congress and everything in between, national security. So great to have you here with Eugene and I. I want to just dig into some of these numbers here. So Indiana not looking good for Democrats. How crucial is holding on to Indiana for them being able to hold on to the Senate, Karan?
It's fairly important, given that Democrats are already operating at a deficit and needed to gain seats in order to be able to have any prayer of taking over the majority. Donnelly was one of the Democrats who was considered vulnerable. There were about 5 that were, but that's these numbers don't look great if they hold for him. And so if they lose Donnelly, every state is unique, but it doesn't look good for Heidi Heitkamp if that's happening. It doesn't look fantastic for others, and then the question of pickups then becomes an open question. So you lose any Democrats, it makes actually getting past that 50-vote threshold much harder.
We should point out, by the way, that Indiana is one of these places where Trump really had a big impact in the last couple of days. He was in Indianapolis a couple nights ago. I was there with him. It was a mega rally. Vice President Pence, that's his home state. He's been there as well. Trump was back in Indiana again yesterday, really hammering home a message about in order to keep the economy going, you need to elect Mike Braun. And Braun is a pretty good candidate among all these Republican challengers. There are some doubts about some of the other Republican candidates like Hawley and Missouri, but Braun is seen as a particularly sort of strong, good candidate for the moment.
The other thing to keep in mind is that if the numbers hold the way that they are, that's a blowout. And the polls are not showing that it was going to be a blowout. It seemed like it was going to be a very close race. So if the polls are off, it raises questions about how good are they and how good are Democrats at predicting their own chances.
Phil, from inside the White House and White House supporters and those who speak behind the scenes, how optimistic are they about tonight? What's the chatter?
They were actually quite pessimistic coming into tonight. There was a sense that, the president really went all out and was on the campaign trail very aggressively the last few days, but that it was a bit of a gamble. There'd been an expectation in the White House that Republicans would almost certainly lose the House majority, that they might be able to hang on in the Senate, hopefully even gain a couple seats, in their view, on the Republican side in the Senate, but they were not overly optimistic about today. The president has been sort of preparing for who to blame for losses, and I think the results we see right now show we could be in for a bit of a surprise. It may not be the big blue wave that had been anticipated, and it may be that Trump's gamble to focus on immigration, to focus on these nativist themes, to focus on racial themes is paying off in terms of juicing his Republican base in some of these red states.
Eugene.
Yeah, so if no optimism about what could possibly come from the president's just full press, why is it that they think that would be the case? What is it that they think voters aren't responding to despite Trump going all in?
Well, the reason for the doubts in Trump's orbit, there are a couple reasons, actually. One is historic. Just presidents in midterm elections in their second year in office, historically, their party has lost seats, and if not lost the majorities outright. They knew they were going up against those historical trends. And then secondly, they've seen this resistance movement gain steam over the last 2 years. So much energy on the Democratic side.
I want to remind you, you'll be watching results throughout the night. At the bottom of your screen, you see that scroll bar. And if you see an asterisk, that's because it's the incumbent. If you see a yellow check mark, it's because it is a projected winner. So you can keep track throughout the night of just what races are developing. Let's check in now in Texas. We mentioned that polls closed just a few moments ago. The Senate race, of course, is getting huge national attention, Eugene.
Lots of national attention. And we have Lee Powell there to share with us why it's getting so much attention. He's in El Paso. Lee?
Well, Eugene and Libby, good evening again from Southwest University Park here in downtown El Paso, the minor league baseball stadium here in El Paso. You may hear the music behind me that's really kicked in. The doors really opened here at 7 o'clock Mountain Time, which was just a few minutes ago. So you're starting to see people filter in and fill the space behind me. So it's going to get loud. They've turned down the lights, and we're expecting almost kind of a rock concert vibe here. But one thing about this race is it's been a high-profile race for Texas, and the real battle has been for voters. And the challenge for Beto O'Rourke has been defining Beto O'Rourke who he is. There's a lot of voters in Texas. It's been a ground game, really, of town hall meetings day and night with big cities and small towns. And it's been an air war, too, online and on air over the 20 television markets across the state of Texas. So what message stuck with voters? Well, here's what some of them had to say this morning here in El Paso.
Well, it's a great place to live. It's the safest town in the country. I want to keep it that way. That's why I vote for people like Ted Cruz.
I mean, everybody's for Beto. I mean, it's Beto's hometown, and it's been great to see younger people come and vote. Like, I voted for the first time in the last elections. This is my second time voting, but he's going to make a difference. Beto is.
As far as I'm concerned, it's the man versus the boy.
So Libby and Eugene, as we said, the polls just closed here in the Mountain Time Zone. The crowd starting to fill into the stadium here in El Paso. It's listed at holding. You can seat about 7,500 people in this stadium, up to 10,000 if people sit and stand. So we don't know how many people are expected to show up, but we're expecting a big crowd here tonight. Back to you.
That is a big crowd expected.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have those polls closing in Texas, and we know that the polls have just closed in Arizona, wrapping up a hugely contentious fight for the open Senate seat there.
The Post's Jesse Messner-Hage joins us now from Republican Martha McSally's event in Scottsdale. Hi, Jesse. Welcome.
Hey guys, well yeah, this has been a nasty race from the start, especially from the McSally side. They have gone after the Democrat Kyrsten Sinema relentlessly over her early years as a progressive activist, and they've been helped along by the surfacing of a lot of photos and videos of Sinema from that period in the early 2000s. In Martha McSally's most notorious TV ad, there's a split screen, and on one side of the split screen is Martha McSally in her fighter pilot uniform. On the other side is Kyrsten Sinema in a pink tutu at an anti-war protest. And this is a contrast that Martha McSally keeps trying to hammer home, of the soldier versus the activist, of the patriot versus the protester. Now, more recently, CNN found a 2003 radio interview that Kyrsten Sinema did with a local libertarian activist. And he goes on a kind of rambling hypothetical monologue about what if I were to go overseas and join the Taliban. And he asks Kyrsten Sinema, would you be all right with me joining the Taliban? Her response to him is, and I quote, "Fine, I don't care if you want to do that, go ahead." It sounded like an offhand remark, like she was trying to change the topic, but McSally has seized on this interview as not just an example of bad judgment or of badly chosen words, but of treason. Take a look at this.
CNN reported that in 2003, while she was on the radio, you said it was okay for Americans to join the Taliban to fight against us. You said you had no problem
We're
with that.
running out of time, but we have to let you respond to that.
I want to ask right now whether you're
Please.
going to apologize to the veterans and me for saying it's okay to commit treason.
We are running out of time, so we got to get a response.
Well, we need a response because she owes us an apology.
Please.
Well, Martha has chosen to run a campaign like the one you're seeing right now, where she's engaging in ridiculous attacks and smearing my campaign. And she's just trying to cut, and not share the full picture. But the truth is that I've always fought for Arizona.
Now, after the debate, the McSally camp took this one step further, sending out an email blast with the legal definition for treason, including the penalty for that crime, which is death. Martha McSally later had to clarify that she doesn't believe Kyrsten Sinema should be put to death. But the whole episode really encapsulated just how ugly this race has been. One voter we talked to said, if I have to see one more negative ad, I'm going to hit somebody. It seems to be a commonly shared sentiment here, and I think everyone's going to be relieved when this race is over. Libby, Eugene.
And thank you so much, Jesse. Wow, okay. I want to give a race call real quick. Governor in Maryland, Larry Hogan, is the projected winner, projected to retain his seat, defeating Ben Jealous for Maryland's gubernatorialship. Back to the Senate now. Let's go to another contentious Senate race where hopefully people aren't ready to hit each other. This one's in Missouri. Democrat Claire McCaskill is fighting off a challenge from Republican Josh Hawley.
Indeed. The Post's John Gerberg is at McCaskill's event tonight in St. Louis and joins us now with the latest.
Hey, Eugene. Yeah, we're still here at McCaskill's Watch Party. The supporters are just starting to fill in slowly. One thing we've talked about a lot in McCaskill's strategy is she's very, well known as a centrist, right? And she's courted this moderate vote and even conservative voters. But that's not without its risks. I mean, one real example of that is take a town just 10 miles from where we're standing right now, Ferguson, Missouri. You might remember just 4 years ago, there were protests that kind of gripped international attention. And Claire McCaskill was there as a senator, hugging protesters and really courting potential future voters. But in this campaign, she has said she's had a lot of trouble organizing voters, specifically in Ferguson. So I went back there just the other day. I met a lot of voters, like Anthony Donahue. He's a cook from Ferguson. And he said, he voted for Claire McCaskill twice in the last two Senate elections, which she won both of. But this time, he said he no longer feels that she is representing the issues that matter the most to him. He said he was fed up with the rhetoric of this campaign and the issues that are being discussed. And this year, for the first time, he's going to stay home. He's not going to vote. So here's what he said to me.
What are we arguing about? What is the issue? Give me one issue other than border control, health insurance. Okay, those are two issues. Now, what about the rest of the world? Really, I'm saying there's got to be like, we got utilities that people can't even cut on in the city. You got rent that people can't even get houses. We got people sitting up and down the street, okay. But those are not issues, but you could worry about that caravan 100,000 miles away. The president talking about a caravan that ain't even in the state of in the United States. So what, you know, what is there to vote for?
So that's definitely one of the risks for McCaskill's strategy here tonight. And, you know, Anthony Donahue, he said to me, you know, at least a Republican voter, they know what they're getting out of Josh Hawley, right? They're getting a reliable conservative. But the way he put it to me, he said, if I go and vote for Claire McCaskill again, I don't know what I'm getting, a liberal, a Democrat, or a conservative. So we'll see how many others out there feel like he does and how many show up to the polls tonight. Guys?
Absolutely. That was awesome, John. Thanks for that. I think we saw, I feel like, in that interview with a voter from Ferguson, some of the issues that many voters in Missouri's urban areas, in Kansas City and St. Louis, feel are getting lost and ignored in this race where McCaskill may be fighting, I think, more to try to get some more conservative voters and people in, you know, Missouri opposed to Missouri, as we used to call it when I was in Kansas City. And I think a lot of people are feeling that way in some of these states where people have really focused on independent voters.
Yeah, Missouri is far away from the border, Phil.
Yeah.
Yet it's been a huge issue.
It is far away from the border, but I was with Trump at his rally in Columbia, Missouri on Thursday, I guess, of last week, and immigration was the #1 applause line in his speech. Trump hit it hard. He went at these nativist themes. He talked about the caravan of Central American migrants as criminals, as gang members, as people who are going to cross into the border and do harm to Americans, and that message resonated there, even though they're hundreds of miles away from the border.
I mean, this is the problem of difficult and impossible math in places like Missouri, right? Which is that you need to keep your base coming out in order for you to win, but you also can't completely lose the middle, otherwise there's no chance for you to win. So who do you speak to? And if you don't have some sort of other motivating force,
like someone higher up on the ticket,
like
that
someone
may inspire
higher up on the
you,
ticket,
right.
may inspire you to either come and vote or may inspire you to vote against them. You know, because presidential candidates have the same problem, right? But this is the Trump. The election is a referendum on Trump, right? But Trump's not on the ballot. And so the actual motivating factor for each individual voter, depending on where they are, if they're not hearing issues that actually speak to them, could pose a problem, might not be enough.
The footage you were just looking at right there is this group of migrants that are moving through Mexico right now. Trump has been talking about it, of course, as though this is an invasion, essentially, Phil. Are his supporters really buying that argument, or is it just symbolic of their anger over immigration and their concern about jobs?
I think many voters are buying that argument, at least Trump voters. And we should point out, by the way, it's not just how he's talking about the caravan that he calls an invasion. He's dispatched 15,000 U.S. troops to the border, the largest such mobilization since the Mexican War a century ago, and former military leaders say it's nothing more than a political stunt. But Trump has used the military, the federal government, to back up this campaign pitch about the caravan, and it certainly resonated with his crowds. We'll have to find out if it resonated with the electorate at large, but some of these early returns suggest that it has helped mobilize the Republican base.
Well, we're watching results in Florida to see as they come in. Our colleague Rhonda Colvin is in Orlando at Senator Bill Nelson's event. Rhonda, hi.
Hi, yes, we are still here at Senator Nelson's watch party. I have with me Javier. Javier, as we talked about earlier, there could be that Hurricane Maria effect where displaced Puerto Ricans who moved to Florida to escape that devastation came here and possibly changed some of the demographics. So Javier, this is actually his year anniversary of moving to Florida. Tell me why you wanted to be involved in this midterm election.
Well, first of all, we were invited to this organization, Vamos por Puerto Rico. When we hear the name, Vamos por Puerto Rico, we feel so proud of where we came from. So we decided to see and walk and see what it's all about it. And all it was about to be with these candidates that are working hand to hand with housing, affordable housing, healthcare, education. So, and pretty much to work with Puerto Rico over there, in the reconstruction of Puerto Rico. So, in that part, that's what our goal. Our goal is to be here, to be safe, and to help the island over there, or family that are still living in Puerto Rico.
And you mentioned you lost family members in the hurricane.
Yeah, we lost family members. I lost my great-grandmother. She dies in the hospital. And I need some medical treatments. And I was 3 months without light, almost 50 days without water. So it was pretty badly over there.
Thank you, Javier. There you have it. There were a lot of kitchen table issues that motivated him to vote today. So we're still here at the Nelson Party, and back to you in D.C.
Thanks so much. So intense.
Yeah.
So many intense personal experiences.
Absolutely. And the Post Emily Hale joins us again. She's back at Jennifer Wexton's Watch event, getting the reaction there from voters who also care about very intense election issues.
Absolutely. Well, right now, it's more of a party mood here, very celebratory mood here, as now Congresswoman-elect Jennifer Wexton is making her way through the crowd, posing for about 1,000 selfies, shaking hands and hugging volunteers and supporters. She addressed this crowd and thanked her family. They joined her on stage. She thanked her volunteers and her staff and laid out her vision for Virginia's 10th, and for the country. She talked about health care. She talked about immigration. She talked about gun control. She was followed on stage by Democratic Governor Ralph Northam, who stopped by to congratulate her, and also by former Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe. He had a very interesting message for this crowd. He said, Trump and Republicans ran on fear and we ran on health care. That got a big cheer from this crowd. And as did Jennifer Wexton's parting message to this crowd, which I think is going to continue partying till late in the night. She said, we still have a lot of work to do, but it can wait until tomorrow. So back to you guys in the studio.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We have Dave back with us. Want to hear what he's been checking on. We saw a big change in Florida that was getting a lot of national attention, especially from prison reform criminal justice activists, about who it is that can participate in elections and who can't. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Right. This is Florida's Amendment 4, which is a major goal. The ACLU spent millions of dollars to get this on the ballot. Florida is one of the last states where if you're a felon, you need to go through a complicated process to ever get your voting rights back. This is going to undo that, and it's a constitutional amendment, so it's going to be the law come 2020. And a lot of Democrats, if they end up disappointed tonight, are going to look at the possibility of having perhaps 1 million voters who are off the rolls, who kind of demographically were more Democratic, who are going to be back in the system. That is huge news for them in the future, no matter what happens tonight.
That's actually really interesting, because one of the things we think about when we look at Florida a lot is demographic changes across the board. We talk about a lot of Latino immigrants, a lot of millennials, a lot of women, a lot of black voters. How much do you think demographic changes could lead to changes in elections, if not tonight, in the future?
I think that the direction of Florida demographics is definitely going towards what is considered part of the Democratic base, right? The state is getting progressively more blue, but I say that with a caution, which is that you actually have to connect with these people. Just because there are more Hispanic people, just because there are more young people, does not mean that they are necessarily going and voting. And so the groundwork that is laid, in seasons before the election, where they might actually have these voters ready to be registered, is going to be incredibly important.
Because I have to say, we were seeing some Florida results. Now, we don't have 100% of precincts reporting, but things were looking very tight, and Republicans were performing quite well. I mean, what are we reading from that, Dave?
Well, it's remarkable, because this feels a lot like 2016 too. Because if you told Florida Democrats this morning, you're going to carry Duval County, Jacksonville, you're going to carry Seminole County, you're going to carry both Pinellas and Hillsborough, that's Tampa and St. Petersburg, they would say, okay, that's the map for a victory. That's the Obama 2012 victory. That's the Obama 2008 victory. What you had late 2016 is a Trump base that has come out in a slightly larger number than you would normally see in a midterm. That is a difference right now. But for the extra white voters coming out, because modeling this electorate, it looks exactly like 2016. It is a repeat of 2016. It's closer, but Democrats outperforming their benchmarks in the big counties are running out of votes.
Florida is a must-have for Democrats if they want to take the Senate. It's also very important, though, in terms of the governorship, because Andrew Gillum is a rising star in the party and would mean a huge change for for Florida politics.
Definitely mean a huge change in the state, and also just nationally. I think people are watching Georgia and Florida very, very closely. You have two really charismatic, African-American, up-and-coming, fairly young candidates on the Democratic side, and if they do win these races, you will start to hear chatter around their names. Maybe not for 2020 because it's a little soon, but definitely for the future future of, who should be on the Democrats' bench, which is fairly thin right now. So I think a lot of people are looking at that, but these races are very close. I mean, Florida is a squeaker right now, so we'll see which way that turns.
All right, well, you mentioned the Georgia governor's race, and it has attracted not just national attention, but some celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, Barack Obama, and Rashida Jones.
Absolutely. Let's bring Hannah Jewell back to go deeper on whether celebrity endorsements actually matter or not.
That's right, guys. The Georgia governor's race has attracted so many celebrities, Will Ferrell in addition to who you talked to, and Oprah actually knocking on doors on behalf of her, which would be pretty surprising if you were a voter in Georgia. So with me is Kayla Epstein, who's reported throughout these midterms on women's races, and all the way through the primaries, you've been tracking their progress. And I wonder what it is about the Georgia governor's race particularly that you think makes it feel so much like the battle for the soul of the nation, not to be dramatic.
Well, the Georgia governor's race is one of the most closely watched, as you were saying, and it's because there is history at stake on the Democratic side. Stacey Abrams will be the first black woman elected governor in the history of the United States. And so she has embraced that, although she has also run on her issues. She's worked to turn out her base. She's worked to turn out black voters. But it's going to be close. Georgia is a red to purple state. She still has she has to overcome quite a bit in order to win the governorship. And so she has sort of brought in reinforcements, like you were saying.
Like Oprah, as you do whenever you need help. Do you think it makes a difference, particularly with young voters?
Well, we'll have to see, because we're not going to know really if it made a difference until the election is called, and we might not get a call tonight. It might go to a runoff if neither gets to 50% of the vote. But that being said, it certainly brought an enormous amount of attention to the race. They're helping Abrams play up this idea that her victory will be historic, that you need to turn out. We've seen long lines at polls there. We've seen increased interest, and we've seen that Abrams is winning among minority voters and African American voters in particular, which is who she was trying to get out.
So we're going to have a long way to go tonight, clearly. It is very early, despite how some of us may be feeling. We have a long way to go, and it may be days before we know that, or at least hours. Do you think that another place we had a famous celebrity endorsement was, of course, Tennessee? And do you think that there was a Taylor Swift effect? We don't know yet, but...
Well, we don't know yet, but the woman that Taylor Swift said that she couldn't have elected to the Senate, Marsha Blackburn, the Republican, is currently in the lead.
Yeah.
Last time I looked a few minutes ago. And so we're not going to know until that race is called, but right now that lead is quite sizable.
A lot to look out for. For now, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Okay, as we watch polls continue to close, as we move west, Dave, what are you looking for?
Well, in the Midwest, the first exit polls we saw once the polls closed suggested Democrats holding very strong in the upper Midwest. In Michigan, where Republicans were looking to close strong with a Senate candidate, John James, they like quite a lot. Indications are Democrats are about 12, 13 points ahead. They've regained their territory in the suburbs of Detroit. They've regained some rural territory. Midwestern Democrats seem to be behaving differently than some of the first batches of voters we've seen. We'll see if that continues, because people who were wondering what was happening to the Democratic pickups, they seem to be performing better in Michigan and Illinois, in Minnesota, than they have in some of the states that reported earlier tonight.
Congress has been really quiet lately because everyone's been out campaigning, but you are in that building all the time, Karin. What are members of Congress talking about as they were hitting the campaign trail and looking at tonight?
Well, I mean, it's definitely about, local issues that are very important to each of these different states and districts. In a way, yes, because the message of Trump works for some candidates. It doesn't work for others in the House. A lot of the House races, really, you're looking at the toss-up races involve both places where you've got fairly moderate Republicans who could stand to lose their seats and very conservative Republicans. I mean, Carlos Curbelo in Florida, Dana Rohrabacher in California, that's about as broad as the spectrum gets in Congress. And these are the people you're talking about as really being on a razor's edge. So we'll see how that goes. And I think we're going to have to pay attention into California to actually see how this flips based on the numbers so far.
And we have a flip right now. We're calling Indiana for Mike Braun, the projected winner there. How big is this for Republicans? How sad is this for Democrats?
Big for the Republicans, sad for Democrats, but also telling, again, Donnelly put together a very unique coalition when he won the seat in 2012. He had an opponent who immolated in the final weeks. He was unable to hold on to a lot of voters who had taken a chance on him. So this margin's a little bit less like the Donald Trump margin in Indiana. It's regressed closer to what Mitt Romney won. It might end up being around 7-8 points. That might not. So for Republicans, it's a great victory. For Democrats looking at other seats, They go into the night saying, we think we're going to hold one of these three, Indiana, Missouri, Tennessee. At the moment, Missouri is the one, as they suggested, that has been called, that looks a little bit stronger. If they're able to hold the same numbers for Democrats in states that have not flipped so red so fast, they can hold on to more than they thought.
Dave Weigel, Eugene Scott, of course, and Karin Demerjen, thanks so much. And for the rest of you, stay with us. It's now 9:30 on the East Coast. No polls are closing at this half hour. We do want to take a moment, though, and catch up on some of the key races and results we've been watching so far. As we just said, Mike Braun, the projected winner in Indiana, defeating incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly, a big blow for Democrats as we watch to see if Democrats have any chance of taking the Senate. Let's check in with North Dakota. This is where we see the Senate race there. Heidi Heitkamp running to try to retain her seat against challenger Kevin Cramer. She's been down in the polls, but she's been down in the polls before and managed to win, so we'll keep watching to see what transpires in North Dakota. Let's go to West Virginia and check out how the Senate is faring there. Joe Manchin is the incumbent, the Democrat defending the seat against Patrick Morrisey. So we've got about half precincts reporting Joe Manchin with a fairly significant lead at this point, but it's still early in the night. We'll keep watching to see what develops in West Virginia. And let's go to a House district. This is Illinois 14. Randy Hultgren defending his seat. Lauren Underwood with the lead right now. Lauren Underwood, an African-American fighting to take over this seat. She's a nurse. She's a former HHS official. She hopes to take that seat home. Let's go to Texas, where the 32nd district just has a minuscule amount of reporting so far, 1%. Colin Allred, though, with an advantage at this point over incumbent Pete Sessions. We'll watch to see how that race turns out. Let's go to Virginia's 2nd district. Elaine Luria, Scott Taylor, 89% reporting, but still very close with Elaine Luria ahead, both former Navy vets in this Virginia race. And let's check out Virginia's 7th. Abigail Spanberger trying to kick Dave Bratt out of his seat. Dave Bratt, you may remember, was able to defeat Eric Cantor, a top leader in the House. He primaried him just a few short years ago. Abigail Spanberger running a tough campaign there. 94% of precincts reporting, and she does have a very slight lead in Virginia's 7th district.
Great, a lot to keep our eyes on. Right now, we're going to have Philip Bump tell us what's happening as he's keeping track with several of these close races. Philip?
Yes. Eugene, hello. Okay, so let's start by looking at the races that are in play in the Senate. I've drawn a very beautiful blue box around the races that have not yet been determined. A lot of blue, some gray that haven't had any results come in yet, a few light red ones. If we look at what the map looked like in 2016, you see all those blue states. These are Democratic seats. Why? Senate terms are 6 years. This is 2018. 6 years ago was 2012. Barack Obama on the ballot. Democrats did pretty well nationally. That meant a lot of Democrats got into the Senate who now have to defend their seats and are having trouble doing so, such as in Indiana, Tennessee, and Missouri, as you've been discussing. It's been expected for a while the Democrats were going to have a tough night in the Senate. But what we're seeing in the House is something different. So let's look at, for example, let's go to 2018 House, and let's look at the great state of Pennsylvania. My map will be a little quicker. Great. Okay, so we have seen a couple of races won already in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, you may remember, redrew all of its districts. Its districts were thrown out. They had to redraw everything that they had. The Democrats have already picked up a couple of seats there. These were expected pickups, but this shows how, while the Senate was biased against the Democrats to some extent, based on how the map looked, the House has been much more favorable. We see that, too, in Virginia, as you guys were just discussing. So we have, for example, that VA-10 race, which we called earlier. We've got this race, Dave Bratt's, which is the 7th. There's a slight lead for the Democrat there. We have the Virginia 2nd. It's a much closer race than you saw in 2016. In 2016, Donald Trump won by 3 percentage points, and now it's a very slight lead by the Republican. These are the sorts of things the Democrats are expecting to see. The Democrats could pick up 3 House seats in Virginia alone. That is the benefit that the Democrats see from the map on the House side. That's why the House is always expected to go to the Democrats. On both sides, each party had an advantage, and we're starting to see that play out to some extent. Back to you guys.
Great, thanks so much, Philip. Joining us now in the studio, Colby Ickowitz, who covers politics and Congress for the Washington Post. Thanks for being here. Also, Matt Visor, national political reporter. Thanks to the two of you for joining me and Eugene here at the desk. Okay, you guys have been out circulating in the newsroom, getting a sense of things. Matt, how is the night shaping up so far in terms of a trajectory? As Democrats are watching these results on the edge of their seats, as Republicans are doing the same thing?
There's a lot of apprehension, I think, among Democrats who felt like the polling was a little bit more in their favor than some of the results are showing. The Florida races are still very tight. It seems like they're going to lose that Indiana seat. They didn't pick up the Tennessee seat. So the Senate increasingly is out of reach for Democrats. They're still in the hunt on the House majority. But there's a couple seats that they wanted to pick up. The Amy McGrath seat against Andy Barr, the Republican incumbent in Kentucky, did not go their way. So there's a couple of early indicators that it's not a big blue wave, certainly, and they're sort of nervous about the idea of picking up the House.
And Colby, Democrats have to gain 23 seats, so have an increase, not just hold seats they've already got, but increase by 23. Some of these bellwether seats we were watching, some have gone to Republicans, some have gone to Democrats. Nothing terribly surprising yet so far tonight.
Nothing terribly surprising. Some of the seats that Democrats thought they could flip, they were a little out of reach, but towards the end they thought, let's throw some money at it, let's take a Hail Mary, let's see if we can do it. Polls are tightening. They ended up losing those. And so, but you have races like Virginia 7, where they knew they were going to win. It looks like Colorado 6 is actually a district that could flip. The Representative Kaufman looks like he's trailing, and that's a Colorado Denver suburb. And so the Democrats are doing well in suburbs, but the Republicans are outperforming, it looks like, in the rural parts of the states.
We had a Washington Post poll that said that healthcare was one of the top 3 issues that voters were thinking about when they were headed to the polls. How did you see candidates respond to that, if at all?
Oh my gosh, Democrats were relentless on healthcare this election, and they just wanted this race. Suddenly, they spent 8 years trying to defend Obamacare, and now suddenly they were on the offensive, and I think they were thrilled to be able to have that upper hand. And so they really made this an election on pre-existing conditions, protecting people with pre-existing conditions. So much so that they forced Republican candidates to run ads talking about their sick family members. Right. You had President Trump out at every rally saying Republicans will protect pre-existing conditions more than Democrats will, to which then former President Obama got up and kind of made a joke out of that and how laughable that was. But it was the issue in this campaign outside of a referendum on Trump.
Indeed. And Matt, we saw that Trump had a line or two about health care, but that's not where most of his speeches were focused when he was at his rallies. What did he focus on primarily? How did he try to connect with voters?
It was almost solely immigration focused, and to the detriment some in the Republican Party felt to the economy, and not talking about that as much, which President Trump sort of memorably over the weekend said was boring to talk about. And so he went right into immigration, trying to drive up his base and those numbers. And we're seeing a little bit of mixed results whether that's going to work tonight. But on the Senate map, it may have been a play to try and keep the Senate majority at the risk of losing the House majority. And so we'll see tonight if that happens.
So, Colby, Republicans were indeed stepping up and saying, I have family members with pre-existing conditions. I'm going to protect it. Even some candidates who have been serving as attorneys general in states that are suing to stop the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. Yep. Do you have a sense if voters were like, oh, okay, Republicans can do this too?
I think that we here in Washington, we follow these things so closely. And to us, the idea that Republicans who voted dozens of times to repeal the Affordable Care Act, then going out and campaigning on a key provision of the Affordable Care Act is somewhat ridiculous. And our fact checkers have rated it false over and over and over again. But to the average voter who isn't following the nuances, and they just see an ad with, Josh Hawley in Missouri talking about his son having a chronic illness and how he's going to protect pre-existing conditions. Meanwhile, he's an attorney general on a lawsuit to rule the Affordable Care Act unconstitutional. And if that were to happen, the entire law goes down, including pre-existing condition protection. So, but I don't know. I think the Democrats went in hard on healthcare and hoped. But Republicans were able to
just own that message.
Yeah.
Well, let's check back in with one of our reporters who's in Texas tonight. Lee Powell is at Beto O'Rourke's campaign event in El Paso. Lee, how are things going there?
Well, Libby and Eugene, since we last talked to you, people have been really pouring into this stadium where the minor league baseball team plays down here in El Paso. I'm going to sort of step out of the way here a little bit so you can sort of get a look at what you see behind me. It's just this stage with a DJ performing, and there's just people that keep streaming in and filling what's basically the infield here at this baseball stadium. But what you also have behind me, what you can't see, is this whole bowl of seats at this baseball stadium that's also being filled with people that are streaming in. And a lot of this is now being broadcast on the Jumbotron that you can't quite see that's over me at this baseball stadium. So they're obviously expecting a giant crowd here tonight. That's why they had to have it in this venue, which may really be the only place in El Paso that can accommodate this kind of crowd, 7 to maybe 10,000 people. And it's kind of emblematic of the race, the kind of race this has been all along. It's been unorthodox for both sides. For Beto O'Rourke's side, he's live streamed his campaign. He skateboarded at Whataburgers and across stages and made this pledge he's not accepting PAC or special interest money. To his credit, the Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, he's probably had to spend more time in the state than he originally imagined, probably had to raise more money and spend more money on this campaign. And he's even admitted to me that this was a real race, that he really had to work. He had to go to a lot of places. He wasn't expecting across the state to really campaign. So on both sides, it's been an unusual race, and we'll just have to see where the results fall and who wins at the end of the night. Libby and Eugene, back to you.
Thanks so much. Sounds like a concert, basically,
Yeah.
behind Lee. Well, meanwhile, if Democrats hope to take the Senate, they really need at this point to hold on to Missouri. It's a tight race between Democrat Claire McCaskill and Republican challenger Josh Hawley. And in a much quieter ballroom in Missouri, we see our own John Gerberg. He's in St. Louis at the McCaskill event. Hey, John, what's happening there?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Libby, not quite the rock concert that Lee's at right now in Texas, but people are still filling in. And I did want to give you guys a little more on Josh Hawley, the Republican candidate who you mentioned in the previous segment. He's the Missouri Attorney General, but he's actually a lot lesser known than Claire McCaskill. It's interesting because I've spoken to dozens of people who told me they're going to vote for Josh Hawley, but they gave me two main reasons why. And those two were, number one, his very strong support for President Trump and general loyalty to Republican Party politics more generally. And second, that he's not Claire McCaskill. There's a really organized, resentment towards the Democrats and towards liberal politics in certain parts of Missouri, especially in the middle and basically anywhere outside Kansas City and St. Louis where we are now. And that resonates with a lot of voters. And I mean, just take Al Chapman, who I met in Rolla, Missouri, which is actually where Senator Claire McCaskill was born herself. And here's how he put it to me.
Well, I hope that Claire McCaskill loses big time.
What do you make of the job she's done over the past 12 years?
She ain't done a job. She's a puppet for the Democratic Party and Schumer and Hillary Clinton. She ain't done nothing. Raise our taxes and let illegals come into the country and destroy jobs.
What do you make of Josh Hawley?
Well, I don't know him good enough to know, to tell you. I mean, he's not from around here, so I don't know him personally, but, Are you
going to vote for him?
I'm going to vote against Claire McCaskill.
And it really does beg the question, guys. I mean, as we've been talking in a lot of these races tonight, and especially here in Missouri, is this a race between Senator Claire McCaskill, the incumbent, and her Republican challenger, Josh Hawley? Or is this a race between Senator Claire McCaskill and the Trump presidency? Guys?
Great. So far, 1% of Missouri reporting there. You see a lonely little county with votes seeing Claire McCaskill versus Josh Hawley. Thanks so much, John Gerberg. Let's talk about who the parties are trying to paint as the bad guy, the other. All right, Donald Trump, obviously Democrats are like, a vote for us is a vote to keep him in check. Republicans have been trying to go after Nancy Pelosi. Also, Maxine Waters has become someone that President Trump has been attacking.
Still Hillary Clinton.
Right,
yeah,
still
which really
Hillary
surprised
Clinton.
me.
Yeah.
It just seems like people have been stuck where they were in 2016 in so many ways in terms of who their enemies were. They still don't like some of the same people that they didn't like then. They still like maybe some of the same people they like now. And so it's a referendum on Trump, as well as just people realizing what tribalism and partisanship hasn't changed much of in a 2-year span.
Is it effective to run against someone, Colby?
Oh, absolutely. And I've been thinking a lot about the days after President Trump's election and also after his inauguration, particularly the Women's March, when it felt like the enthusiasm around an anti-Trump movement was just so huge that he was just going to be, blown out in the midterms in 2018 and then again in 2020. And that has just not been the case. Running against Trump has not been as effective for Democrats in some states and some House districts as they probably thought it would have been 2 years ago.
And they're using the message instead for health care.
Right.
For
yeah, a lot
results.
of Democrats have actually tried not to make their campaigns about Trump and make it about the issues. Maybe to their maybe in some cases to their detriment, but at the end of the day, people were going to come out for or against Trump, and you would have thought that would have been a huge motivator, and I'm not sure how much of a motivator it was.
It's been an interesting election in that the two parties are talking about totally different issue sets. So there's not a debate over immigration. It's Republicans putting forth, their line on immigration, and Democrats not necessarily responding on that, but putting out their line on health care. And so they're sort of talking past each other in a way that is interesting, to watch.
We got a race call for the state of West Virginia. The Senate seat there going to Joe Manchin, the projected winner. Joe Manchin retaining his seat in West Virginia. This was a must-win for Democrats.
Yeah.
I feel like I keep saying every race is a must-win for Democrats where they're playing defense. How significant is this, Eugene?
It's very significant. I mean, we saw the president and Donald Trump Jr. just really attack Manchin, who is easily probably one of the most conservative Democrats you have in the Senate. And so I think the Democrats are looking at this as a win. Even if Manchin is not a vote they can always count on, they know that it's a vote that Trump cannot always count on.
And remember, Senator Manchin voted for Brett Kavanaugh.
He did.
And Senator Donnelly and Senator Heitkamp did not. And Senator Donnelly lost tonight, and it looks like Senator Heitkamp's on her way to losing.
Joe Manchin is speaking now. Let's go take a listen to this. Joe Manchin in West Virginia.
I had to say it grammatically incorrect because you have to feel my emphasis.
So it looks like we have the wrong audio feed there. Obviously, that was not Joe Manchin, but you can see some visuals there gathered with his supporters. This was a very significant win for Democrats. Colby, you made such a great point. He's not a reliable vote for them, but this does indicate to Democrats that there can be a path forward based on personality, based on a voting record, based on how voters actually connect with you. Once again, Joe Manchin was out there doing his ads with his gun, taking target practice, showing voters that he was still their guy, even though he's spent a lot of time in Washington at this point.
And in a state that Trump won overwhelmingly. I mean, Joe Manchin should have been one of the most vulnerable Democrats, and he was in a way, but he sort of found a way to win. Sherrod Brown in Ohio also won tonight, and he's an interesting path forward, I think, for Democrats looking toward that industrial Midwest where Trump did so well in 2016. And that will be a part of the discussion, I think, in the morning when Democrats turn toward 2020 and looking at that pathway and which type of candidate can run and win.
Absolutely. Let's go back to Virginia now, right in our own backyard. We've been following the race for District 10. Of course, that was a call for Jennifer Wexton. A win that Democrats really wanted to have, they were hoping to have. The question, of course, will it be an indicator for other Virginia races? We're still watching that. Let's go to Emily Heil, who is at the Wexton Watch Party tonight. Hi, Emily.
Hey guys. So I'm here at the party. Things are starting to wind down, although people are still in a really upbeat mood. One thing I noticed tonight was from the stage, Congresswoman-elect Jennifer Wexton thanked all of her supporters. She called out a couple groups. She called out one group that I noticed was here in big numbers. Moms Demand Action. So I've got Jennifer Herrera, one of the members of this group, here to talk to me tonight. This group focuses on gun control, which was a key issue in this race. So Jennifer, what can you tell me? Why are you here tonight?
We are
so excited. We worked really hard for Jennifer Wexton as a chapter. We have 22 local groups across the state, and a lot of our Northern Virginia chapters knocked on thousands of doors to support Jennifer Wexton because she is committed to common sense gun violence prevention measures.
And how much of an issue do you think that was for voters that you know of?
Huge. We lose 96 people every single day in this country to gun violence, and we want a representative in Congress who's going to stand up to the gun lobby and stand for public safety. And you can tell by the energy in this room that people were fired up and ready to go. They wanted to do whatever it took to ensure that the people in Congress are going to do something to stop this epidemic.
Great. Well, that's Jennifer Herrera, a supporter of Jennifer Wexton's, now Congresswoman-elect Jennifer Wexton, just one of the supporters here tonight. So back to you guys in the studio. We'll have more from Jennifer Wexton's watch party.
Thanks so much, Emily Heil in Virginia. Polls are still open in California. There's still time to vote if you're watching us from California. Several close House races are up for grabs. They're of keen interest. The Post's Dalton Bennett joins us from California's 48th district. Hi, Dalton.
Hey, Eugene and Libby. So right now we're still at the Dana Rohrabacher's election headquarters. And look, the one thing that we wanted to talk to you guys just a bit about is that this district forever has been a Republican stronghold. Just around the corner from where we're at, there's a statue to the late, great Ronald Reagan, an icon for conservative voters, an icon for Republicans. We sat down with Harley Ruda, the Democratic challenger, at his campaign headquarters to talk to him a bit about how he's going to appeal to maybe Republicans that are turned off by Trump and moderate voters in the district. Here he is.
I used to be a Republican. And back in the 1990s, you had Republicans who believed in environmental stewardship. You had Republicans who believed in women's rights. You had Republicans who believed in civil rights and voting rights, who believed that bringing down the deficit was a good thing. All of those things are on the back burner at best now with the current Republican leadership. And that's not what the Republicans here believe.
Without a doubt, Ruda is banking on the fact that in 2016 was the Without a doubt, Ruda is banking on the fact that in 2016 was the first time that this district had voted for a Democrat for president since FDR. Now, polls are still open, the booze are flowing here, and Nickelback is playing, and we are waiting for results as they come in, and we'll keep you updated throughout the night. In the meantime, back to you guys in the studio.
So we've seen like the gamut of watch parties tonight. We see the Rohrabacher camp obviously at a bar, Beto O'Rourke holding it at a stadium, and then the classic ballroom, which I think a lot of us have probably spent time at over the years, hanging out in basement ballrooms for candidate watch parties. Thanks so much, Dalton. I want to talk about this interesting dynamic of a race in a district where it went for President Obama and then turned and voted for President Trump, or the opposite, right? Voted for Mitt Romney and then turned and voted for Hillary Clinton. And strategists are really watching these races to try to glean what's going to happen this year and what it means for these voters. Colby, talk to us about some of these districts where we don't really know what these voters might go for this year.
Yeah, I think a great example of that is in the Philadelphia suburbs. You look at a state like Pennsylvania that had not elected a Republican president since 1988 and then elected President Trump. And in those kind of bellwether collar counties around Philadelphia, those are where you have to get out the vote. And so those counties went almost overwhelmingly for President Obama in 2008 and 2012. And a lot of them then went for President Trump in 2016. And the Democrats are really hoping to flip them this time. They think that they can speak to suburban women, moderate Republicans that they had hoped would challenge Trump in 2016 and didn't. They're hoping that they'll have buyer's remorse and come out and vote today.
Matt?
Those California districts are also very interesting. I mean, there's 4 of them that touch Orange County, which has been a Republican stronghold for a long time, and but they all voted for Hillary Clinton. So it's sort of whether it's fool's gold for Democrats chasing those seats or not, but they feel like there's an indication, sort of a rebuke of President Trump, and so the ground is more fertile for them there. Those would be the seats that would turn first in a wave year. So they're sort of counting on those California districts, and California has a process where it takes them longer to count their ballots. So if it's down to those 4 or 5 seats in California, we may not know tonight, whether or not Democrats win the House.
All right, great. So we're hearing some victory speeches tonight. Let's go check in with Mike Braun in Indiana. He is the declared winner of that Senate race. Let's see if we can take a look. There he is.
Do you remember, dear, when I said that I was going to run for Senate? And do you remember when I said everybody said, do you need to have your head examined? She did too. Tell you what, so many people to thank, but it starts right here. My dear wife. And we made a big decision many, many years ago to come back to our hometown. And that wasn't typical back in 1978. And we did it for one reason. We wanted to raise a family, wanted to have a chance at starting our own businesses. Very simple plan, and by golly, it worked out. The kids are here on the stage with me, 2 of my grandkids. Truly, dear, we've lived the American dream. Really have. I see so many of you out there. I see Terry, the other Terry, Seitz from Mayor. Yeah, these guys, lots of Terrys. I've made so many friends, and in these 15 months that I've been out doing this, imagine every time I've been on the road, I haven't stayed in a motel or hotel more than 4 or 5 times. People have put me the way a campaign like this should be. And I want to thank all Hoosiers for giving me a resounding victory, putting your faith in me, and I will not let you down. I promise that. Senator Donnelly called me about 15 minutes ago. Yeah. And just like any competition, you fight hard, you want to win, you got to make your case. And we did it. The one thing I would love to see change in politics is it's gotten way too nasty on both sides. Yeah.
Mike Braun in Indiana declaring victory, saying that Joe Donnelly just called him a little bit ago to concede. Joe Donnelly is the incumbent in this race, and now you're looking at the new senator-elect from Indiana. What can we learn about this race? He was a bit of an outsider candidate. He even talked about how his wife thought he was, or his family, people thought he was crazy when he said he wanted to run for office. This is a guy who's for repealing Obamacare, basically. Indiana is a state that was very pro-Kavanaugh, and Joe Donnelly voted against Kavanaugh. What else are we looking at when we look at the contours of Indiana, Colby?
For someone like Joe Donnelly, who was very conservative, similar to a Joe Manchin, it was an uphill battle from the start, which is true of a lot of the Democrats running in red states. This was not an easy Senate map for Democrats across the board. And in a place like Indiana, where President Trump is popular, running against President Trump is not going to be popular. And so Donnelly didn't have a lot of options beyond the Democrats' kind of overarching theme of health care, which he also campaigned on a lot. But short of that, there wasn't a lot to distinguish him, I think, from his opponent. And so it was hard to get excited or inspired by Joe Donnelly.
Matt and Eugene, we've been talking about how Democrats are running defense in the Senate. Republicans are running defense in the House, right? But this is a territory where Democrats, just by the basics of the map, which seats are open this year in their 6-year cycle, they've had a tough go right from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seats where Democratic incumbents are running in states where President Trump won, in many cases by double digits, in some cases 20 or 30 points. So they're already heading into it in a big deficit and at a time when they need 2 seats, to pick up the majority. So they're competitive in some seats where states where Republicans have control, but from the very beginning, it's been a map that was very unfavorable to Democrats.
Even as soon as, like 2 years ago, people were even saying this was going to be a tough fall for Democrats coming up.
Absolutely. I mean, what you can't do is just change the map. The reality is it is what it is, and like we're seeing right where it is right now.
All right, thank you so much. Colby Ickowitz, thank you for being here. Matt Visor, appreciate you guys and your insights. And of course, Eugene Scott, thank you. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment. You're looking live at the U.S. Capitol building, and you're watching Election Night Live here from the Washington Post. With me all night is Eugene Scott, and I'm Libby Casey. It's now 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Polls have now closed in Iowa, Utah, Nevada, and Montana, and they're also closed in eastern parts of Oregon, North Dakota, and Idaho. As we're doing every half hour, we'd like to catch up on some of the key races and results so far. We have a projected winner in Florida's 26th House District. So interesting. Debbie Mucarsel-Powell defeating the incumbent Carlos Curbelo. We've been watching this one to see if this could happen. Projected winner there in Florida's 26th House seat. Connor Lamb, the projected winner in Pennsylvania's 17th district. Pennsylvania went through a major redistricting just a little while ago, mandated by the court. So we've been watching to see just how much impact that would have on Pennsylvania's House races. We'll be digging more into those numbers as the night goes on. And in Minnesota, let's go to the 5th district, where we see Ilhan Omar, the projected winner there. This is a historic win. She is a Muslim American, will be one of the first to have a seat in Congress. Expected to be the winner, still significant to talk about because this is such a historic moment for Minnesota and for the United States overall. And let's go to Pennsylvania, the 1st district there. This one might be a squeaker tonight. 17% of precincts reporting, but Brian Fitzpatrick, the Republican, is in a little bit of a lead over Scott Wallace. Fitzpatrick has been running as a very moderate Republican, trying to distance himself a bit from President Trump. We'll see if that effort paid off. In Iowa, let's go and see what's happening in our Iowa races. All right, let's see if we can go to Colorado now. We'll get to Iowa later on tonight. Colorado, the 6th district. Let's see, we've got about 3/4 of precincts reporting. Jason Crow, the Democrat there, looking very much ahead so far of Mike Kaufman. A significant race here. This is where Aurora, Colorado is. We're going to see if Democrats can take that district, running a moderate race. And the Missouri Senate. Let's check in to see how things are going there. At this point, Claire McCaskill has a lead, but I have to remind you, only 6% of precincts reporting, so it's still a long night to go as we see how Missouri evolves. Arizona Senate, we're watching this, and of course we'll be seeing whether Kyrsten Sinema can defeat Martha McSally, 2 members of Congress that hope to go to the Senate, 2 women, and as we talked about tonight, regardless of who wins there, a woman goes to the Senate, which will be significant and historic. We're watching so many women candidates across the country this year.
Indeed, and right now we're going to watch Philip Bump, who's keeping track of all of these close races with our map.
Watch me go. Thank you, Eugene. Okay, so let's start with the state of play. The Democrats need to pick up 23 seats in order to take the majority of the House. So far, according to our calls, they've picked up 5. They picked up that 1 in Minnesota. They've picked up 1 in Virginia. Virginia's 10th. I want to focus on Virginia's 7th for a second, for the very important reason that this is the race that Dave Bratt knocked off Eric Cantor in 2014 and really triggered the start of the sort of Breitbart-led shift in the Republican Party. He ran on immigration. He defeated Eric Cantor in a huge upset, a huge surprise, and really could have been seen as sort of the progenitor of everything that followed. He's at risk of losing here. There's 97% reporting. There's a very narrow margin between the two, about 2,000 votes. If we look at statewide at Virginia, there's this other race that we talked about, Virginia 2nd. The Democrats could pick up 3 seats in Virginia alone. Again, they only need 23 in order to take a majority. But I also want to talk about Florida. Why? Because in Florida, we see a very different sort of pickup for the Democrats. The 26th district, for example, this was just called. Carlos Curbelo, you just heard it. He has lost. He was the incumbent, the Republican incumbent there. But look at what happened in 2016. 2016, this was a district that Hillary Clinton won. This is a race that the Democrats really should have won, and they did. Same thing when we go to the 27th district. This is a district that Hillary Clinton won by 20 points, and as of right now, not all the vote in yet, but the Democrat, Donna Shalala, who used to work in the Clinton administration, up by about 6 points. So there are, in addition to the places where the Democrats are overperforming in Trump areas, there are also these Hillary Clinton districts where the Republicans did very well in election after election, and now they may have overextended themselves, and the Democrats can make some other pickups because of those seats as well. That's what we're seeing in Florida. Right now, the map continues to look good for the Democrats on the House side. We'll see how it unfolds. Back to you.
Philip Bump, thank you so much. We're joined now by David Fahrenthold. David, thank you so much for being here with us in the studio. David's covered the Trump family and its business interests and digs into the numbers a lot. So we're looking forward to having you crunch some numbers with us tonight. Also, Dave Weigel with us again. Dave has spent the last so many months on the campaign trail out in House districts across the country talking to voters and also to candidates.
I do, and I only have one less Pulitzer than the other day.
The Pulitzer Prize winning
Yeah.
David Fahrenthold. Okay, guys, it's 10 o'clock Eastern time. What are you watching for right now, David?
Well, so I've been trying to write the lead-all story, trying to tell people what's going on. And we're starting to see, there's been sort of a roller coaster of the night for the Democrats, and I think we're starting to see some of their chances tick up as the map moves west. They're starting to win, I think, or just to look ahead in some places like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, where there's a lot of pickup opportunities. And then we're starting to see places like Kansas where in Texas, where their suburban gains might be sort of consolidated. It's still too early to know. I've been amazed to see some other outlets calling the House now. My list, I made a list at the beginning of the night to keep track of the Democratic pickups.
Of course you did.
Yeah, so there's supposed to be 23 of them to control the House. My list has 3 on them right now. So we're a long way from consolidating that. But I guess the momentum is now back in the Democrats' direction.
You can see here the balance of power so far that we are tracking in the Senate, Dave.
Yeah, no, and as we've gone across the Midwest, Democrats are doing much better. They know that they're going to pick up at least 1 seat in Kansas, possibly 2. They're feeling very strong in Michigan. There are some dominoes falling to them by 1 or 2 points, and this is not quite their nightmare scenario. The nightmare was every domino falling against them. What we're seeing instead is some Senate dominoes falling the wrong way, and the House races are eking out more than they're losing.
Eugene, what are you watching here at 10 o'clock as we round this hour here?
I'm really still waiting for Arizona and California, and so I'm going to be here a while, obviously. I think with us having nothing in for the most part, just has me really anxious, at least especially with Arizona, because it's a really important Senate race that the Democrats are really looking to see if it's going to be a significant change, and obviously it's a historical race. Arizona's never sent a woman to the Senate before, and I think it's going to be a telling race if Kyrsten Sinema wins, whether or not Democrats should run the way that she did. I believe there was a idea that she had ads where she didn't even mention she was a Democrat in them. And so it's going to be a really telling state.
Yeah, it's a long path from her in terms of her political career, going from someone who's considered to
Absolutely.
be much more liberal and progressive
Yeah.
to someone who's really trying to focus on some of her centrist values and goals. I just want to remind you, you're seeing on the bottom of your screen the latest in our updates. There's a California House race with 0% reporting, as Eugene said. We're still waiting for those polls to close, still an hour at least there. But we are watching a lot of these races. If you see an asterisk, that means it's the incumbent. If you see a yellow check mark, that means the race has been called with the projected winner. Florida, you see there on the bottom of your screen right now, a fascinating race to watch. And the other Florida, from governor to Senate, we'll be seeing how those numbers stack up throughout the night as we go through some of these Florida House races right now. So, David, how essential is it the Democrats actually are able to win the House, both in terms of expectations and buildup and trying to get voters buy-in and say, look, we asked you to go to the polls, you went to the polls, we have something to show for it.
Right.
And also just the reality of being a check and balance on President Trump.
Well, the first thing, sort of for the Democrats' reputation, they told people, look, 2016 was an anomaly. We ran not a very good candidate. We're going to put better candidates in. We're going to recognize sort of the stakes what we maybe missed in 2016 and come back out there and win. We'll see whether that comes true tonight, whether they deliver on that promise. For oversight, for the things that I care about as a reporter covering the Trump organization, covering Trump's businesses and conflicts of interest, a Democratic-led House would be a sea change. Right now, there's been some accountability that's come from the media, that's come from authorities in New York State, it's come from a couple of lawsuits filed trying to get details about Trump's businesses, but there hasn't been the sort of sustained effort to look into the way that the foreign governments and other actors have used the businesses that Trump still owns and can still draw money from to try to influence him. And I think if the Democrats take the House and gain that sort of subpoena power, that's probably one of the main things they're going to do. I don't think they're going to try to legislate. I think they're going to try to investigate Trump's businesses and his conflicts. So on my beat, we could certainly be seeing a more information-rich environment if the Democrats take the House.
Let's take a look at the latest results from Tennessee. We do have a projected winner there. Marsha Blackburn, Republican, projected winner in Tennessee. Former House member now, it looks like, going to the Senate. This is a significant pickup for Republicans, one they were hopeful about. Dave, reflect on this race for us.
Well, it was one that Democrats led for a lot of the summer. Republicans always said it was going to break against them just because this is a state that feels like electing a Republican to the Senate. I mean, New Jersey felt like electing a Democrat. What we're seeing for the long term, if you're worried about the future of our politics, is a hardening of voter preferences that almost is unrelated to candidate quality or to scandal in some cases. I mean, I can't talk enough about New Jersey. And Democrats still expect the two indicted members of the House, Duncan Hunter in California, Chris Collins in New York, they still think that they're ahead, they're favored to win, unless there's a huge upset. I think another trend you might want to look at after tonight is if Abrams loses, and Gillum loses.
So these are the governor's races in Georgia and Florida.
If they lose, as Gillum's already lost, there is a tendency in the party to criticize the left for blowing things, and I'm not sure if those elections were winnable with other candidates, but I can already hear the making of that storyline after tonight.
Phil Bredesen, who is the projected loser in Tennessee, was running as a centrist. He was running as a moderate. He is the mayor of Nashville. He's the former governor. He may not have had as much name recognition outside of the state as Marsha Blackburn as a congressional leader, but
and as Dave was saying, it's a conservative state. It's a state that backed Trump, and it's a state of conservative Trump supporters who wanted to send someone to the Senate who supported Trump. Because that's not what they had. They had Bob Corker, who was one of the Republican Party's most critical lawmakers of Trump. And I think and Blackburn really campaigned. Marsha Blackburn really campaigned, and she's speaking now. We should hear what she's saying.
We want to make certain that you all know we're going to continue to do what we do. Work every day. As I say, I get up and I fight for what I call the big five: faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity. And I've asked you through this campaign to stand with me. Tonight is no different. I ask that you stand with me as we work on these issues for our state, for our nation. We know that we're going to be going to work early tomorrow on these issues. The transition begins. I look forward to being your senator. God bless Tennessee. God bless the United States.
Marsha Blackburn giving her victory speech in Tennessee for the Senate race, moving from the House to the Senate. Let's check in with Philip Bump on the latest here. Hi, Phil.
Hey, so I wanted to alert folks to a really, really big race that just got called. Staten Island, New York's 11th congressional district. The Democrat was just called the victor in that race. Dan Donovan, the Republican, conceded. Why is this important? I would say several reasons. First of all, this is New York City. This is Donald Trump's hometown. It is solid blue, solid dark blue. This was the last holdout in New York City. Staten Island just went Democratic. Not only that, Donald Trump invested a lot in Dan Donovan. First of all, he made robocalls there last week trying to support him, trying to boost his candidacy. But he also consistently referred to Dan Donovan when he would say how much clout he had, when he would say he could win races for the Republicans. He would mention Donovan's race because he helped Donovan win the primary. Donovan just lost. This is a race that was not on anyone's radar. No one had this as a likely pickup for the Democrats, and the Democrats just picked it up. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Philip Bump. So we've been talking a lot about the Senate race in Arizona. Eugene, you've been saying that this is one that you are watching. Senator Jeff Flake, a Trump critic, has vacated that seat. He's not running for re-election. And so it's a big question as to who will fill it. Well, the Post's Jesse Messner-Hage joins us tonight from Martha McSally's event in Scottsdale. Hi, Jesse.
Libby, good evening. Well, things are heating up here at the McSally Watch event. Results are just starting to trickle in here. We've still got hours to go until we sleep. But on what looks like it could be a dispiriting night for Democrats in the Senate, Kyrsten Sinema is still a potential ray of hope here in Arizona. And, you know, she began her career as a progressive activist. We talk about how the McSally camp has savaged her over that career as a progressive activist. But she's really reinvented herself over the course of her career to align more closely with the politics of this state. An analysis from 538 shows that she actually votes with House Republicans 62% of the time. That's a remarkable figure in this age of tribal politics, and it allows her to make the case to conservatives here in Arizona that I may be a Democrat, but I'm not afraid to go against my party, and I'm not afraid to talk to the other party. And in the state that produced the late John McCain, that's a message that really connects with voters. Take a listen to this.
I think what we learned from the legacy of Senator John McCain, he attempted to do that. He attempted to work with both sides of the aisle. And I like to think that Sinema is in that same vein. And so we need somebody that's not afraid to talk to Republicans.
Kyrsten Sinema has my support because she's been really consistent since she's been elected as a congressman.
She, you know, has not been partisan in any way, and I think that's been the appealing factor in her candidacy versus McSally.
Now, the other thing that Kyrsten Sinema has done is to really focus her campaign on bread and butter issues, especially health care, which is probably the defining issue of these midterms across the country. In her TV ads and in her mailers, she has gone after Martha McSally for voting last year to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. This is Republican legislation that would have weakened protections for people with pre-existing conditions, and it would have left millions more Americans without health insurance. And Martha McSally has been asked to defend this vote on numerous occasions, and she's never come up with a very good explanation. She actually got visibly frustrated at a reporter that asked recently about pre-existing conditions, and she snapped at him. She said, quote, "Can we please talk about the things that matter?" But healthcare is an issue that matters deeply to people here in Arizona. Voters have told us as much. And I think that if Martha McSally is to lose narrowly tonight, a lot of people will point to that vote last year as one that sealed her fate. But as I said, still a lot of votes to be counted, many hours to go until we know who's prevailed tonight. Libby, Eugene?
Jesse Messner-Hage in Arizona. And from Arizona, let's go to Texas. Lee Powell joins us again from Beto O'Rourke's campaign event in El Paso. Hi, Lee. Good evening.
Well, Libby and Eugene, good evening once again from El Paso, the baseball stadium here in downtown El Paso. As you can probably tell, it's become very loud, very animated. There's a band performing behind me on the stage. Since we last talked to you, the lower infield is really filled in with people carrying Beto signs. Every once in a while, you hear a chant, a Beto, Beto, Beto chant. The bowl around me in the stadium is filling up with seats, so there's easily several thousand people here for this event tonight. We sent Jorge Ribas, who's with me, my Washington Post colleague, into the crowd, and he talked to a couple people, and the theme seems to be pretty consistent among people. People are here, they're glad they're here, but they're nervous about what the results hold. It's still a very tight race, and as you can hear in the background now, you hear another round of Beto, Beto, Beto chants. So people are nervous, they're watching the results, they're refreshing their phones if they can get phone service here. So nervous but hopeful here in El Paso. Back to you.
Of course, what I want to know is Willie Nelson there. We'll find that out later on. Thank you so much, Lee Powell. Beto O'Rourke bringing out supporters from around the country in this sort of fan way, Eugene, getting this aura of celebrity almost that we're seeing.
I was just on Twitter watching people respond to it, saying things like, is he going to run for president now? I think he wants to focus still on this race.
Let's get through tonight.
It's not over yet. It's not over. We should still focus on 2018. But I think that just gives you an idea of who the Democratic Party is looking at in terms of where they want to see their tribe go moving forward.
We've been watching House races come in. Let's go back to Virginia and Emily Heil, who's been at Jennifer Wexton's watch party there. Democrat Jennifer Wexton declared the winner. Emily, hi.
Hi, Libby. Hi, Eugene. Well, things are dwindling a little bit here, but reaching the dance party phase of the night, I think. People are not just excited about the Wexton race, but a couple other races here in Virginia. Two of the four districts that who were hoping to flip to the Democratic side look to be going that way. So still a lot of excitement developing here in this ballroom. I'm actually joined by Coran Sains. He's a member of the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors. He's a Wexton volunteer. First of all, it was a hard-fought campaign. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, we're feeling great. Yes, it was definitely a hard-fought campaign from start to finish. We were out there every single day knocking doors, making phone calls, the rain, the sunshine. Even today, it's been pouring off and on, but it was a hard-fought race, and we're all excited, as you can see.
Yeah. So tell me, what do you think was the key to this race? How did Wexton pull this out?
Well, I think the key was her message. Her message did not just appeal to Democrats, but appealed to some Republicans as well. If you look at Comstock's voting record, if you really break it down, she was not representing the heart of the district. So we had a person, Wexton, who came out, appealed to a broad base. One of her Twitter handles was, or Twitter hashtags was "Change is coming, change is here now." So we're happy.
So tell me, this district, you've lived in this district for 37 years?
Yes.
And this has been red the entire time you've been here. You've flipped it over now. What does that say about this district?
That says Loudoun is definitely, well, I'm not going to say is definitely blue, but we are definitely dark, dark, dark purple. We saw that in 2015 when I was elected. We saw Loudoun continue to progress in 16, 17, and now here we are in 18, and hopefully we'll continue on this wave that we're going into.
Well, we'll see you in 2020. Thanks a lot, Karan, and thank you guys. Back to you in the studio.
Emily Heil in Virginia, thanks so much. Let's talk about the balance of power and how things are shaping up so far, Dave. If we take a look at the House, not a lot of races have been called yet. There's still a big vacant area, obviously, that we see, but many of these races we know are going to go one way or the other.
Right.
It's really this core set of races we're watching. What trends are you noticing so far tonight?
You're seeing a lot of suburban races break to the Democrats. There was a question of whether they could. There's a tight month of polling for both parties internally. They saw races that were neck and neck that are breaking most of the Democrats' way tonight. Elaine Luria over Scott Taylor being one of them. The Kansas races being another one. Basically, and you're also finding. As votes come in the Midwest, you are finding the realignment that happened in 2016. It's weaker than it was. The Republicans are not winning white voters by the same margins that Trump did. You're seeing some of that cut into the margins there. But there are so many suburban seats that were drawn to keep re-electing people on the kind of a Mitt Romney map. They're quickly slipping away from the party. The Max Rose race in New York was a fairly good example of that. That is a seat that Trump won solidly, that he might win solidly again if he runs for president. Culture, for a lot of the reasons that the president engaged last week, a lot of the issues he engaged on, it's places like that have slipped away from them.
And in the Senate, of course, we've seen some wins for Republicans, some wins for Democrats. States like Tennessee, which had been in Republican hands, but Democrats at one point did see a potential pickup opportunity in Phil Bredesen. Hopes dashed for that tonight.
Hopes are dashed there. They're pessimistic about all the red states. With the exception of Missouri, they want to see more from Missouri, where they think Claire McCaskill's personal brand was strong enough after years, and after. Surprisingly, her popularity kind of ticked up at the end. But even that map is not the map that Claire McCaskill used to win with. I mean, she's getting beaten very badly in the Boot Heel and conservative parts of the state. There is no Democratic formula to retake that. And look, the party made this choice after 2016, which looks like it's successful in terms of the House, not to have its usual debate over how far to move to the center. Beto O'Rourke did not move to the center to run for that race. Joe Manchin was himself, but in general, in these races, they are more left-wing on immigration and health care than they were 8 years ago. That is good enough for part of this map, not good enough for the Senate.
Indeed. And to help us break that down just a bit, let's talk to Hannah Jewell.
She's talking with first-time candidates tonight, talking about some of these issues, because some of them have already made history, Hannah.
That's right, Libby. I've been keeping an eye out for historic firsts achieved by women in particular tonight, and we already have a few, including the first 2 Muslim American women to join Congress. Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib will be the first Muslim women both elected recently in Michigan and Minnesota. So I want to take a quick look back, if we can just spare 2 minutes for the past. As a lover of history, I want to look back at some other firsts by women over space and time. Join me on this journey. In 1916, Jeannette Rankin became the first woman elected to Congress. She represented the state of Montana, a state that, by the way, hasn't sent any more women to Congress since 1916, although that could change tonight. She was a pacifist and a suffragist. Remember that this was 4 years before women won the right to vote nationally, which we're coming up on the centennial of, which I learned from Phil Bump just now reminded me, because he is an ally of women, I should add. So Jeanette Rankin the first, but 53, when she was elected, she actually said, I may be the first woman member of Congress, but I won't be the last, which is certainly true. But 53 years later, we get to Charlotte Reed. 53 years later, the number of women in Congress had only come up to 2% of Congress as a whole. 1969 is when Charlotte Reed, a Republican representative from Illinois, became the first woman to wear pants on the House floor, causing a minor scandal. She had got the pants as a gift from her staff and thought, why not? Apparently, Gerald Ford, who was then the House Minority Leader, encouraged her in this. It was a different time, and that was a big achievement. So if you see the bottom of the screen, you see this kind of pathetic-looking line, frankly, that is slowly creeping up. This represents the percentage of women in Congress over time, and it barely moves. You get all the way to 1992, when that number was really only 6% of Congress were women. But that was the year of the woman, the original year of woman. We've been hearing a lot about, is this another one? This was a year when many women ran for Congress, many inspired by Anita Hill's testimony. And it was also when Carol Moseley Braun was the first African-American woman elected to the United States Senate, bringing us up to a wild 10% of Congress female. And here we are in 2018, where we're really only at about 20% of Congress that are women. We have a record 84 women in the House and 23 in the Senate. That could change tonight, but it might be an uphill battle for women. There's still a long way to go before we get anywhere close to parity in Congress. So something to keep in mind tonight, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell, with a look at the history. Joe Manchin, the declared winner, the projected winner in West Virginia, spoke just a few moments ago. Let's take a listen to what Senator Manchin had to say.
The most patriotic state in the nation is right here, right in West Virginia. We've given our blood in every conflict and every war. And let me say something about 55 strong. God bless each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. I have never been more proud of educators, school service personnel, administrators, superintendents standing arm in arm, lockstep, fighting for the children and the education they deserve in West Virginia.
Joe Manchin, the projected winner in West Virginia, sounding like he's losing his voice a little bit there, Dave. Probably not the only one of the night who's been talking nonstop recently. You were down in West Virginia checking out the lay of the land.
Not recently, but during the healthcare fight, I came down there and I monitored afterwards. This is a guy who worked for that job and worked to be reelected, chose his issues very carefully. One point I always remembered about this race is that when the president signed a kind of miners' pension relief bill, Manchin made sure he was at the signing ceremony, and Evan Jenkins, who at the time was seen as the strongest Republican candidate in the Senate to face him, was not. Jenkins lost the primary to Patrick Morrisey. Republicans kept talking this up as a winnable race, but Morrisey was the weaker candidate. Manchin, there's a combination of luck and grit here. But you notice in his state, I need to look down at the state legislative races, but the 3rd district, a race Democrats wanted to pick up, they outperformed their numbers from Hillary Clinton, but they have not climbed back enough to win that. Manchin is unique. He's probably Richard Ojeda, who is a
Trump voter.
He's a Trump voter. He's a Democrat who voted for Trump. He's pro-medical marijuana. He's pro-union. He ran as basically a pox in all their houses kind of Democrat who opposed Nancy Pelosi, who opposed Democrats in Washington, and was frankly seen as having a very good shot early on. What Republicans did is just kind of buried him with ads linking him to national Democrats. There are some seats tonight. I think if they win the majority, there'll be less of bellyaching about this, but some seats Democrats will look back and say, if we had rebooted the party without Nancy Pelosi, could this have been easier in a couple of these districts? I don't think there's going to be a loud conversation if they have the majority. Certainly, Pelosi's going to shut that down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and understandably, she's a great fundraising person in terms of the party. I think a lot of the dollars that have benefited so many of these candidates have come through her, but the reality is she's very polarizing, and there are a lot of candidates who ran opposing Pelosi, and that resonated with very large segments of the conservative base.
But of course, candidates were also running, specifically Donald Trump, talking as he stumps around the country about Hillary Clinton, who's not in this race. It's like the ghost of Democrats past. So even if Nancy Pelosi had stepped aside and there was somebody else at the helm of the Democratic Party in the House, would that matter, Dave?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it changed the way the party could run, because it basically ran as a leaderless party. It ran individual races, and there are districts we're seeing that I think in suburban places from Colorado to California to New York, places where that was very successful, building a strong brand for one unique candidate, not tying yourself to the national party. But the Trump brand, more than any recent president, he imprinted himself on the party. The party went along with it. It is costing them the House, but it is realigning voters in places that had been voting Democratic for years.
All right, so here's the question. Who will emerge as leaders after tonight? Right. And of course, I don't want to have you guys look at the tea leaves too much because it's still early. As Eugene has reminded us, we're watching states like Arizona and California still many miles to go before we sleep this evening. But as you are watching this, who will be the leaders? And I have to say, one leader we're watching, potentially, Beto O'Rourke. We do have a call in that race, though. The Senate in Texas has been called for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, the projected winner in the Senate race in Texas over Beto O'Rourke. What does that mean for Texas and for those two men's future?
For Beto's future, he was going to retire after this term, even if he'd stayed in the House. So he
member
always was going to. Yes,
right.
Beto O'Rourke, member of Congress, was going to end his career in politics. He's now a national phenomenon. There's not an obvious place for him to go in Texas. What he probably did tonight, and we've already seen some movement in the suburbs. The idea of Beto's campaign was always that he was going to organize and register and motivate this kind of sleepy Democratic electorate that never comes out in a midterm or presidential. He appears to have done that. Now, where he goes in Texas is really unclear. I think he might just enter the private sector, might do a poll what Jason Kander did. The idea of him as a presidential candidate, even he laughed off a little bit. I think you're going to see some other brighter faces once we get more calls in the governor's races tonight. In terms of who Democrats are going to look at for a national voice of their party, I think Beto will recede after this race.
You're watching Election Night live here at the Washington Post. Stay with us. You saw a shot of our newsroom there, the hub, which is like the nexus of everything happening here at the Washington Post, where editors and reporters are crunching the numbers, watching the poll results, and bringing you the latest news. I'm Libby Casey with Eugene Scott.
Yeah, and right now we're going to talk to Philip Bump, who's keeping track of so many of these races, especially what we just saw in Texas.
Yes, hello, my friends. So, state of Texas. Right now, it's been called for Ted Cruz, narrow margin of victory over Beto O'Rourke. Not a huge surprise. This is still Texas. It's still a red state. People were expecting perhaps the Democratic wave might change things, and it did to some extent. We have a lot of counties that are still out. You'll notice that a lot of them are shaded light blue. Those are counties that right now Beto O'Rourke is winning. If we compare that to 2016, there's a lot more red, particularly in the middle part of the state there. So Beto O'Rourke is actually doing fairly well relative to 2016. If you notice, these circles, each of these circles represents the amount of vote in a particular area. So this is the vote that's in so far. A lot of votes in the Houston area, but there were a lot more votes in the Houston area in the 2016 election. Not all the counting is done there yet, so we should expect to see him gain some more votes there over the course of the evening. But we should also expect Ted Cruz to gain more votes. Again, this is 2016, this county just to the west of Dallas. There's still a lot more votes to come in there probably as well for Ted Cruz. So this race has been called, it's over. What I want to do is I want to talk about how this night is going for Donald Trump. And the way I want to talk about that is I want to start with Kansas. Kansas in 2016 was as red as they come. Not quite as red as they come. It was pretty red, right? With one little outpost over here by Kansas City. 2018, whole different ballgame. This race has not yet been called, but Chris Kobach is losing badly at this point in time with almost 2/3 of the vote in. And there's a lot of blue on that map that wasn't there 2 years ago. Why does this matter? Chris Kobach was a very, very fervent Donald Trump ally. He led his voter fraud commission that existed for a brief period shortly after Trump took office. Trump invested a lot in Kobach. Kobach tied himself very closely to Trump. And he's losing pretty badly right now in a very, very red state. We talked a little while ago about Staten Island. Dan Donovan, someone that Donald Trump had invested a lot in. Dan Donovan just lost in a surprise upset. That said, Donald Trump people are not doing badly everywhere. Right now in Florida, almost all the vote in, Ron DeSantis, who tied himself extremely closely to Donald Trump and got Donald Trump's blessing in return, still has a narrow lead over Andrew Gillum. DeSantis, you may recall, is the guy who that essentially had his kids. He had his kid building a wall to show how close he was to Donald Trump. He did all these things to tie himself to Trump. He was a very Trumpy candidate. He's in the lead right now. So this is a very different scenario than we saw with Kobach. let's do one more race here. Let's look at the gubernatorial race in Georgia. This race has fascinated me since the primaries because it is the most pure distillation of the 2018 election. We have two candidates here. Brian Kemp, who ran an ad in which he talked about driving around in his pickup, picking up undocumented immigrants, running against Stacey Abrams, who, if she won, would be the first African-American woman to lead a state. Right now, Kemp is doing very well. This is a guy who ran on Trumpism. If this is a test between Trumpism in 2018 and a woman of color running for office in 2018, right now Trumpism is winning, at least in the state of Georgia. So for Trump personally, it's sort of mixed results. Yes, Kobach is losing, probably likely to lose at this point in time, but DeSantis is doing better than Gillum, which is contrary to what the polling said, and Kemp is doing very well as well. So we all want to have sort of a tie it with a bow analysis of what this means for Trump, what it means generally speaking. So far, the results are pretty mixed. Back to you guys.
Philip, thanks so much. Just moments ago, we declared a winner in Texas. Ted Cruz expected to keep that seat over Beto O'Rourke. Let's go now to Texas, where our Lee Powell is at the O'Rourke campaign event in El Paso. Hi, Lee.
Well, Libby and Eugene, good evening once again from El Paso, from Southwest University Park here in downtown El Paso. Of course, the news just coming out that Ted Cruz has held on to his Senate seat, defeating Democratic challenger Beto O'Rourke. I have to tell you, the mood here is hard to kind of tell because it's been very upbeat with this live music happening behind me. But what you hear behind me now is one of the television networks' feed being piped in over the PA system. So I'm kind of competing with the voice of the anchors there. But I think that people have kind of gotten the sense here that this race wasn't going to go toward Beto O'Rourke's favor just by looking at their phones. If you kind of look around the room, and you may hear the boos as sort of that result now becomes obvious on the screen behind me. There was a cheer, though, when the network did project the Democrats taking back the House. So it's kind of a mixed bag here in Texas. We have not seen Beto O'Rourke at all. He lives very close to this location in downtown El Paso. So I would expect to probably have him appear before long, not before long at this venue this evening. You won't have all these people gather in his hometown to not see him and hear from him, at least in terms of what happens next. I will leave you with this. It was asked a lot on the campaign trail during this campaign, what would happen if Beto O'Rourke won, if he lost to him, what would happen next? And his kind of stock answer, usual answer, typical answer, consistent answer was that, look, if I win the Senate, I'm going to remain a senator, serve 6 years, probably 2 terms in the Senate, and then call it a career, call it a term. What was left unclear is if he loses, what happens then? So we're about to see that play out. Does he have a political future? What happens to this pretty unknown guy before this race from far west Texas here in El Paso as the music kicks up again here in downtown El Paso? Guys, back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee Powell. Well, joining us now here on our set, senior congressional correspondent Paul Kane. Thanks so much for being here, PK. And Jacqueline Alemany, author of the early morning newsletter Power Up, and Eugene Scott, of course, here with us. Okay, guys, so how big is this news from Texas? It was of national interest. It's always easy to see in hindsight. Did Beto O'Rourke have a shot? Was this a real pipe dream? But how significant is this?
It's significant because it shows that, look, Texas is still Texas, except when Ted Cruz is on the ballot. When you look at other races throughout Texas, Greg Abbott is winning the governor's race by a pretty solid margin. And on down, the other statewide races, they're winning. And O'Rourke was able to energize people in those liberal areas and brought out more people than you could ever have expected. And part of that was his own charm. But a lot of it was also that Ted Cruz is just not a really well-liked person, and a lot of conservatives still don't trust him because of his feud with Donald Trump 2 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw him flip from saying he would be one of the harshest critics of Donald Trump and criticizing him while the 2016 campaign happened to pretty much being a supporter in a straight line person for the president, and that's been very difficult, not just for conservatives, but obviously for the diverse populations of Texas that were looking at Beto to offer something different for Texas residents in Washington.
Jacqueline?
Yeah, well, and I think the inside joke amongst GOP operatives was that they were all sort of secretly rooting for Ted Cruz to lose, even though they're obviously all in the same party. But I think another race near Cruz and Beto that was super interesting, demographics-wise, is the seat that the Dems just picked up, Texas District 32, with Colin Allred beating Representative Pete Sessions. And that is a district that came to detest Trump, which I found to be pretty interesting.
Allred's a civil rights leader, also a former NFL player. Pete Sessions, Paul, you know this better than anyone, has been a leader among House Republicans, though.
He ran the campaign committee, the NRCC, for 2 successful cycles, and he was the 2010 NRCC chairman as they swamped into victory. And now he's going out on what could be and what might well be a losing of the majority. Now, what O'Rourke's biggest thing might have been in terms of the state of Texas is energizing a lot of voters in that district, in Dallas, suburban Dallas, to help Colin Allred and in a few of these other House seats that we're still seeing play out. You know, having him bring out so many other voters helps with those House races.
Do you expect to see that same trend getting a boost from what's at the top of the ticket? Top of the ticket meaning who's running for governor, who's running for Senate in places like Georgia and Florida, Eugene?
I think we could. I mean, the reality is that people were going to the polls thinking about, Abrams or Gillum, but that also benefits other races that were running. And I mean, we've seen some Democratic victories already in Florida that perhaps were very much tied to Gillum. I think focusing back on Texas, what would be really interesting is seeing how Cruz interprets this, right? I mean, he, as we know, is not the most popular person in his party, but the idea that he now has like a mandate is just not one supported by the numbers.
Sure.
Yeah. So as you watch other states around the country, other places where the top of the ticket, so to speak, the governorship or the Senate race may have influence and may have a big outcome on House races, Jackie?
Yeah, well, I just went to go refresh, the Florida race with DeSantis. Had 49% to Gillum, 48%. And, this isn't totally on topic, but I sort of similarly, just the dynamic playing out there with Marco Rubio not actually getting involved because he had a great working relationship with Democratic Senator Bill Nelson, which, I guess Rubio couldn't have predicted that DeSantis would potentially be pulling Rick Scott down, who ostensibly is a popular guy there, helped guide them through some major issues in the state this year, from Parkland to hurricanes. And I just find that sort of dynamic to be fascinating as well, to see how all those races have sort of, come together.
Other places you're watching for potential kick up from up top?
The top of the ticket, Pennsylvania has been
We haven't talked about Pennsylvania at all tonight.
Yeah. So it is looking like they will pick up 4 seats. They'll lose 1 because Connor Lamb is moving from his home in this redistricting, in the mid-decade redistricting. His home got moved into a different district. So he went there. He won convincingly, defeating another Republican incumbent. So they sort of went 4-1 so far. And that's because at the top of the ticket, Tom Wolf, the Democratic governor, is winning by double digits. Bob Casey is winning by double digits in the Senate race, and there's just been nothing to help the down-ballot Republicans.
We have a projected winner in North Dakota. Republicans projected to take this seat, Kevin Cramer. North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp had hoped to fend off a challenge from Kevin Cramer, but he is the projected winner in North Dakota. Eugene, what's your reaction there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we aren't incredibly surprised based on the polling we saw. This is the direction that we thought it would go into for a while, and the voters responded to it. It's just another example of the polls pretty much being on track this election.
All right, let's check in with Arizona. Our Jesse, if we go up here, we can see this is Senate seat by Jeff Flake, who has leaving it. He's not running for re-election, of course. So our colleague Jesse Messner-Hage is at the Martha McSally watch party, where we are all watching, Jesse, to see just what happens in Arizona. Give us the latest.
Well, guys, they're playing lots of soaring rock and roll here to try to keep people interested. There's probably still a long wait until we know who has won the race tonight. But one thing we can say right now is that if Kyrsten Sinema is to win, then she needs Latinos to turn out in large numbers for her. And there's no guarantee of that. A lot of that has to do with age. The median age for a Latino voter in Arizona is 27. The median age for a white Arizonan is 47. Obviously, older voters are more reliable voters. The other factor, though, is history. Compared to neighboring states like California and Nevada that have relatively high rates of Latino political participation, a lot of the population here in Arizona is still quite new. It wasn't until there were border crackdowns in Texas and California in the 1990s that a lot of immigrants were pushed towards Arizona instead. The Latino population here tripled between 1990 and 2015. So this whole notion of Latino voters as a kind of swing demographic that can determine elections is a relatively new phenomenon. And we should say as well that up until fairly recently, Republicans would win 40% or more of the Latino vote in statewide elections. But that all changed in 2010 with the passage of SB 1070, the so-called Show Me Your Papers law, which basically made it a crime to be an undocumented immigrant in Arizona. And that was a moment of political awakening for a lot of Latinos. The Republican author of that bill in the Senate wound up being ousted in a recall election, the first and only time that's happened in Arizona history. And Latinos really fled the Republican Party after that, and Republicans have not made much of an effort to win them back. And what happened in 2010 here really foreshadowed so much of what we're seeing in the Trump era when it comes to his anti-immigration rhetoric and policies. I talked to Joe Garcia, who runs the Latino Public Policy Institute at Arizona State University, and he put it very well. He said, in 2010, Arizona was an SB 1070 state, and in 2018, America has become an SB 1070 nation. We're, I think, getting in a... I think we're getting an announcement that a Martha McSally appearance might be imminent. But let me just close this by saying that, Donald Trump announced his presidential campaign by saying that Mexicans were rapists and drug dealers. And the closing pitch that he had in these midterms was about a migrant caravan that's still 1,000 miles from the U.S. border. We know this is language that resonates with his core supporters, but to Latinos here and elsewhere, it sounds like demonization. It sounds like an attack on their role in this state, in this society, and that could propel them to the polls. That would be bad news for President Trump and bad news for the Republican in this race, Martha McSally, who has largely embraced him. And we should say that there was no guarantee that Martha McSally would embrace Donald Trump in this race. She was actually quite critical of him during his run for president in 2016. When the Access Hollywood tape was released, she said she was appalled by it. When he first floated the idea of a travel ban from Muslim-majority nations, she said it was a ridiculous idea. But since Trump was elected president and during her run for the Senate, McSally now says that she's gotten to know President Trump, that his presidency is a historic opportunity for the country, and that she wants to keep working with him. And Trump has returned the favor. He has endorsed her. We will see what happens later this evening, though. Eugene, back to you.
Indeed, absolutely. We know that Arizona is a state, as you were just sharing with us, that pretty much bought into Trumpism before Trump even announced. It's been said that people like Joe Arpaio and Jan Brewer were precursors to Trump. What I'm very interested in seeing, Jacqueline, if Martha McSally ends up being effective and winsome tonight, what impact could that have on the Democratic Party in Arizona? Do they need to put forward someone more progressive than Kyrsten Sinema, or is there another Sinema person they put forward? Do they give up? What would you think?
Well, I think Sinema was a flawed candidate to begin with. The New York Times had a deep dive on some of her fabrications related to her biography. And so I think the situation here was really, and Martha McSally is a veteran dedicated to sexual assault in the military. Really a really very solid candidate. The White House didn't necessarily jive with her very well, but in comparison to Sinema, she just didn't have some of those road bumps that Sinema had.
Yeah. And Paul, what do you think? There's been a lot of talk about getting Latino voter turnout. Like, what is it that the Democratic Party could do to actually get the win? Because when you look at the numbers are there. They're just not turning out to the polls.
They are. Arizona is, in the sort of short term to medium range term, the most important state in Senate races. They're going to have something like 5 straight races. Last time, 2016, John McCain won re-election. Now we're having the Jeff Flake seat. In 2020, they're going to have a special election to fill the remainder of McCain's Senate seat. And then in 2022, they have another election to do the full McCain seat. And in 2024, we're going to be back here with this exact same seat up. So the Democratic Party, they told me, the operatives, a week ago, they just said, we are going to spend in this state. We are going to keep spending in this state for almost 10 straight years, because for them it's a laboratory.
Yeah.
You know, Eugene, I don't think they know right now what the right mix is to break through here, but they know that they have to break through there in order to get to 51 seats. It's just the way the country is dividing right now, the way you're seeing Indiana and Missouri and North Dakota really break sharply away from Democrats. They've got to go find other places to get to 51, and Arizona is their highest priority.
And speaking of breaking through, we haven't seen Jeff Flake be able to break through ideologically in Arizona, have we?
No. I think the next question for Jeff Flake is real simple. Does he show up and start flipping pancakes in New Hampshire or Iowa just for a sort of long shot presidential primary challenge to Trump? I don't think there's any expectation that he would win, but it would be a symbolic protest. It's possible. It's possible.
Anything's possible from Arizona to New Hampshire, but right now we're going to go to Florida. As we've mentioned before, there's a lot of eyes on Florida tonight, especially when it comes to the Senate and governor's race. The Post's Rhonda Colvin is in Orlando at Senator Bill Nelson's event, and she joins us now. Rhonda?
Yeah, thanks, Eugene. As we've been saying all night, this was a close race. So right now, you can see behind me, it's thinner than it was earlier today. Many of the supporters are actually out in the hallway. They're also on either side of this room looking at the monitors. They're paying close attention because they want to find out, if this race is going to be called soon. So the mood, it hasn't quite deflated. I feel people are still very hopeful this may go their way, but they're very serious right now. They want to know if their candidate has pulled through in this. Back to you in D.C.
Awesome. Well, thank you so very much, Rhonda. So we're looking at polls in California, and I think they're going to close pretty soon. So let's talk to Dalton back in the Irish bar and see what he has for us. Dalton?
That's right, Eugene. We're still here at Scosh Moynihan at the Rohrabacher Party headquarters. And look, we've been talking to supporters here. More and more people are coming in. Things are getting amped up. We just had a little bit of Bob Marley playing earlier. And it looks like we're going to have an announcement here soon. But look, the reality is this. People and supporters of Rohrabacher are a bit concerned that this race is so close. One of their biggest concerns has been just a couple hours earlier, Fox News had recently announced that the House was already taken by Democrats. And that, for their supporters, was really concerning because they're like, hey, if we have people that still haven't voted yet, they might see this on the news, and are supporters of Rohrabacher, they might not even show up to the polls. So everybody's watching very closely. I recently spoke to a supporter who's actually with Dana Rohrabacher right now, right upstairs, and he describes the mood as like they're on edge. They're waiting for the results. The polls are about to close, and we'll keep you updated once we have a bit more information here. Back to you in the studio.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Dalton. While we're waiting, let's take this time to go talk to Hannah. Hannah's been keeping track of the record number of women candidates running this year. Let's check in and see where she's at.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Okay, before we go to Hannah, let's actually talk to our guests. Saying on that topic, though, there have been a record number of women, Paul. We're seeing this response to Trump's election that started right with the Women's March continue. What do you think is going to happen tonight in that area?
I think looking forward is how does this change the House, and how does that change the internal dynamics of the House Democratic Caucus, first and foremost, which has already become, it was a couple cycles ago where they became a caucus where white men were in the minority. This is going to further expand that, and I think it's the politics of that caucus that we're going to watch and see. An issue like healthcare becomes far more important, far more upfront, but you know, they're going to go through these internal debates about what happened in the Senate races where they just sort of, the bottom seems to be falling out for Democrats, and what do they do? How do they match up the rising enthusiasm on House races where they look like they're going to win the majority behind the energy of women voters, whereas in red country in Senate races they're losing, and it's a debate that's going to keep going.
Yeah, Jacqueline, this debate that's been going with women voters, what areas do you see them wanting the new Congress?
Can I just pause you on that one moment? I want to get back to that, but we do have this just in. We have a call to make here. Republicans are projected to retain control of the Senate. The Washington Post is calling the Senate going to Republicans. This was always going to be an uphill battle for Democrats just based on which seats were up for election in this 6-year cycle that senators have. And so even years ago, as people were looking to see what races would be defended, it was going to be tough for Democrats. But some did not give up the hope that they could keep seats like Heidi Heitkamp's, maybe even win ones like Ted Cruz's. Perhaps Beto O'Rourke could make a dent there. But as we saw tonight, Heidi Heitkamp has been defeated. Ted Cruz was able to hang on to his seat. You can see the Senate balance of power right now. 50 seats for Republicans so far, just 38 for Democrats. A real question now will be to everyone, can Republicans gain seats? Can they actually build on this? Because that does matter in terms of having a margin, Paul, being able to have some safety in the Senate.
So they've already picked up North Dakota and Indiana. Florida they're trailing. Nelson is trailing in Florida. And McCaskill is down big, about 10 points in Missouri. I don't know where the vote has come from Missouri. It's possible that St. Louis still has to come in, which would make that a much closer race. But those four, they would be down 4 seats. And you're looking at a moment where this hasn't happened since 1970, where one party gains seats in the House and the other party gains seats in the Senate. It's just not usually what happens.
I want to interrupt you, Paul, because Andrew Gillum is speaking. This is in the governor's race in Florida.
Kristen, my wife RJ, our families, we could not be prouder of the way that we ran this race. We couldn't be prouder. We could not be more thankful for the support that was shown by each and every one of you all the way along this path. We recognize that, you know, we didn't win it tonight. We didn't win this transaction, but I want y'all to know that is just it, a transaction. That what we believe in still holds true today. I got to tell you, as I stand here on the highest of 7 hills in Tallahassee, Florida, the campus that gave so much to me and to my wife, RJ. Many a days for those students who were around when we were here as students, we marched plenty of times from this very set up to the Capitol. We let our voices be heard. We didn't shrink from the challenges. We didn't shrink from power. We spoke truth to power. And just because we didn't always come out victorious, we didn't retreat. We stood up. We stood strong. We spoke out because we recognized.
Andrew Gillum speaking and conceding the governor's race in Florida. This means that Rick Scott, who was leaving that seat, that Senate race will now be a big thing to watch, right? What's going to happen in the Senate race between Bill Nelson and Rick Scott? Because now we've got Florida governorship. It sounds to be locked up by DeSantis, beating Andrew Gillum. A lot of focus will now be on the Florida Senate race, Eugene.
Absolutely. Let's hear what more Gillum is saying about that.
What they're worth. I still believe that. Of the state of Florida decided to pass Amendment 4. Proud about that. That is just one step closer to getting us where it is that we need to be as a state. Y'all, I want to encourage you not to give up. I want to encourage you to stick to the fight. I want you to know that every step of this way, even though I won't have the blessing of serving as the next governor of the state of Florida, I still plan to be on the front lines right alongside every single one of you when it comes to standing up for what it is that we believe in. As I said all along the campaign trail, power sees nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. We still have to be willing to show up every single day and demand our seat at the table. We got to be willing, inside of elections and outside of elections, to say that our voices still matter, that we still have relevance. I still believe and I still trust the voters. We may not have all shown up in the way that we thought and hoped that we would, but I still believe that there are still more of us who believe in what is common and what is decent and what is right. And I believe in the long run, good always wins out over evil. I still believe that. Many of you all along the trail heard me talk rather repeatedly about my grandmother. Someone pointed out that she was the real winner of the governor's race. My grandmother, who poured so much into us, because my mother and father, as I would often share, would have to get up so early in the morning and go off to work. They would load us up in the car and take us over to my grandmama's house where we would sleep just a little bit longer. And my grandmother would often have a ritual. It was a two-step ritual. The first phase of that is that she'd grab her bottle of olive oil, sometimes cooking oil, whatever the shiniest oil was that she can get her hands on. And she would build a cross across my forehead. It was her way of sending us out into the day with a blessing that no harm would come our way. And then she would have this refrain where she would say, boy, go to school, mind your teachers, get your lesson, and one day bring that education home. She would say, bring it home for your little brother and your little sister who don't know what it is yet, bring it home. Bring it home for that little boy down the street that you play with. God knows where he's going to end up. Bring it home. She said, bring it home for your mama and for your daddy who get out there every single day, going to work on somebody else's job in order to keep a roof over your head and clothes on your back and food on the table. Bring it home. As I shared with you on the campaign trail, I didn't always know what my grandmother was trying to communicate, but I would come to learn that what she was saying is that it wasn't just about me. Y'all, I'm reminded this evening that it is not about me. That it's not about my wife, not Chris King, not Kristen. This is about all of us. This is about the collective. This is about the belief that if we all do good, we can all do good. And we can do good by doing good. That if we all put our oars in the water and row in the same direction, that we can all get further than by ourselves. I still believe that to be true this evening. Even in defeat, I believe that to be true. The question is, we have a choice to make tomorrow morning. Are we going to wake up and bask in sorrow and defeat? Or are we going to get up and reassert ourselves to the mission at hand? Are we going to get up and fight for the things that we believe in? Are we going to get up and say that we still deserve our seat at the table? Look, I said before that I believe that we have to have a table in this state that is long enough, that is wide enough, that is deep enough to fit all of us. I still believe that we got to have that table. But y'all, we're just going to have to do a little bit more work in order to build that table. We're going to have to do a little bit more in order to make our way to it. If there's not a chair there for us, let's pull up our own folding chair. Let's make sure that people know we plan to have a seat at this thing and that we will not be ignored, that we will not be pushed aside, that we will not be pushed into the shadows anymore, that we're here and that we are here to stay. Y'all, I have to tell you, I am blown away by the volunteers that joined with us on the trail. I'm blown away by you. This was from the very beginning an extremely, extremely difficult task. I sincerely regret that I couldn't bring it home for you.
Let's go from Andrew Gillum in Florida to Ted Cruz and his victory speech in Texas.
Tonight is a victory for all the men and women in this room and all the men and women across this state that poured your hearts, your passion, your time, your energy to rising to defend Texas. To every one of you, Heidi and I and the girls, we say thank you. Thank you. Texas saw something this year that we've never seen before. This election wasn't about me, and it wasn't about Beto O'Rourke. This election was a battle of ideas. It was a contest for who we are and what we believe. It was a contest, and the people of Texas decided this race. We traveled every part of the state, from East Texas to West Texas, from the Panhandle to the Valley. And the energy, the excitement we saw was incredible. Just a couple of weeks ago down in the Valley, in Harlingen, 2,000 people coming out. In Mission, 2,000 people coming out. In El Paso, 2,000 people coming out. And what was truly amazing, at many of these events, we would ask, how many of you here are former Democrats? And we would see hands throughout the room, as we're seeing hands now, because Texas came together behind a common sense agenda of low taxes, low regulations, and lots of jobs. Securing the border and keeping our communities safe. And defending the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And that is a common sense agenda that unites Texans from every part of the state. It was your hard work. This is a victory for the single mom who's been waiting tables, who suddenly sees her wages going up because the economy is booming. This is a victory for the oil field worker who sees now.
Ted Cruz giving a victory speech in the Senate Texas race. Eugene, your reactions to both this and Andrew Gillum's speech conceding.
Yeah, initially to Andrew Gillum, I think that was a big loss for the Democratic Party that was really hoping that he would be an example of the direction of where the party would go and the region as a whole. But one thing I think he did point to, which was, I believe, an incremental win to the left, is the restoration of voting rights for many felons, former felons in Florida. That was a big criminal justice reform issue that
it was on the ballot.
It was on the ballot. Amendment 4.
Million.
Yeah, 1.3 million people who were not able to vote in this election will be able to vote in future elections in Florida. And demographically, many of these people lean left, and so that certainly can have an impact on what we see in the future.
Jacqueline?
Yeah, well, I think the takeaway is, Gillum and Beto might have lost, but they've really gained so much from both of these campaigns and are now stars of the Democratic Party, regardless of not actually holding office. I mean, people are already tweeting that Beto should start scheduling his diner stops in Iowa. There's been, I think a lot of criticism of Dems for not necessarily having a deep bench or, having their message owned yet, despite being 2 years into the Trump administration. But I think this is a good sign forward for them.
Does Ted Cruz go back to the Senate a changed man? No. It didn't sound like it.
No, I don't think so.
I didn't hear any humility there, reflection on how tough this race turned out to be.
I think he will return, and he will. What will be most interesting about him, or was most changed over 2.5 years, is he's kind of a wholly owned subsidiary that Donald Trump now has. That he won because of Trump, and it is a strange twist of fate.
I want to thank Paul Kane, also Jacqueline Alamany. Thank you so much to both of you. And Eugene Scott is sticking around. Stay with us as our live coverage continues. A live look at the U.S. Capitol building tonight. You're watching Election Night Live from the Washington Post. With me all night is Eugene Scott, and I'm Libby Casey. It's now 11 o'clock Eastern Time, and a large number of states are closing their polls. Washington State, all of Oregon, all of North Dakota, Idaho, and California. And as we do every half hour, let's take a moment and catch up on some of these key race results so far tonight. Florida governor has been called for Ron DeSantis. Of course, we saw Andrew Gillum a few moments ago giving his concession speech, but really striking a very optimistic and hopeful tone, even as he accepted that Ron DeSantis will be the next governor of Florida. Let's go check in with the Arizona Senate race. Finally, some numbers to put on the board. Just a small, less than 10% of precincts reporting, but we do see there Martha McSally, Kyrsten Sinema in a tight race for Arizona's Senate seat. Let's head locally to Virginia's 2nd District. Elaine Luria picking up this seat for Democrats. Scott Taylor defeated both Navy veterans. We were watching this seat to see if Democrats could have an early indicator that they might pick up some seats and march towards a House win. We're going to keep tracking that as the night continues. And let's go to Texas and look at the 32nd House District. Pete Sessions defeated by Colin Allred, a civil rights attorney, former NFL player, taking down Pete Sessions, a former Republican leader in the House. In Illinois, let's see the action there. The projected winner, Lauren Underwood, taking this seat. This is a fascinating race. This is someone who ran on her own personal life story. She ran on supporting health care, on having that as a major issue. And so we see Lauren Underwood taking that district in Illinois. And we've been watching to see what happens in the Senate. Of course, the big call of the night so far is that Republicans are projected to take the Senate, securing 50 seats. That means, Eugene, that they have the Senate because in any tiebreaker, they could rely on Mike Pence, the vice president, to get them over the threshold. So the Senate going to Republicans at this point.
Which is pretty much what we expected. There was some hope that perhaps it could go to the Democrats, but that didn't turn out to be the case. And what also we'll be focusing on right now is what Philip Bump has, who's been tracking several of these close races. Let's go to him now.
Yes, thank you, Eugene. So we now have an answer to what Donald Trump is going to be tweeting about tomorrow. He's going to be tweeting about the U.S. Senate. If we actually look at the balance of power right here, these red lines go all the way up to the line. Just as Libby was saying, the Republicans now will maintain control of the Senate. The question is, will they gain ground? And the answer to that question is very much possibility. So let's look at the national map here. We've had, as we said before, 2012 was 6 years ago. It was a good year for the Democrats. Barack Obama was the top of the ticket. A lot of Democrats won in places you wouldn't expect. Montana, North Dakota, Indiana. All of those seats are on the ballot again in 2018, and so far it's not looking good for the Democrats. So if we look, for example, at the races which we know have already been settled. So we know that the Republicans have picked up North Dakota. We know the Republicans have picked up Indiana. We know that the Republicans are leading in Florida with former Governor Rick Scott, or current Governor Rick Scott. They're currently leading in Missouri. The only places at this point in time where the Democrats can still pick up Senate seats are in Arizona and Nevada. The Democrats needed to gain seats against the Republicans in this election cycle. As it stands right now, the Republicans are actually poised to gain more seats than the Democrats, adding to their strength. That's why this is the thing that the Republican Party is going to focus on tonight as a measure of success with some justification. They're probably doing better than people might even have expected. Back to you guys.
Philip Bump, thank you so much. And this just in, the House has been called for Democrats. So a divided Congress there. You see this just in for the Washington Post calling the House for Democrats taking the win. Just how big that margin will be is soon to be seen. Democrats have won enough congressional races to take control of the House of Representatives. That's according to exit polls and early returns. Now to break down the latest news, Karin Demerjen from our congressional reporting team, thank you so much. And Mike Debanis, thank you for being here.
Pleasure.
Okay, so we are saying that the Democrats have won enough congressional races according to the exit polls and the early return. So we have that caveat there, Mike. A necessary win for Democrats tonight as they face defeat in the Senate?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been really an apocalyptic moment in the party if they hadn't figured out how to win the House in this year with this environment, with the quality of the candidates they had, with the amount of money that they had. it would have been a disaster. And they're very much on track right now to win the House. Now, it looks like, based on the races that have been called so far, this is not a tsunami type of situation where you're talking 50, 60 seats like Republicans flipped in 2010. But they're going to be into the 30s, maybe into the mid to high 30s if the rest of the night goes well. And that's a comfortable majority for them. But, some of these races that they thought they really had a shot at, it turned out that they fell a little short. But still, so far, a good night for Democrats in the House.
All right, so Karin, we are seeing, candidates come out, declare victory, declare defeat. What's sitting out to you tonight in terms of winners and losers and what it means for this next Congress?
I think you hear a lot of relief from a lot of the Republicans who had close races. And I think what you're hearing also from a lot of the people, the Democrats who are giving concession speeches, is you haven't seen the last of me yet sort of a message. We haven't heard Beto speak yet. We did hear Andrew Gillum speak, and he clearly had a message that said, we're going to go on. I'm still going to not disappear from your consciousness, basically. 2020 is on the horizon for everybody. It's on the horizon both for individual candidates who either won or lost tonight but got more support than other Democrats have in the past. It also matters for the House. You've got the Democrats controlling the House now. Does that mean that they're going to run wild, though, and start impeaching the president? Probably not, because they really have to think about being able to protect these seats in a year in which Trump is on the ballot. And as we said, Trump was a motivating factor in the Cruz race, probably. He's going to have a lot more momentum behind him when he's actually at the top of that ticket, at least with his base, probably with a lot of people in the middle as well. So they have to think about using their majority in a way that they can investigate the president, counter his more ambitious agenda goals that don't agree with the Democratic Party, but also preserve what they've got for 2 years from now.
Ron DeSantis speaking in Florida. Let's go there live.
The opportunity to serve as the 46th governor of the great state of Florida is the greatest professional honor of my life. Thank you, the people of Florida, for your faith, your support, and your trust you have placed in me. Not bad for a kid who started out making $6 an hour. Now, throughout the campaign, I knew the only thing I could fully control was how hard I worked. And while I was confident in achieving a victory, I was at peace knowing that I worked as hard as I possibly could, and I left everything out on the field. When he spoke to the Ohio Regiment towards the end of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln told the soldiers assembled before him that the free government for which they were fighting provided everyone with an open field and fair chance for their industry, enterprise, and intelligence. Lincoln was born on the frontier in obscure circumstances, yet he rose to the highest office in the land. He was living proof that these ideals those soldiers were fighting for were worth the sacrifice. And I think my election as governor in the nation's third largest state is further proof that, regardless of where you start out in life, if you work hard, if you do it for the right reasons, you can succeed in the United States of America. Now, when Casey and I launched this effort in January, the pundit class gave us no chance. And even today, the political and media class seem eager to write our obituary. But the great thing about our country is that every 2 years, the people have that one day in November where the elites don't call the shots, where they don't get to craft the narrative, and where they don't get to set the agenda. On Election Day, it's the voice of the people that rules. Now, as governor, I'll make sure Florida remains a low-tax state.
So you see there Ron DeSantis speaking. He is the projected winner for the governor's race in Florida over Andrew Gillum. We are still watching, though, what happens in the Senate race there. And our very own Rhonda Colvin is in Orlando. She's at Senator Bill Nelson's event, and she joins us now with more. Rhonda, hello.
Hi, Libby. Yes, thank you. We're still here at Senator Nelson's party. I feel the mood is a little tense right now, especially because the Gillum and DeSantis race has been called. I kind of surveyed the room when the people here saw that Gillum was giving a concession speech, and there were looks of disbelief. There were looks of, disappointment. There are many Gillum supporters here, and I also noticed that more people are filing back in here to watch the returns. So, if anything, that race being called has now led to even greater suspense with this Senate race and the returns. So people are sticking around. Again, they are not, doesn't look like they're not hopeful that this will turn out in their favor, but they are, really looking at the returns, listening to some of the campaign staffers who are coming in and giving regular updates that this is still in play. So we will stay here until this all gets settled this evening and report back to you. Back in D.C., Libby and Eugene.
Great. Thanks so much, Rhonda Colvin. So let's talk a little bit about what we know so far, Eugene. We're seeing projections that the House is likely in Democratic hands based on exit polling, based on what we're seeing tonight, but the Senate goes to Republicans. Where does this leave us?
Yeah, it leads us where we thought we were going to go based on polling, quite frankly. The reality is that this is not a big shock. Some of the more surprises, I think, were the gubernatorial races that still are undecided, some of them, where people were hoping to see some outcomes, depending on, obviously, what side of the aisle they fall on. But it's very interesting. We just, shot away from Ron DeSantis. This was a really divided, contentious race that brought Trump and Obama and some heavy hitters down to the Sunshine State. And I think it's telling in terms of what it is that people in Florida want and what they don't want. It looks like it was 1% apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we can see there's still the race for the Senate seats so tight, 99% of precincts reporting, but as seems to often happen in Florida, we're going to be on the edge of our seats, Karin.
Right. Nothing in Florida is ever a sweep one way or the other. Everything is always quite close, and in this case, you had, you had a more charismatic, probably Republican candidate for Senate than a Democratic candidate for Senate, which is perhaps why you've got such a close race right now. But, two takeaways from this are that one race affects the other. I know we're talking about the House having gone to Democrats, the Senate having gone to Republicans, and governors kind of being a free-for-all right now. But everything happens in it's the same voters, right? And the momentum from one race, even if you don't win it, can end up delivering you wins in races down the ballot and the other direction too. And the other thing to remember, though, from all of this is that maps matter. We were looking at the maps before this all started. The map for the Republicans was good in the Senate, was good for Democrats in the House. There were some polls that indicated maybe it would be closer races for certain gubernatorial races or Senate seats than actually turned out to be the case. In the end of the day, what we predicted based on the geography was what carried.
Mike, how significant are margins, right? We're looking at Republicans having 50 seats in the Senate. That means they have a locked voting block because they can get Mike Pence to come in and break any ties. But how significant would pickups be in terms of their comfort level?
Well, they certainly would have liked to have a 4-seat majority back when they were trying to pass a health care bill and trying to get all of this really big legislation done. Now, when they're going to be dealing with the Democratic House, that's going to be less of an issue because, we're looking at a gridlock type situation between the two chambers. But going into the 2020 map, they want to run up the score this year as much as possible to make holding the Senate in the next cycle all the easier. And they have a tougher map in 2020. They're going to be defending seats in Colorado, Iowa, a few other, purple states where Democrats are going to have a real chance to pick up seats. If they can get a 4-seat, 5-seat margin, which is in the realm of possibility right now, they're going to feel a lot better about holding the Senate much beyond the next 2 years.
One other thing to just point out about the Senate is that Trump must be breathing a sigh of relief right now because the one thing he still has is the judges that he wanted to get through the Senate. He's still got the Republicans in the majority there. And remember, it's only a 50-vote threshold now to get that done. And he's probably going to be looking for some new cabinet secretaries, too, in the next several months. And he's still got the Republicans there. So that makes the road for him a lot easier than it would have been otherwise.
And a huge thing is it takes the leverage away from Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, who have basically been able to dictate what gets passed and what doesn't get passed in the Senate. Their sort of power is now evaporates in large part because you're going to have some conservative senators and Mike Braun and probably Josh Hawley. I don't think that race has been called yet, but coming in and really changing the complexion of the Republican conference.
Yeah. Let's pivot to the House. How important will margins be for Democrats there?
Well, the immediate issue there is the leadership question, actually, because Nancy Pelosi is going to have to get elected. You know, she wants to get elected Speaker. A lot of these Democrats that I'm seeing get elected here have spoken out on the campaign trail saying that we want new leadership. There's a sort of a group already inside the House Democrats that want new leadership. If the majority is in the range of under 10 seats, maybe even under 15 seats, she may have a very hard time getting that speaker's gavel, and that's what's going to consume Democrats for the next probably 4 to 6 weeks.
But at that point, it'll be a question of horse trading, basically. I mean, I don't think anybody thinks that anybody can actually win that is not named Nancy Pelosi right now, but they can cause problems for her to actually become the next speaker. In that case, you may see her having to promise more prominent committee roles or some other plum assignments to people that have been in the more liberal wing of the party, who are upset with and who are the younger generation as well, who are upset with the way things are going. But basically, by and large, the thing for Democrats is going to be, how do they decide to go after Trump and Trump's policies with their investigative authority, with their subpoena power? They could unearth a lot of stuff. They could unearth a lot of things like his tax returns if all the cards line up the way they could. But it's a chance for them to kind of release some of this frustration that has been built up over the last 2 years. The question is how much to do without alienating people on the other side.
Let's check back in with our Lee Powell, who's in Texas. He's at Beto O'Rourke's campaign event in El Paso. Hi, Lee.
Hello, Libby and Eugene, once again from El Paso, the minor league ballpark in downtown El Paso. Well, I have to tell you, word has trickled out that Beto O'Rourke did lose to the incumbent Republican Senator Ted Cruz, but it appears that not many people have really left. I can look around and see people on the infield here at the baseball stadium. They've maybe moved a little closer to the stage, perhaps anticipating Beto O'Rourke's arrival and some remarks in a concession speech. But the stands behind me still remain filled. People have not left. The music is sort of taking a break. They're resetting the stage. So perhaps Beto O'Rourke is on his way. We hope that people will hear from him here tonight. And the event has kind of taken on more of a hometown sort of concert vibe. You have to think about El Paso, where it is in the state. Very western part of the state. Can't go much farther in Texas without, once you leave El Paso, you're in New Mexico or you're in Old Mexico. And so it's a large city. About 800,000 people on the El Paso side, about 2.3 million people on the Ciudad Juarez side. And all throughout the campaign, Beto sort of did play on that, saying, we're this kind of isolated community. We're not a small town. We're a pretty large, sizable metropolitan area, but everybody kind of knows each other. And there's this sort of hometown vibe in El Paso. And you saw a lot of that even when we were here this weekend into today, when you talk to people out on the streets, people who are supporting Beto, people O'Rourke who were people going to the polls. They said we were really proud of Beto for the fact that he's from here, the race that he put up, the kind of contest that he put himself through for the Senate seat. And there was just a lot of hometown pride in Beto O'Rourke and the fight he made for the Senate seat, which came up just a little bit close, almost 3 percentage points separating him and Ted Cruz. So we're still in El Paso. We'll see if Beto O'Rourke does make an appearance on the stage here tonight, but we'll send it back to you, Libby and Eugene.
All right, thanks so much, Lee Powell. So, Karin and Mike, you guys are all over the halls of the Capitol. Like, I see you all the time down there in the subways and everything else. Some of these spaces it's the glamorous life. You got to wear really comfortable shoes. Some of these House members are going to the Senate. We're going to see some crossover here, people like Marsha Blackburn. How much do you anticipate some of the known faces shaking things up and doing things differently? How influential will people like Braun be to a new face of the Senate?
Braun's an interesting question. He reminds me a lot of Ron Johnson, who came in as Wisconsin senator in the big 2010 year. And kind of took a while for him to sort of get accustomed to how to get things done in the Senate. He was very accustomed to being sort of this businessman sort of personality. It might be a little bit of a learning curve for Braun to come in and make a big impact. Somebody like a Marsha Blackburn, who's very skilled in operating in the conservative sort of media world, could be someone who makes a much quicker impact. Somebody like Kevin Cramer, who's kind of known for being kind of unpredictable and can kind of say kind of unusual things. He could be an interesting character to have around. But we'll see. The big question is we're expecting Utah the polls just closed in Utah. We're expecting the race to get called for Mitt Romney any moment.
Yeah.
He's obviously a national figure who's going to be coming into the Senate, he's going to be looking to make an immediate impact on the way business is done there, and it'll be interesting to see how he sort of comports himself as a senator as he comes in to that institution.
Romney would definitely have some wind behind his back if he comes in. He's been bigger than a senator in terms of what the party's rankings have been in 2012. But the other person, and we don't really know what's happening in this race yet, but if Martha McSally wins in Arizona, I think that's somebody who actually could come in and shake things up. She's one of the, she's a charismatic type figure. She's one of the few really kind of fairly moderate rising female stars that the GOP has, who's got the military background and has kind of moved closer towards Trump in this campaign, so it'll be interesting to see what she does if she wins. But that's one person that the GOP could try to promote really quickly within the party because she is different. And because they do need to appeal, as successful as they've been with the Senate this time, they do need to appeal to a broader population in 2020 in order to maintain that majority and help the president too.
I'm just remembering, Eugene, looking back at that Senate Judiciary Committee as we were watching the Kavanaugh hearings, of course, and then seeing the aftermath of that and the optics of the all-white male Republican side of the aisle with a more diverse Democratic side of the aisle in terms of both gender and race. We may see some more women, at least Marsha Blackburn, coming in to fill the Republican ranks in the Senate. But are Republicans needing to pivot more? I mean, do they get a message from this election that they're doing things right, or that they need to broaden their coalition and reach out to other kinds of voters?
Well, I mean, it depends on which races you're looking at. The identity politics is the norm in this current political climate, and we are seeing the parties become more polarized in terms of who they attract and who backs them. I think what we could be seeing from some of these gubernatorial races, especially the DeSantis race, is that taking the Trump approach was actually effective. And so maybe there won't be much of a pivot.
Well, a continuing theme of the night is the number of women candidates, and some of them have already made history. So let's go to Hannah Jewell to tell us more about that. Hannah?
Thanks, Libby. So earlier in the night, we took a look, of course, at that beautiful mural that our colleagues at the Lilly have been tracking all night. They've been using it to track the number of non-incumbent women that have been added to Congress. We actually have an update from them, so let's take a look at that. So as a reminder, each of those feathers that you see being painted in purple, the most bipartisan color, as far as I'm concerned, represent a non-incumbent woman from either party entering a seat for the first time. So with me again to talk about more firsts of the night is Kayla Epstein, who knows all about women in politics. And I'm going to quiz you on all the firsts that we've been scrambling to write down so far. There's many more than this, but they're rolling in thick and fast right now. So Sharice Davids and Deb Haaland.
So they are the first Native American women elected to Congress. Deb Haaland in New Mexico, Sharice Davids in Kansas. Sharice unseated an incumbent Kevin Yoder tonight.
How about Ayanna Pressley?
She is from Massachusetts' 7th district. And if you're going to quiz me, I mean.
Yeah, that's what we're all about here.
And so she actually gained national prominence this year when she defeated a Democratic rival, incumbent Mike Capuano, who had been in Congress as long as I'd been alive. And she challenged him in the primary and she won. She ran unopposed, and now she is officially going to Congress.
Of course, we have Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
Yes, another upset early in the primary season. She defeated Democrat Joe Crowley. She will be going to Congress, and she is, I think, the youngest woman ever elected to Congress.
I'm sure there was some 14-year-old in 1850 who somehow got into Congress. That's not true. Ilhan Omar and Rashid Tlaib, who we talked about earlier, Tlaib brother.
Yeah, so they are the first Muslim women elected to Congress. Ilhan Omar is from Minnesota, and she is the first Somali American elected to Congress. She was also the first Somali American legislator.
I know you've reported a lot about Lauren Underwood in this campaign.
Yes, so she is one of these women that sort of symbolize a lot of what we're seeing in the House races. A young first-time candidate, African-American woman who decided to take on her male Republican incumbent, and she has won.
And also a number of men in her primary. Is it correct that she beat 6 men in her primary and got more votes than all of them combined?
She defeated 6 men, yes. She, like a lot of Democrats in House races this year, she really emphasized health care as a key issue. She told a personal story about having a pre-existing condition, and she hammered the incumbent for not showing up to town halls, not connecting to the community, had an extensive grassroots campaign.
In the primaries, was that then taken by the Democrats as a signal of, look how successful this particular messaging was, and did they take that from her?
Well, I think Democrats overall realized that healthcare was a critical message. You know, they were really sticking to the issues that they were hearing from voters.
We also have Marsha Blackburn, of course.
Yes. So Republican women are making history as well tonight. Marsha Blackburn becomes the first woman ever elected to the U.S. Senate from Tennessee, and she is a Republican.
And I know that you've been skeptical over the course of a long primary season, and now that women would beat the records of numbers of women in Congress. Do you still feel that way in the night? How are you feeling? Ahead of schedule, behind schedule?
Well, I'm still skeptical because I think that both parties are sort of having some wins and having some losses tonight. I do think a lot of the women we expected weren't going to win because they were running in districts that were unfavorable to their party have lost. But we're also seeing a lot of women picking up seats. Like in Virginia, we had Jennifer Wexton pick up a seat that was previously held by a Republican.
Have you seen a difference in the way that women have campaigned in 2018 compared to even as recently as 2016?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, even in 2016, there was this perception of what you had to look like to be a candidate, what you had to sound like, how you had to pitch yourself, the personal stories you could tell and how much of yourself you could share. And I think that these women are really running on their identities. They're running on their personal stories. They're using them to connect to voters. They're not shying away from subjects like sexual assault or harassment. They're even sharing their own experiences with these things.
As well as the discrimination that they faced personally, which I think that we didn't even get very much of from Hillary Clinton in 2016. It seemed a little taboo to say, I have been set back in any way because of my identity, whereas we've seen, like, for instance, in MJ Hagar's ads, literally ads built around, here is the adversity that I have faced because I'm a woman and have overcome.
Yeah, absolutely on the Democratic side. But I do think if you talk to a lot of these women, they'll acknowledge it. Lauren Underwood acknowledged. She acknowledged that racism was something she had faced in her campaign. But she then turned around and said, we have to be excellent. And, they weren't going to let it stop them.
Manny, first tonight, I want to also add that Jared Polis will become the first openly gay governor. He will be serving in Colorado. But for now, we're going to go back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Hannah and Caleb. Well, joining us now to help put all this in context, Michael Shearer, national political reporter covering campaigns, Congress, and the White House. Is there anything else? That seems like pretty much the roundup of everything to cover in Washington. Also, Aaron Blake, senior political reporter writing for The Fix. Thanks so much to both of you for being here with us. Okay, Aaron, you are watching the themes emerge tonight. What's standing out to you?
Well, it's in a lot of ways, it's kind of what we thought it would be. The president went with a late strategy that was very much focused on keeping the Senate in Republican control, on getting the base out in a lot of these red states. Republicans look like they're going to win seats in the Senate, partially maybe because of that. But we also haven't seen that same strategy pay dividends in the House. We've seen a lot of those suburban House districts that we wondered how they'd respond to that kind of a harsh immigration message about the caravan. Those districts have not swung back towards Republicans like maybe some people had hoped they would.
And the House leader of Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, is speaking now. Let's go listen to her.
And I want to acknowledge my two grandsons, Thomas and Paul, as they wave to their other cousins, and Bella in California, who's still campaigning up until the last minute in California, because it's all about the children. I want to, before I thank all of you more fully, thank my colleagues and acknowledge their leadership and their presence here. Our distinguished whip from Maryland, Steny Hoyer. The assistant leader, Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina. Also, let's assume they're all distinguished. Bobby Scott of Virginia. Anna Eshoo of California. D.K. Butterfield of North Carolina. Barbara Lee of California. Henry Cuellar of Texas. Karen Bass of California. Don Beyer of Virginia. And Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania. We all join in thanking all of you. Many of you are our VIPs, our real VIPs, our volunteers in politics. The women and men who've mobilized in historic numbers, who saw what this GOP Congress was doing and refused to stand still. Every call you made, every door you knocked, every text you sent, every conversation you had made the difference between winning and losing in this election. Thanks to you, we owned the ground. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, tomorrow will be a new day in America. Remember this feeling, know the power to win. And almost all congratulations to those dynamic, diverse, incredible candidates who have taken back the House for the American people. Let us salute all of our candidates. All of our candidates.
Nancy Pelosi declaring victory for Democrats in the House and saying tomorrow will be a new day in America. Let's talk about this leadership team that Nancy Pelosi just introduced behind her, Michael.
Well, so they have taken the House. We don't know the margin, but the margin will matter for Nancy Pelosi. There are a number of people who are going to be elected who have said they don't want her as Speaker. If it's a very tight majority that Democrats have, she's going to have to scramble for their votes. And it's still possible, if it's narrow enough, if it's maybe a 30-seat or less majority, that she won't be able to become Speaker. So this is a very public showing, a show of force she's doing here to make clear that she wants the gavel again.
There were a lot of Democrats during the campaign who said, I will not vote for her for Speaker. You have to wonder how much of that was posturing by them and whether they'll actually follow through. There were questions about whether that would apply to the final ballot for Speaker. Of course, the parties will nominate a candidate for Speaker, and then there will be a final vote where it's a Democrat versus a Republican. So that may not follow through to the final ballot. I think it's going to be tough for them to deny her the speakership just because of how she stuck around for all these years after losing the gavel in 2010, raised all the money for Democrats. Now they're in a position of power. The idea that she's just going to be shoved aside after all that time, I think is a little bit difficult. On the other hand, if Democrats want to hold the House in 2020, having her as Speaker may not be terribly helpful, and I think a lot of them recognize that right now.
The other thing she has going for her tonight is that in a number of these seats where those candidates were saying, I'm definitely not voting for her, they were these rural and suburban districts, and those Democrats aren't winning tonight. Right. So it may be that the incoming class doesn't have a lot of the people who swore her off during the campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the message that she's going to communicate is that I delivered a victory. We won the House. I'm a strong fundraiser. I still am the best person positioned to do what it is that I want to do. And whether or not the other lawmakers are going to respond to that and agree with that, we still don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see what the base wants, because the base will continue to say we want new voices, we want younger voices, we want more diverse voices, and maybe for them Pelosi's not the best voice.
Let's send it back upstairs now to Philip Bump, who's keeping track of several of the close races. Phil.
Yeah, so what I want to do right now is talk about the close races that people haven't really necessarily thought about. So let's start in California. Don't really have any results in yet. This is a race we're going to be paying attention to. Duncan Hunter, the incumbent, who was actually indicted earlier this year, is going to be fascinating to see the effect that had on his race. The reason I bring that up is because I also want to talk about his colleague in New York, Chris Collins, who was indicted as well, and who at this point in time trails his Democratic opponent. No call here yet, only 50% reporting from the data that we've got. But this is fascinating. This is the sort of close race, an incumbent who is potentially at risk for obvious reasons. However, not everyone who is at risk has potentially committed a crime or allegedly committed a crime. We go back to this district in Central Virginia, the 7th district. Very, very close at this point, about 5,000 votes, almost all of the tally in. Dave Bratt, who was a harbinger, I've said this before, a harbinger of the new style of Republican politics, in 2014 knocked off Eric Cantor, a member of the Republican leadership, and now himself at risk of losing his race. Let's jump now to Utah. Utah is a fascinating state for a lot of reasons. They recently elected Mia Love, the first African-American woman to represent Congress from the state of Utah. Mia Love is trailing at this point. The poll suggested that she was potentially at risk, and so far that's what we're seeing. Again, only 56% reporting, but this is one that's worth paying attention to. Now, let's go to Oklahoma. You'll notice, by the way, I'm mentioning some states here that you might not expect to see Democrats be competitive in, like Oklahoma, like Utah. But in Oklahoma, the 5th District, right now, Kendra Horn has a slight lead with 100% reporting over Steve Russell. They haven't yet called this race, but that's another incumbent Republican in Oklahoma who's at risk of losing his race. I then want to go to probably one of the most watched races over the course of the past couple of weeks in the state of Iowa, the Iowa 4th District. This is Steve King, who is incumbent. 67% reporting. Steve King under fire for a lot of comments that were broadly perceived for pretty obvious reasons as being racist. He's been staunchly anti-immigrant. He has been someone who has endorsed white nationalists from other countries. Steve King in a very, very close race with 2/3 of the vote in. He can still pull this out, certainly, but this is an important race in Iowa, and it's a bellwether on someone who has a very bad reputation in the House, something worth keeping an eye on for the rest of the night. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Philip Bump. Let's turn now to Arizona, where the Post's Jesse Messner-Hage has been standing by at Martha McSally's event in Scottsdale, Arizona. Let's go to you, Jesse.
Well, guys, this race is still much too close to call with the first precincts reporting. But while we wait for more clarity, I'm joined by Maria Birnbaum, who works for the Susan B. Anthony list. She's been out canvassing for Martha McSally. And Maria, I just want to ask you, why does Martha McSally have your vote, and what kind of work have you been doing on her behalf?
I vote pro-life. That really matters to me so much. And every other issue that flows from the pro-life issue concerning the impoverished, the elderly, it all starts in the womb, and we need to protect and defend life. And I'm voted for McSally, and I walked, and knocked on doors for McSally because she's pro-life. She definitely had my vote. And Sinema was not only pro-choice, but an extremist on the issue, and that really mattered to a lot of Arizonans, that she was for unlimited abortions up to birth. And she wants taxpayers to fund it. And there's a lot of Arizonans that are very, very pro-life, and they can't vote for that.
I was talking in my last hit about how many Latinos fled the Republican Party after the passage of the SB 1070 law, the Show Me Your Papers law. You think, though, that Republicans could win some of those voters back in this election and in future elections? How do you think they do that?
The jobs, there was a lot of Latinos going door to door for McSally because they love the jobs and they want security. They really do. They realize that the cartels are in charge of the border, that the cartels persecute immigrants coming across the border, and they want a safe and legal way for them to come here, but also to live in safety when they get here. These people are leaving, countries that are dangerous for a reason. They don't want to come here into danger. So.
Absolutely. Such an interesting perspective. Maria, thank you so much for joining us. Libby, Eugene, back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Let's go now to Missouri, where Claire McCaskill is speaking.
About what's happened today and how the future is brighter than we all think it right now. It is. We had some good results tonight. The Democrats took the House of Representatives. We have governors that are Democrats now in both Illinois and Kansas. So there were some bright spots. Obviously, we fell short, and that's disappointing. And not for me, but what I feel the most pain about tonight are all of the people who, for the first times, many of them in their lives, said, I'm going to do more than just sit on the couch and cuss the TV. I'm going to show up. I'm going to work hard. And for the thousands of people who volunteered on this campaign, and there were literally thousands and thousands and thousands of you, I am so grateful, and I want you to keep that fire burning because there is justice around the corner. I want to thank an amazing campaign staff that did a tremendous job. We ran the strongest campaign in the country. I want to thank my family. My family has had to put up with a lot.
Let's go from Claire McCaskill to Josh Hawley. It sounds like Claire McCaskill is giving a concession speech. Let's go now to her opponent, Josh Hawley.
You know, throughout this campaign, I've thought many times of a line that Prime Minister Winston Churchill said during the Second World War. He said, "Why is it that we think of history as something that's in the past and forget that we are making it?" Well, we stand tonight at a critical moment in our history. We stand in this hour at a critical moment in our nation's history. Tonight, the people of Missouri have said, we're up to the challenge. Tonight, the people of Missouri have said, we're ready to answer the call in this hour. Tonight, the people of Missouri have said, we believe in America. We believe that our best days are ahead. We believe in our future, and we are ready to fight for it. And I am ready to go to Washington and fight for you. I want to say thank you tonight. Thank you first and most importantly to my wife, Erin, who's here with me. She is the love of my life. She is the love of my life. She is the Lord's greatest gift to me in this life. To have done this every day for the last year with her has been an incredible privilege, but more than that, to live my life with her is an incredible privilege. And I look forward to this next journey together. I love you, sweetheart. I've got some other special guests here with me tonight. My grandmother is here tonight. I want to say thank you, Grandma. She's right there. She's here tonight. My grandma's here tonight on behalf of all of my grandparents, and I just want to say thank you, Grandma, for who you are. Thank you for the example that you set. I've never known a stronger woman than my grandmother, and it's an incredible honor to have her. You know, Grandma grew up on a farm in central Kansas. The values that she grew up with and passed down to us are values that will be with me always. And Grandma, I hope I'll make you proud in the United States Senate. Thank you to my parents, Ron and Jenny Hawley, who are my heroes, my mom and dad behind me here. And thank you to my uncles and my aunts and my cousins who are here. And I want to say my little boys, our little boys, Blaze and Elijah, are supposed to be in bed. But when we left the house, Elijah was still awake. So I just want to say, if you're watching TV, buddy, we love you. And we can't wait to do this next adventure with you. And thank you to my terrific team. We have the best team in politics. They have delivered tonight for the people of Missouri. And finally, thank you to you. Thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you for all the doors that you've knocked. Thank you for knocking doors in the rain. Thank you for calling your friends. Thank you for believing. Thank you for believing in this campaign. But more importantly, thank you for believing in America. Thank you for believing in our future. Thank you for believing what we can yet achieve. Congratulations. This is your victory tonight. It's your victory. You've earned it. You've earned it. God bless you. God bless Missouri. And God bless America. Good night.
Josh Hawley, projected to be senator-elect for the state of Missouri, defeating Claire McCaskill. We heard Claire McCaskill giving her concession speech a few moments just before that. Eugene saying that for her there was good news that Democrats took the House and trying to encourage people not to get discouraged and see this as a total loss tonight.
Yeah, it was a hard race, and if it would have been a win for her, it would have been still a shock to quite a few people because Missouri has just increasingly gone conservative, and Josh Hawley just really got Trump out there, just latched himself on to Trump, and the base is with Trump, and so the outcome kind of reflects that.
Let's welcome Dave Weigel back to the set. Dave, Claire McCaskill moved more and more and more to the center over the last couple of weeks, siding with President Trump on issues like immigration. Was that tactic, I mean, obviously she didn't win, but was that tactic well thought out? Did it give her more of a chance than she otherwise would have by trying to make centrist appeal?
Well, so we've seen two very different Senate campaigns in Missouri in 2 years.
Yeah.
It was Jason Kander in 2016 who ran way ahead of the ticket, also lost the Senate race, and they had identical maps. One thing we found in this, if you are a Democrat with a strong brand in Missouri...
Let's hold on the Missouri thought for a moment. Rick Scott is speaking in Florida. Let's go to Florida real quick.
We all loved Jerry, and we all love my mom. The next person I want to thank is Jackie Schutz. She has been by my side since my first year in office, and she built a great campaign team, and they worked day and night. So Jackie and the entire team, thank you. I also want to thank Brad Piepenbrink. Brad's my chief of staff. Not sure where he is. But Brad's my chief of staff, and he has done a great job. I want to thank my entire team in the governor's office, all of our agency heads. They have done a great job making this a place where everybody in Illinois wants to live. There are a lot of people that helped in this race, a lot of people. I want to thank President Trump for all of his hard work. I want to thank Vice President Pence. I want to thank former President George W. Bush who helped us. I want to thank former Governor Jeb Bush. There's a lot of people that came down to make sure we got the vote out. I want to thank Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Cory Gardner. I want to thank everybody from Puerto Rico that came to help. I want to thank Congresswoman Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor, Luis Rivera Marin. I want to thank Senator Marco Rubio for all this help. And my Lieutenant Governor, Carlos Lopez Quintero. Lo más importante en esta campaña ha sido el trabajo de todos nuestros donantes, voluntarios y colaboradores. Lo que tenemos hoy es el testimonio de su compromiso para hacer de nuestro estado el mejor lugar para todas las familias en nuestro estado. There's going to be there's going to be a lot of pundits who are going to analyze this race.
Rick Scott speaking in the Senate. Okay, I want to talk to you guys about these two races, both Florida as well as Missouri. Let's just catch back up on Missouri for a moment, Dave, because you were making a key point about how this has changed over the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's changed since 2012. So Claire McCaskill was going to be in a tough race in 2012. She got lucky with a bad opponent who made a mistake in the final stretch. But since then, Democrats have had very strong statewide candidates with strong brands, all the money in the world. I think she out fundraised Hawley about 5-2 by that margin. Bailed out, obviously, by the Democratic groups. The Republican groups bailed out Hawley in the end. But they've tried everything, and the ancestral Democrats and kind of the Boot Hill, the rural parts of the state who were electing Democrats as recently as 10 years ago, they're just gone. They're not coming back. And you're seeing the reverse of that. Democrats are way outperforming in Minnesota tonight. They've won everything there. They've won everything in Colorado. I mean, you're seeing a continued sorting of the country. And I think the missing factor here might have been if this was a bad economy, if this was a president entering the midterms with people dissatisfied with the country in a number of ways. But instead, they were pretty much in their cul-de-sacs, and that's the way they voted.
Kellyanne Conway speaking at this hour. Let's check in with what she's saying.
With good ideas for the country, and this president will listen to those proposals. They're going to they have a burden to come here to the White House and present to the president. I think it's no accident, though, that the Republicans held and will gain in the United States Senate. That's pretty remarkable. In fact, it's historic. It's only happened 8 times in the last 80 years or so. So the fact that Republicans will gain more tonight is a real testament to the fact that many voters want their statewide officials to be people who will continue to have this economic boom going, are voting in favor of freedom and free markets. And I would just point out to you that the president went 5 for 5 in his last 2 days alone. On Sunday and Monday, he campaigned for governor of Georgia, Marsha Blackburn, Senate in Tennessee, Kemp in Georgia, Blackburn in Tennessee, and then yesterday, of course, I was with him when he barnstormed for Mike DeWine for governor, Mike Braun for Senate in Indiana, Josh Hawley, Missouri. Those are pickups in those Senate seats.
Is he concerned
It's pretty remarkable.
Is he concerned about Rick Scott at this hour?
No, Rick Scott, it looks like from what we see anyway right now that Rick Scott has cleared the half a point automatic recall. But I saw, as I was coming out here 15 minutes ago, it was too close to call, but obviously he's ahead as well. And that's a pretty big pickup. Bill Nelson, a long-time incumbent. But I think it's also a message to incumbents. You have to campaign, you have to connect with the voters. It's just amazing. Well, they're still going. I mean, you know the president, he's still sitting there. No, better than that. I love popcorn. He has spoken to several people. I've been there. He has spoken to several people. He's still there. He and the First Lady are right there, front and center, flanked by family and friends and senior advisors and some others. It's been a pretty buoyant night there, and he's been calling. There are always surprises every election. I don't want to comment on who he's called on either side. I'm not going to comment.
Is the cheer that we just heard for DeSantis? About 10 minutes ago.
That was before I came out.
Is he concerned about Democrat control of the House right now and Democrat control of committees?
Kind of what he could possibly work with
Sure,
Democrats on?
but you mean that's also up to the Democrats. They've shown very little appetite for working with this president all along, and I think that's in large part why there's not the kind of shellacking, as President Obama deftly put it in 2010 when he suffered 63 grievous losses in the House, or the 54 seat loss that President Clinton suffered in 1994. It's because they've not been willing to work with this president. He was willing to do a deal on DACA and the Dreamers last January, almost a year ago, and we're still not there because they walked away from the table. Immigration reform is more than DACA. It's more than just the border wall. It's a very complex issue. They can come and make their proposals. Also, we have to keep the government running, the funding bill. We have to work on infrastructure, frankly. The president's made very clear about that. But the president doesn't want anything to happen with what's been an incredible economy through his deregulation, his tax cuts, his trade policies. Everywhere we go, we hear from job creators, job holders, job seekers. They're happy with this economy. I think that's reflected in a lot of the results tonight.
Is he concerned about this impeachment threat?
We're not really talking about it. He said yesterday they'll do what they want to do and he'll do what he needs to do. I don't know that there will be much of an appetite, Kristen, all across this country in some of these Democratic districts among the constituents for their members to be spending all of their time or even most of their time.
Kellyanne Conway speaking to reporters there, essentially declaring this as a bit of a victory moment for the president. Not a bit of a victory moment, a major victory moment, saying that the Senate is a win and that Democrats, if they want to work with them in the House, they can certainly come to the White House and present their ideas. So Kellyanne Conway calling this a win at this hour. I'm Libby Casey. I'm with Eugene Scott. Stay with us here as our live coverage continues. A live look at the U.S. Capitol building at this late hour, and you're watching Election Night live from the Washington Post. With me all night is Eugene Scott, and I'm Libby Casey. There's a shot of our newsroom tonight. People still edit, of course, because the night is not over.
Indeed, and let's send it back upstairs to the Post's Philip Bump, who's keeping track of several of these close races.
I am indeed. Thank you, Eugene. So first of all, I want to talk about two gubernatorial races in Ohio and Wisconsin. One of the things that I mentioned at the beginning of this evening is we want to see if there are counties, if there are places that went from Obama to Trump, if they suddenly go from Trump back to the Democrats. And so in the state of Ohio, where Donald Trump won his election in 2016, we do see a flip. But only one county, Trumbull County, where I happen to go to high school, is the only county in the state of Ohio that flipped. And so what we see as a result is Donald Trump won by about 9 percentage points. Mike DeWine was just elected governor with about 4. So Trumbull County, that wasn't all the difference. But the movement to the Democrats was once again fairly subtle, and that's why Mike DeWine was able to win his election. Let's go now to the great state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is the home of Scott Walker. Scott Walker is up for his third election, his third official election, and then he also had that recall election that he beat several years ago. Right now, you can see this is a very, very, very close race, about 6,000 votes out of multiple millions that have already been cast. Why is this interesting? It's interesting because in Wisconsin, we actually see a more dramatic switch. If you look at these counties down in this area right here, and down in this corner, If we compare 2018 with 2016, I realize it's very faint. It's hard to see the blues and the reds because all of the results aren't in yet in those counties. But if we compare it to 2016, this is a red area down here. This is red down in this corner. In 2018, that's no longer the case. We've seen some blue pickups here as well. Now, you'll remember that Wisconsin was, in 2016, one of the 3 states that Donald Trump won by a very narrow margin that gave him the Electoral College victory that he needed. He won Wisconsin in 2016 by literally 30,000 votes, something along those lines, right? This was a close race. Right now, Scott Walker is doing worse than Trump did, and therefore Scott Walker is losing. If we look very quickly at where the vote is in so far, we see that the pattern generally looks like 2016. Each of these circles is a number of votes in a particular county. If we look here at the southern part of the state, where we have Madison, where the University of Wisconsin is, we have Milwaukee, we have here to the left of it, crucial Waukesha County, which our colleague Dave Weigel likes to talk about. The patterns look very similar to 2016. 2016, a lot of Democratic vote here, a lot of Democratic vote here, a lot of Republican vote in Waukesha. In 2018, same thing, slightly lower numbers, but this is the pattern that we saw in 2016. The difference is the Democrat made up just enough of the difference to have the lead at this point in time. That's not what we saw in Ohio, and that, as of this moment, is the difference in those 2 races. Back to you guys.
And that's Philip Bump. Thank you so much. Here to break down the latest from our studio, Robert Costa, national political reporter. Thanks so much for being here. And Colby Ickowitz, congressional reporter, also joins us again. And of course, Eugene Scott, who is still sticking with this developing night. As Phil crunches the numbers for us and looks at some of the patterns that are emerging, I'd love to get a sense from you how you're seeing this night unfold right now. What's your take right now as we look at midnight on the East Coast?
Well, it depends. House, Senate, or gubernatorial races.
Let's start with the House.
Well, the House, for the Democrats to win the House, you got to step back and say that's significant. I mean, the Democrats have taken power. They're now going to have subpoena power in Washington. That's big. I mean, some Democrats, you talk to them tonight, they go, we're disappointed. The margin's too narrow. Maybe they wanted to win more seats. Of course, any party would want to win more seats. But you look at the map, they've cut into suburban areas. They're winning over a lot of these areas that President Trump did pretty well as the change candidate back in 2016. And so I think if you're the Democrats right now, you got to think maybe you're not going to have grand policy ambitions in the House, but you can cut some deals with President Trump.
Okay, let's talk about the Senate, Colby, and how that's looking. Before we go to the bigger picture of the Senate, let's dig into Texas for a moment. Beto O'Rourke has taken the stage and is speaking. Let's go to Texas right now to hear what he has to say.
That came out of this community, and for the last 22 months has been traveling every single county of Texas, being there to listen to and show up for every single one of us. I am as inspired, I'm as hopeful as I have ever been in my life. And tonight's loss does nothing to diminish the way that I feel about Texas or this country. Getting to be with and to see all of you tonight reminds me why we set out to do this in the first place. We're not about being against anybody, not about being against another political party. We're not going to define ourselves by who or what we are against or afraid of or scared of. We are great people, ambitious, defined by our aspirations, the hard work that we are willing to commit in order to achieve them. Every single one of us, Republicans, Democrats, independents, from the biggest of cities, from the smallest of towns, the people of Texas want to do and will do the great work of this country. I just now had the opportunity to talk to Senator Cruz and to congratulate him on his victory and to wish him well going forward. And what I said and what I pledged on behalf of all of us is that at this time of division, the country's been as polarized as I can remember it in my life, all this bitterness that defines so much of the national conversation today. If there's anything that we can do to help him in his position of public trust, to ensure that Texas helps to lead this country in a way that brings us back together around the big things that we want to achieve, whether that's making sure that we face any threats arrayed against this country, whether that means that we are there for every single one of us who needs a helping hand so that we can live to our full potential, the ability to see a doctor, go to the hospital, receive the medication that you need to be alive. I want to work with him. I will work with anyone to make sure that we can lead on that. You amazing public school educators who work so hard and do so much for so many of us. I'll work with him. I'll work with anyone, anytime, anywhere to make sure in the same way that you've been there for us that now we can be there for you. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, but as Texans, as Americans. I want to make sure, especially, that this community that raised me, made me who I am, where Amy and I are so lucky and fortunate enough to be raising our kids, Ulysses and Molly and Henry, who are here with us tonight, that we offer our experience and our perspective and our courage and our confidence on the issues that we know best as one half of the largest binational community anywhere in the Americas, joined with Ciudad Juarez to form something powerful, magical, and nothing to be afraid of or walled off or to apologize for. I want to make sure that this proud community offers all it has to give to this country and to our future and to ensuring that our greatest days are still ahead, and that the policy that we craft and the laws that we write and the way in which we treat each other comes not out of fear, but comes out of confidence and strength and this kind heart that I've always known El Paso to have. I don't know any way to say this other than, El Paso, I love you so much. I am so proud of you and this city and this community and what you mean to the rest of this country. And what you have achieved tonight.
Beto O'Rourke delivering a concession speech in Texas for that Texas Senate race. We're here with Colby Ickowitz and, of course, Eugene Scott and Robert Costa. Colby, we were talking about the Senate and what this all means. Obviously, Republicans have the balance of power there. They've been able to put points on the map that were expected. They were sort of going on offense. They weren't on defense in the way the Democrats were. So this isn't a big surprise, but it's still a major win for them. And a major win for President Trump?
So President Trump, I was just going to say, tweeted that it was a tremendous success. He's going to be touting this as a win. He campaigned hard in Senate races all over the country. In these kind of really tough races like Missouri and Indiana and North Dakota that we saw the Democrats lose by pretty wide margins tonight. And so it's hard for the Democrats to make the case that it was, entirely a campaign that was a referendum on Trump, or at least a referendum against Trump. And Trump can make the argument that it was actually a referendum for him. The voters came out in these states and support his policies and support things like his immigration policies that were the hot topic at the end of the race. So that's where we are with the Senate race right now.
And we've been talking about the House going into Democratic hands. It's now official, according to the Associated Press, that Democrats are taking control of the House. That's the projection from the AP. No real surprise there, Bob, because we've been talking for the last couple of hours about how this was looking more and more likely and how exit polls were showing things were looking favorable to Democrats. I want to point out that Nancy Pelosi's deputy chief of staff has tweeted just a little bit ago that the president called Leader Pelosi at 11:45 this evening to extend his congratulations on winning a Democratic House majority. He acknowledged the leader's call for bipartisanship in her victory remarks.
The big question now is, can Republicans could President Trump work with congressional Democrats? Leader Pelosi could face her own challenges in the leadership race in the weeks to come. We'll have to see if the Democrats actually want to have that kind of fight right now, or they just say, as Leader Pelosi has signaled herself, she could just be a transitional Speaker of the House for the coming year or two. Prescription drugs could be a front they could work together on in a divided government with President Trump. You think about pre-existing conditions, addressing health care coverage. Infrastructure is always touted as an issue where they could work together. But there's going to be, how we've had this Freedom Caucus in the House GOP for so long. Mm-hmm. I wonder, will Democrats have their own Freedom Caucus that's progressives and saying to Leader Pelosi, enough with the deals with President Trump, we want to impeach President Trump. But as Colby was saying, big night for the Republicans in the Senate to keep a lot of seats. If the Democrats impeach President Trump in the House, which could happen at some point, it goes to trial in the Senate. A Republican Senate's not going to convict President Trump.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's something that will just stop right there. I think what the Democrats have to remember is that even though they won the House, so many people who went to the polls in the United States are not backing their agenda and their view of what America should be when it's trying to create its most great society for all people involved. And so it's not just about the Dems, I think, working with Trump, but other Republicans in Congress as well.
I want to talk more about governors in just a moment, but first, let's check in with Florida. Our colleague Rhonda Colvin has been there all night in Orlando at Senator Bill Nelson's watch party and joins us now. Hi, Rhonda.
Hi, Libby. That's right. We are still here at Senator Nelson's watch party. As you can probably tell from behind me, a lot of the supporters have gone home. There are still a few around in the hallways outside. Everyone's waiting to hear something. Of course, we just heard from Governor Scott. He just gave a speech. He gave a long list of thank yous to many national Republicans who helped campaign for him across the state. I do see a few more people trickling in. I don't know if this is the Nelson camp coming in, but we are seeing a lot more people and staffers coming in right now, so stand by.
Thanks for your patience. Based on numerous media reports, the Senate race and
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and toss back to you in the studio and listen to what a campaign staffer has to say.
All right. Thanks so much, Rhonda. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Let's talk about governors. What are the big ones that are standing out to you? I just noticed Ohio's results obviously coming through, Republican taking that seat. Mike DeWine beating Rob Cordray. That seemed like a race Democrats could have won.
Ohio's been trending Republican. It's had Kasich as a Republican governor for the past 2 terms. I think you look at how healthcare played in the Midwest. It was actually a pretty strong issue for the Democrats. They pick up a gubernatorial seat in Michigan. It's big to come back in Michigan. They pull back in Illinois. J.B. Pritzker wins in Illinois. And it's a very narrow race in Wisconsin. Scott Walker, 2-term governor, looking for a 3rd term, a Republican hero back in 2011 when he tangles with the labor unions. That race right now with Tony Evers is very close. You look at Evers' race, he's a veteran Democrat focused on education, focused on health care. And so the Democrats, they didn't win in Ohio, but Cordray in Ohio in the gubernatorial race there, pretty progressive, had run the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, was tied with Washington. Mike DeWine, I was surprised he actually won in some ways because he was an older name. He's been in Ohio politics for decades. He's been in the Senate. He's not the most energetic politician. But I don't think DeWine won. I'm not an Ohio expert because of DeWine, but President Trump remains pretty popular in Ohio.
What are you watching in the governor's races? What are you tracking, Eugene?
Well, we're still waiting to hear what happens in Georgia with Stacey Abrams. It looks like Brian Kemp could be doing way better than people were hoping in the progressive side of things, and that's going to be cause of great concern for a lot of voters considering this last-minute investigation, considering ongoing concerns about voter suppression, and what could come from that ultimately might not be who wins being the newsiest story, but like how this win came about.
And of course, Georgia is one of those unique races where you have to get over 50% to be declared the winner tonight. Otherwise, it does go into a runoff. So this race could live again and go to a runoff in early December. Colby, governor's races that you're watching tonight that are signaling important things to you.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback on Eugene, I think if Democrats go to bed tonight brokenhearted, they're brokenhearted over Stacey Abrams and they're brokenhearted over Mayor Gillum. Those are two candidates that they had star power, right? And you saw Oprah come out and campaign for Stacey Abrams. There was a lot of hope around those two candidates, in addition to Beto O'Rourke in Texas. So to see those three go down is really, really painful for Democrats, despite the fact that they might see some wins in the Midwest, which is great
and
for
they
them.
beat Chris Kobach
in
Kansas.
Right.
That's big. I mean, Chris Kobach, he's a Trumper. Wrote the immigration law for Arizona years ago, co-wrote it, was a big force behind it. For Chris Kobach to go down in that race, it's interesting. Iowa's very close. Democrats are looking pretty solid in Iowa, looking solid in Wisconsin, one in Kansas. Colby's point, I mean, it's got to be tough, though, for the Democrats. They can't win in Texas. They can't win statewide in Florida this time, and Georgia. That was where everyone was focused on. Maybe we didn't focus enough on the Midwest.
Which was a problem in 2016 as well, right?
Sure.
So maybe the Democrats keep repeating the same problems election after election.
So California, we haven't gotten to talk about California too much tonight because, of course, they're a couple hours behind in terms of poll closings and everything else. Let's go to our colleague Dalton Bennett. He's at Dana Rohrabacher's watch party in Costa Mesa. Hey, Dalton, how are things going there?
Well, things are going. So polls closed not too long ago, and we have some preliminary results that were released by the Orange County Registrar's Office. Look, they're only preliminary. A little over 100,000 votes have come in, and only 81 votes separate Dana Rohrabacher, the Republican incumbent, and his challenger, Harley Rouda. Now, I mean, the atmosphere here, it's like a quiet riot. Things are pretty calm. Everybody's glued to the screen. They're waiting for the results. I mean, clearly, people were bummed once it was called for that the House would flip to Dems. But overall, people are pretty hopeful that Rohrabacher is going to pull it out. He's a guy, he's got some serious roots in this district. He's an unusual candidate. Just behind me, you'll see is a surfboard. And he's hoping that his hardline stances on immigration and those longstanding roots in this district will be enough to pull it through. I mean, we'll see, right? We're here all night. Hopefully things will pick up a little bit, but right now everybody's glued to the television. Back to you in the studio.
Dalton Bennett in California, thank you. Bob, what are you watching on the West Coast? And let's use West Coast liberally to talk about the western part of the country as we see some results come in.
I mean, we're all going to have to stay up late for California. What happens in these California
Alaska, come on.
And Alaska,
Hawaii.
very true. But Alaska's, that gubernatorial race has been very strange. You have an independent governor in Bill Walker. He kind of quit the race late in the game. I don't know, Alaska. That's a good song by the musician Maggie Rogers. You see her on Saturday Night Live recently? She's very good.
Yeah.
She has a song called Alaska. I've been listening to it in the newsroom. You got to relax sometimes in this newsroom on election night.
That is great advice. As a former Alaskan, I am very interested in that race, and I am really watching to see what happens there between the Democrat and the Republican. It has gotten to be a tough campaign, but Bill Walker, the governor who has chosen not to run again, his name is still on the ballot. So voters are still seeing that when they go into the polls. We're also seeing a tighter than expected race in the House for Alaska. It's one of those at-large districts where you represent everyone in the state. Don Young getting a tough challenge. He is the longest-serving Republican right now in the House, and we'll see how the numbers play out for him tonight. But it will be a while until we really know what materializes there. California, what should we be watching for there, Colby?
Just as I'm not a California expert, but I know that the districts around Orange County are where you need to be paying attention. And there's about 5 districts that could go either way tonight. And California takes a while to count their ballots. They do it differently than apparently the rest of the country. And so there is not an outside chance that we don't know the results of California for another week.
And Eugene, it's not the scenario where we're on the edge of our seat watching to see control of the House determined by how these California races come together, but it will certainly matter in terms of the margins that Democrats have.
We know that votes matter in this current political climate. Especially in the Senate, obviously, but certainly in the House. And who's voting matters. What the voters of these various districts look like and how much of a gap between victory and a loss they gave the person they won, they got behind, will certainly determine what they can put forward in this whole climate that Trump has created in Washington right now.
All right, let's check in to Arizona. Jesse Messner-Hayes has been at the McSally watch party there. Hey, Jesse, how are things going?
Well, Libby, kind of early excitement and enthusiasm has dimmed a bit. It's given way to restlessness. The results are still trickling in, but it's still much too close to call, still well within the margin of error. And the reality is we probably will not have a winner declared tonight, and that's because about 10% of the votes were early ballots that were hand-delivered by people to polling places today instead of mailed in. Those aren't going to be counted until Thursday because each signature has to be verified. So that means what has already been a very long and very bitter race will likely last another couple days. They're still trying to keep people interested here. We just heard from the Arizona Republican governor, Doug Ducey, who coasted to re-election tonight over a progressive challenger. He was joined on stage by Cindy McCain, wife of the late John McCain. He said that Arizonans have spoken, but of course, we still do not know what they have said, what verdict they have delivered on this closely watched Senate race between Martha McSally and Kyrsten Sinema. We're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Libby, Eugene?
All right, Jesse, I don't think you're allowed to go home until it's all over. So we'll see you back here in D.C. at some point, eventually.
Eventually, certainly. Let's go right now to Philip Bump. He's keeping track of all of these races, and he's going to give us an update on a few.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to give you an update on the big picture. It's getting close to the end of the night here on the East Coast. My apologies to the West Coast. I realize you have a lot to go. But let's look at where things stand. The story of the night is this. These two boxes that I'm drawing. Republicans moving over the midpoint line in the Senate. The Democrats moving up to and shortly will move over the midpoint line in the House, meaning the Democrats take control of the House, Republicans take control of the Senate. Now, this is not a surprise. The Democrats were expected to take the House. All of the polling, all of the everything that was suggested that this was going to happen. The question was basically how far this stretched, and we won't know the answer to that probably for some time, in part thanks to California. This was more of a surprise. That the Republicans did this well was not really expected. They're probably going to end up picking up at least 2 seats in the Senate. Remains to be determined. Depends on what happens in Nevada and in Arizona. But these are the stories you're going to hear from both sides tomorrow. The Democrats talking about the House, the Republicans talking about the Senate. A thing that is important to remember is this. This, of course, 435 districts, every single place in the United States of America. The Democrats easily winning the popular vote in the House. But the Democrats also are probably going to win the popular vote in the Senate. Why? Because they ran close races in Texas, Florida, and easily won California and New York. Those are all major population centers. The Democrats probably got more votes for the Senate tonight, but the Republicans picked up seats again because this was always a year in which the Republicans were expected to do well in the Senate. And sure enough, they did. Back to you guys.
Philip Bump, thank you so much for crunching the numbers for us. Let's talk about where things go from here. It's 12:25 East Coast time. As Phil said, still a ways to go if you're on the West Coast. But where do things go from here? What will you still be watching to unfold tonight? And then what happens tomorrow, Bob?
I think at this point of the night, you got to watch the returns in California because that's going to determine the margin in the House. If the Democrats win 30 seats, 35 seats, 40 seats, that's going to say a lot about the political capital that Pelosi has as she heads into the leadership races. You also got to pay attention to the gubernatorial races that are still to be counted. Democrats have been trying to come back in the states for so long. You think back to the 2010 and 2014 cycles, Democrats lost a whole generation of future stars in those Republican waves, and they've really suffered ever since. They've been, with the census, the redrawing of the map, they've just struggled in state legislatures. If they can start coming back in places like Kansas and Michigan and Wisconsin, that's going to say a lot about the party, not just now, but 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road.
Yeah. What I'm looking at, as I've communicated before, is the Arizona Senate. It's still too early to tell. Like it's about 60%.
You've been saying all night this is when you're watching.
I am. I mean, for disclosure, I used to cover politics in Arizona. I'm a little emotionally invested. But I think it's going to be an interesting race. But it's, in terms of the gubernatorial races, that's something I'm watching as well because of the Democrats' inability to just really have a huge impact at the state level. And the morale, just really wondering how Democrats in the states and states that they were hoping could turn out a Democratic governor just did not, and how these voters feel.
And I just wonder how long we're going to have this kumbaya that we're hearing tonight from Nancy Pelosi. I suspect that President Trump will say something similar about wanting to work with her. I imagine that won't last very long. I don't know how long it will last, if they'll wait till they come back, if we'll see it start fighting in January, but
What do you think about Pennsylvania?
Oh, yeah, well,
Colby and I are big fans of Pennsylvania
I have
politics.
lots of thoughts about Pennsylvania, but I don't know if we have time for all of them. But Republicans did better than the Democrats had hoped for. They thought they were going to
This was even despite the last-minute redistricting that happened,
Right.
to try to make things more even and more even playing
There were a
field.
lot of races that were tight. Now, granted, they picked up some seats that they're very happy about, and they've added women to their congressional delegation,
Right.
wherein there was 0 out of
Yeah.
20. But there were a number of races that were close that Democrats thought they could bring Pennsylvania back to being a blue state. And it seems like it is solid. I mean, tell me if you agree.
They have Charlie
Bob, that-
Dent's district, which is not a big surprise.
Right.
The contours of Charlie Dent's district, but there were some other pickups they hoped to do that didn't happen,
Well,
like
looked
Fitzpatrick, for example.
Fitzpatrick, my hometown, Bucks County. Looks like Fitzpatrick has survived. Mike Kelly up in Erie.
Right.
He some of the early returns looked like he was in trouble. You're right. It's not a Trump state. Trump
Right.
won it, but Republicans have shown some strength in some of these congressional districts in Trump states that used to be blue states in a way, and it's a tough night for Republicans. But there are glimmers of. Not hope, but the glimmers of they did a decent job tonight. In some
Yeah,
areas.
I'm interpreting this as a bit of a tough night for Democrats in the sense that some of the rising stars and people that were having their hopes pinned on have gone down, or they're maybe even by bigger blowouts than we really expected them to. Of course, the House is a big deal. That's a big narrative of the night, and a huge win for Democrats, and a huge win for those who are concerned about President Trump. Do we have 3 native Pennsylvanians at this table? Is that what I'm?
No.
Wait,
no.
yes.
Yeah, I
1,
mean, me.
2, 3.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay, you're outnumbered, Eugene. 3 Pennsylvanians here at the Washington Post. I want to go upstairs to Hannah Jewell, who is not from Pennsylvania, but has many smart things to say. Hannah, take it away.
I've been there twice and enjoyed it both times. Philadelphia is a great city. I'm here one last time with Emily Gustin, our polling analyst who has some scientific data about the mood of the electorate. Yes. We're going to talk about feelings. That's what that means.
Feelings.
In a scientific way.
So we asked people in the 69 battleground districts how they felt about the election, and the most common response at 42% was hopeful. And those more Democrats than Republicans said they were hopeful. Anxious and angry were also pretty popular emotions. Over 3 and 10 each said those as well.
A complicated mix. I see you have many more. Just tell us what all the feelings are.
Yes, we
What are
also
the
have
feelings?
well-informed. A third of the electorate said they were well-informed. Sad, under 28% said they were sad. Patriotic, about a quarter, which is lower than I had expected, since I think voting is pretty patriotic. Overwhelmed, 18%, which was a question we asked, I think, in the newsroom because a lot of us were feeling overwhelmed, but apparently that is not
By the
shared
news. Okay.
by those in battleground states. And empowered, 17% said empowered.
Where's the biggest divide between the parties among these feelings?
I think
or a
that
big divide.
one of the bigger divides was anxiety.
Okay. Who's more anxious?
Democrats are more anxious. There is also some more anger on the Democrat side than on Republicans.
Okay, well, this is one way to think of and conceive of feelings in an extremely scientific way. Thank you so much for talking to us. Back to you guys in a mixture of feeling.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Hannah Jewell. Closing thoughts as we wrap up our broadcast here tonight. Of course, the Washington Post newsroom stays alive all night long as we still watch for returns to come in. Let's see. Alaska has a couple last remaining parts of the state that have to have polls closing there, but otherwise we're pretty much wrapped up as we move west in terms of the races we're actually watching tonight. But we'll keep updating our website, keep looking at what's developing. The broadcast, though, is almost over. So, Robert Costa, closing thoughts for this evening here.
This country, a great country, continues to surprise us. It surprised us in 2016, and it surprised us tonight. We sometimes continue to expect traditional narratives to unfold in politics. There wasn't a blue wave tonight. Republicans won some gubernatorial races in Maryland and in other blue states that they shouldn't have won. Democrats won in red states. The Democrats won in the suburbs, but they struggled in some exurban areas. This is a changing country, a divided country, and a surprising country.
Colby?
I think that some of the big winners to come out of tonight are women. We're going to see a historic number of women in Congress next year. We're going to see the first Muslim women, the first Native American women, the youngest women. So that is something to celebrate, no matter what party you are. that we're starting to see some gender equity in Congress.
Eugene.
Yeah, despite low approval ratings, I think Donald Trump still is one of the most effective vote turner-outers in the GOP. And I think these last 2 weeks show that him hitting the trail is really able to resonate with his base and people outside of his base, even some of the independents that people perhaps thought he'd completely lost. And he narrowed some of the gaps and some of those wins that people thought he perhaps would not be able to.
Still questions and concerns about voter disenfranchisement in states like Georgia, and we can look at other ones as well. That'll be an ongoing question as we evaluate this election season and look back at what worked and what didn't work. So do you expect that to continue to be a push for clarity and just to figure out how to get more people to the polls to motivate them, but also how to allow more people to vote?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the main concerns today that we saw when we look at Georgia, when we look at Florida, some of these 3-hour waits that a lot of voters just could not put up with, and that led some people to probably walk away in these races that were decided by a few votes. I mean, we see Florida, DeSantis won by 1%. And so the conversation will continue about why is voting so difficult in the United States. There are a lot of people really upset with that.
All right, Eugene Scott, thank you so
Glad
much.
to be here.
Colby Ickowitz and Bob Costa, great to end the night with you guys. Thanks so much to all of the people who put this show together. So many people behind the scenes in our control room and beyond. I'm Libby Casey. Thanks so much for watching us tonight on our various platforms. And stay tuned to the Washington Post as we continue to update throughout the night the race results and look for the front page tomorrow morning. Thank you.
When it's this tight, you kind of figure you better come out. And I guess a lot of other people are thinking the same thing.
I encourage everybody I know to get out and vote. It's very important.
I think that we have a lot of work to do.
Well, we're kind of pumped up. I can't wait to get out and vote now.
Both sides have gone way too far, and the middle ground is where we need to be.